White being acknowledged as he goes into the backcourt. Everybody looking at him. They might build a statue to Derek White after this series is over. Our outstanding crew tonight, Scott Foster, Tony Brothers, John Goebel.
You got two crew chiefs who don't typically work together in Tony Brothers and Scott Foster. On any other night, their respective crew chiefs, but as Monty McCutcheon told me, you put the best available when it's, when it works, and thus you've got an unbelievable crew working this ball game.
Boston left to right, Miami right to left, Bam and Horford in midcourt. Scott Foster will toss it up. We are ready to go here in Game 7, and the opening tap is won by Jaylen Brown at midcourt. And he's got it with Jimmy Butler on him to start the game. Left side, Derek White gave Vincent will watch him. A lob pass to the low post left for Marcus Smart. Now Jaylen Brown, right wing with 10 to shoot. Dribbles to the elbow. Back out to White, 5 on the timer. At the top of the key. Fires to Horford in the middle of the paint. Kick out Tatum, right wing. Tatum with 2 seconds to shoot. Goes baseline, puts up the shot. It won't go. But a foul is called on Vincent. It's a blocking foul.
Good patience by the Boston Celtics. The initial look was a post-up for Marcus Smart. A little early in the clock, so he gets the ball, changes sides of the floor. You get one-on-one Jason Tatum.
And Tatum is down. Tatum, I don't know if he got hit where the sun doesn't shine, but just...
No, he steps at the last second on Gabe Vincent's foot, and his left ankle, which he is favoring right now, twisted over. And so I think he's just trying to walk off. I mean, it turned, and it turned hard when he stepped on Gabe Vincent's foot.
He's also holding his left thumb. He's got his hand wrapped so that part of the wrap covers the index finger between that finger and the thumb, so you wonder how many different things he's got going on. He makes the free throw. He was 15 of 15 in Game 6. But, yeah, that left ankle really rolled badly as he landed on Vincent.
How about this guy's performance? Joins LeBron James at 7, 30, 10, and 5 games in a single postseason. You're trying LeBron James at anything, Dave. You're doing all right.
He missed the second free throw, and he's hobbling back. He's going to stay in, but he is not moving very well right now. First possession for the Heat. Front court left is Vincent. Going to step inside the arc and put it up. He's short, and it's rebounded by Tatum.
Boston's got to rebound the ball on the defensive end.
Tatum is grimacing as he comes up the floor on the left side. He tries to put it on the floor and drive, and he floats one up in the middle of the lane. It won't fall. Rebounded by Butler. Butler into the front court far side with Jaylen Brown on him. 1-0 Celtics, minute gone by. Butler now on the switch has Horford. Moves to the baseline. Drives. Pick out Martin on the left wing. Shot clock at 9. Dribble handoff, Vincent, top of the key, timer at 5. He'll drive, stop at the left elbow. Now a step back, long 2. Missed it short again. Rebound Tatum.
2 makeable shots by Vincent, 2 misses.
Brown drives left of the lane, stops, hits the deck, and they're going to say a foul called on Jaylen Brown as he lost possession, committed a loose ball foul.
Jaylen Brown, if he tries to cross over in traffic, it's always dangerous. We've seen both Brown and Tatum struggle with turnovers. This is not a night for that.
Miami ball, front court to our left. And Bam Adebayo holding it in between the rings. Throws to the left side for Butler. Derek White on him. Butler puts it on the floor, gets into the lane. Fall away from 12 is too strong, and it's rebounded by Horford. We played almost 2 minutes. Neither team has a field goal. It's 1-0 Celtics. Smart left corner. And a back down Martin. Now they get it back outside to Horford. Smart catching left side. Shot clock at 10. Jaylen Brown up top, puts it on the floor. Stops at the free throw line, hangs. It hits over Strus. That was a tough shot.
So often his size and elevation makes the difference in being able to get a shot off.
Could we have a low-scoring fist fight here tonight? It's 3-0 Boston, 2 minutes and 15 seconds in. Miami has it on the far side with Vincent, guarded by Derek White. Vincent taking 2 shots already, missed them both, and he just turned it over on the baseline to our left.
Again, if you're a dribbler and you're going into traffic, you better be awfully sure there's an escape hatch.
Tatum has it in the front court. Now on the switch, he's got Gabe Vincent on him. Now Bam comes out, so a deep pass to Horford. Kick out right corner. Brown, a three is up. No good. Long rebound, no. Tatum tracks it down. Tatum drives. Leaves it for Horford. Low right. Lays it in. 5-0 Boston.
Great pursuit by Tatum of the painted area.
If you're Miami, you worry about Boston punching you hard in the first quarter as they did in Game 5, but Bam Adebayo able to drive and score at the left hand to get Miami on the board.
Catch and go at 15, effective for Bam.
They need more out of Bam tonight than they had in Game 6. Jaylen Brown in between the circles. Bam comes out on him. Now Brown drives left side. Strus defending him well. Pull-up jumper, 15 feet is good. Jaylen Brown has hit 2 in a row.
Dave, for 7 games, they've attacked Max Strus. They're going right at him.
8:40 to go first quarter, 7-2 Celtics. Bam Adebayo holds out high on the left side. Down to the near corner for Butler. Horford defending him. Butler hands off for Strus. Now Butler left baseline, drives on Horford. Jump stop. Back out to Strus with 5. Pulls the trigger on a 3. Way off, too strong. Martin got the rebound, missed the putback on the first try, but then with one hand grabs the ball and banks it on the second attempt. 7-4 Celtics. 8:15 to go in the first quarter of Game 7. Series tied at 3 apiece. Boston will either host Game 1 of the NBA Finals Thursday, or Miami heads to Denver. As Jaylen Brown with a finish as Marcus Smart found him with a nice bounce pass in the middle of the lane. 9-4 Celtics on the right wing of the front court. Bam Adebayo jumped out on the way, no, from 15 feet. Rebound Smart. 7:45 to go in the first. 5-point Boston lead. Bounce pass to a cutting Brown. Picked off by Martin of Miami. 2-on-1. Martin into the front court. Goes at Derek White. Couldn't get the layup. On the right of the rim, and it's rebounded by Brown. Boston ball front court to our right. Still 9-4. Celtics 7.5 to go.
Confusion here offensively. A lot of pointing and nobody doing anything.
So White will just shoot it and miss the 3 on the right side. Rebound Martin.
Bad possession by Boston.
Boston is 4 of 8 from the floor. Miami 2 of 9. Bam Adebayo from 15 feet on the left side, driving through the lane. He was pushed by Horford. I'm going to say it was on the floor.
So one of the things immediately, this is 2 possessions ago when Jimmy Butler touched the paint. They have done an exceptional job making him a passer. Derek White and Jason Tatum in the last game just did a great job staying down on shot fakes and not allowing Jimmy any room to get comfortable.
Bam with a catch at the top of the circle. Dribble handoff for Strus. Fires straight away 3. Not close. And it's rebounded by Tatum again. Poked to him by Marcus Smart. Jaylen Brown crosses the timeline, puts it on the floor, goes to the right-hand finger roll. He was short with it. He thought he was fouled. Miami ball. Bam in the front court. To the right corner, Martin. He'll put it up. And no good on the 3. Miami 2 for 12. And a timeout called by Boston after the Celtics got the rebound.
Good start by the Boston Celtics. You're making your shots. You're hunting all the matchups you want. Just stop turning it over, and you'd have an even bigger lead.
As the Heat shooting just 18% from the floor. It's Boston 9, Miami 4. 6:53 to go in the first. You're listening to the Eastern Conference Finals on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app, presented by Indeed.
Do you want to gain stability, benefits, and experience? As a youth development specialist with the City of New York, you can build a solid civil service career working with NYC's youth. Start earning over $47,000, and in 3 months, you could get a $2,500 bonus. Earn a pension, paid overtime, health care, and in just 5 years, over $60,000. Apply now at nyc.gov/YDS. Make a difference in the lives of our youth. Become a youth development specialist today. Learn more at nyc.gov/YDS.
As the official cerveza of Major League Baseball, Corona allows fans to enjoy the finer life of sports. Throughout the 2023 season, Corona will be giving fans an opportunity to win tickets to the World Series. Don't miss your chance to cheer on your favorite team on the biggest stage. For complete details, including how to enter, see official rules at ConstellationBrandSweepstakes.com/thebiggame. Relax responsibly. Corona Extra Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois. The sweepstakes is in no way sponsored, administered, executed, or produced by any MLB entity. Major League Baseball trademarks and copyrights are used with the permission of Major League Baseball.
Hi, I'm attorney John D'Agostino. If you've been injured, you need a lawyer who knows what you're going through. I understand how one accident can turn your whole world upside down. I've been there. When I was a kid, my father was up on a bulldozer when a brick wall collapsed. It almost killed him. The doctors had to amputate his leg, and he had to learn to walk again, while my mother went to work as a waitress just to pay the bills. I know what you're going through. I've been there. I now run D'Agostino & Associates, personal injury law firm I built right here in New York and New Jersey. For over 30 years, D'Agostino & Associates has been helping accident victims get every dollar they deserve. We've recovered millions of dollars for people just like you. Call now, 888-24-LAW-24. D'Agostino & Associates, personal injury law firm that offers free consultation. And if you can't make it to us, we're going to come to you. I've been there. Call now, 888-24-LAW-24. 888-24-LAW-24. D'Agostino, law bites back.
Kevin Winter with you inside our Granger Studios. Don't forget to log on to our Twitter account at NBA on ESPN Radio to vote in the Auto Zone in the Zone poll question. Who's going to get in the zone for tonight's Game 7? Bam Adebayo, Jimmy Butler, Jason Tatum, Jaylen Brown in the zone. Brought to you by AutoZone. Free battery testing, free battery charging, and replacement batteries that fit your needs. That's what makes AutoZone America's #1 battery destination. Get in the zone, AutoZone. 6:53 to go in the opening quarter. Boston 9, Miami 4. Back to TD Garden with Roscoe to Winning and Doris Burke. Here's Dave Pash.
Well, we saw in Game 6, Kevin, Miami struggling from inside the arc, and that's happening again here to start Game 7.
They have 11 field goal attempts. They've made 2. They are 1 for 9 on contested shots. Give Boston's defense credit. From 2-point territory to start this game, they were 2 for 8. Think about it. Bam and Butler were 6 for 22, 27% in the last game. So a tough start offensively again for Miami.
And Bam and Butler tonight, 1 for 3. Butler's only taken 1 shot. 9-4, Boston leads. 6:50 to go in the first quarter of Game 7. Derek White's going to bring it up the court. Guarded by Vincent. He'll cross the timeline, stop at the Celtic logo, and move a little bit to his left. Shot clock at 10. White collides with the defender, but no whistle. Now a bounce pass to Horford in the paint. Kick out right corner. Smart, a 3 is up. Too strong, and it's rebounded by Martin of Miami. Vincent in the forecourt. To our left-hand dribble. Works around the Bam screen, stops at the elbow, shoots, and scores. Gabe Vincent on the board.
Dave, they went to the zone early tonight. Coming out of that timeout, Miami showed zone. Boston missed a 3.
9-6, midway through the first quarter. Low-scoring game so far. Smart with a right-hand dribble, guarded by Bam. He stops, lobs to Horford, low post left. Catches, tries to pass to Tatum. Pass broken up. Tatum tracks it down. Shot clock at 3. Smart drives, fires to the left wing. White, he'll let it fly. Too strong, but there's Horford. Offensive rebound. Baseline right. Out to Tatum. Top of the key. Leans in, fires to White. He'll shoot it again for 3. Short. Same spot, same result, but a foul inside on the rebound on Miami. It's going to be on Bam Adebayo.
Now, I thought it was Max Strus. Was it Bam?
Correct. You're right. Strus is first.
He had 2 hands in the back of Jason Tatum, and Jason went flying out of bounds.
So first on Strus, second team foul. Brogdon checks in for Boston. Remember, we didn't see him in Game 6. He's not wearing a sleeve. He had a sleeve on in Game 5, at least during warm-ups, but he doesn't have it on now.
Dealing with the tendon issue, coming out of the elbow. It is painful. It is swollen. He's got to just kind of contend with it.
Jaylen Brown on the right wing. Drive, stops at the foul line. Falling away. Front rim, no. Rebound, Martin again. Already Martin with 5 boards. 9-6 Boston. 5.5 to go first quarter. Butler on the far side, guarded by Brogdon. Butler looking to attack. Stops on the baseline. Nice bounce pass to Bam, but he gets stripped out of bounds. Baseline left. Turned it over.
Anytime Bam puts it on the floor, the Boston Celtics swarm. 3 guys collapse. They're reaching and slapping. Bam's got to be better with the ball.
5:15 to go in the first. 3-point Celtic lead. Tatum across the timeline. Bounces to Derek White. They're letting White initiate the offense a lot tonight. He finds Jaylen Brown. Head of the key to Brogdon on the left side. Shot clock at 7. Brown trying to put it on the floor. Turns it over. Butler with a steal. Butler 1-on-3. Goes middle of the lane. Lays it home. He hung in the air and put it in.
The turnovers. Again, another one by Jaylen Brown. It's the one weakness of his game.
9-8 Boston. 4:50 to go first quarter. Tatum, top of the key, drives into the lane. Stops. Kicks to Horford. Corner 3. Right side. Not even close. Rebound Miami. Boston hasn't made a 3 yet. 0 for 6. In transition, Martin. Reverse layup blocked by Jaylen Brown. Ahead to Derek White, who brings it across. White on the left wing. To Horford. Blows by a defender. Throws to the left corner. Brown puts it up. Too strong on the 3. Tatum, another rebound. Boston 0 for 7 from 3. White takes it in the lane. 6-footer up and good. Celtics back up 3.
Celtics offensive rebounding is helping them right now. Their inability to make threes, but they're crashing the glass.
4:10 to go in the first. And a foul called as Brogdon shoves Strus. Brogdon saying the contact was minimal. That's the first on Brogdon. Third team foul against Boston. Grant Williams and Robert Williams come in. Horford and Tatum will go to the bench.
This is unusual. Tatum, we've seen him play the first quarter an awful lot. He usually plays about the first 12 minutes. So interesting substitution change here.
You wonder about that ankle that he hurt on the opening possession. Miami ball front court to our left. 4-minute mark. Butler on the right side. Drives baseline, gets past Williams, kicks to the left wing. Martin for 3. Good. Swishing it home to tie the game at 11.
Martin has just been so sound. He's 2 for 6, but his rebounding has been critical.
3:45 to go in the opening quarter. Derek White, right side. Game tied 11 apiece. White throws to Brogdon, top of the key. He'll put it up from there, and it's an air ball. And then kicked out of bounds by Grant Williams, far side. Boston is 0 for 8 from behind the arc.
And this is their philosophy. Coach Mazzulla does not want them ever to pass up an open 3. Brogdon got a good look at it. You just wonder how effective he can be, and if he can't make shots, do they lift him again?
Meanwhile, Kyle Lowry checking into the game for Vincent. Game tied at 11 with 3.5 to go in the first quarter. Miami 5 for 15. Boston 5 for 16 from the floor. On the right side uses the Bam screen. Got Williams on him now on a switch. Shot clock at 10. Strus left side. He'll pop for 3. Good. Max Strus gives Miami the lead.
Derek White was looking to pinch in on maybe a possible Jimmy Butler drive, but you got to be on there on the catch.
14-11 Heat. 3:15 to go. Brown drives and kicks right corner, and it's out of bounds. Boy, looked like Jaylen Brown could have taken that to the cup.
He's got 3 turnovers, I believe, already. And he's mishandling the ball. It's almost like Jaylen Brown is pressing a little bit. The turnover's mounting. Up comes Marcus Smart off the bench. He'll check in at the next dead ball.
3-point Heat lead. 14-11 with 3:05 to go in the first quarter. Far side Jimmy Butler got a defender in the air, but didn't take the shot. Now gets the ball back. Drives past Robert Williams, right side, stops, pops, hits from 12 feet on the right baseline. Miami leads it by 5. They're on a 12-2 run.
Making Robert Williams guard in space. It's a tall task.
16-11 Heat with 2:45 to go. First quarter. Brogdon right side in the front court. Left-hand dribble guarded by Adebayo. Back up top to Jaylen Brown. Drives into the paint. Out of control, and he's fouled. He got tripped. And it was on the shot attempt. He missed it, but he'll shoot 2 when we come back. Going to call Bam Adebayo for the foul. That's his first. Third team foul. So, timeout with 2:34 to play. First quarter, Miami 16, Boston 11. This is the Eastern Conference Finals at ESPN Radio, ESPN app, presented by Indeed.
Broken bricks, falling fences, damaged doors, Gorilla Glue. Of course. It's incredibly strong and 100% waterproof and bonds, well, virtually everything. While you're at it, look for Gorilla Tape, a heavy-duty double-thick duct tape, and Gorilla Super Glue, great for all your quick fixes and repairs. There's also Gorilla Epoxy, Gorilla Wood Glue, Gorilla Construction Adhesive, of course. You get it. If you can break it, Gorilla can fix it. For the toughest jobs on planet Earth.
Progressive knows we're all trying to save right now.
Hey, at least we're still enjoying baseball on a Saturday night, right?
Even if it is T-ball.
Yeah, but tickets to the majors are just so expensive now. And who knows, maybe we're seeing a pro in the making.
Sure, in like 20 years. How is he safe? Boo! This up stinks!
The up is only 14. We don't really do that.
Oh, my bad. You're doing a great job,
Progressive offers you savings without sacrifice. So save big when you bundle home and auto. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers.
Hey, Jay, can you finish that induction range installation tomorrow?
Orders have really amped up at Nate's Electric.
We need to finish installing it first in Maine. Did we hear back from the grocery chain?
It's no shock he needs electricians, like yesterday.
Smart fridge. Everybody wants one of those these days.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
The NBA Finals.
Hearts are racing, heads are pounding.
No time to rest. No time to look away.
It's unbelievable.
Because in the finals, everything changes.
Oh, it's good.
Fate collides with destiny. Today's stars become tomorrow's inspirations. And 4 wins turn the end of a season into the start of a legacy. The NBA Finals begin June 1st on ABC.
With you inside our Granger Studio. Time now for Did You Know? Brought to you by Geico. Switch to Geico today and see all the ways you could save. It's easy. Simply go to geico.com to get a rate quote and get started seeing how much you could save. Did you know Heat head coach Eric Spoelstra coaching in his 8th Game 7 all-time, which is tied for the 5th most in NBA history. He is 4-3. Did you also know the Heat are in the midst of a 12-2 run? They've gone up 16-11 with 2.5 to play in the opening quarter. Before we rejoin Dave Pash and Doris Burke, here's Roscoe to Winning in the Garden.
Thanks, Kevin. Doris pointed out that the Heat went to their zone defense early, and the Celtics are shooting 0 for 8 from 3. Today, Grant Williams said the Celtics feel they have more understanding of the zone and understand the mental challenge of missing the 3 ball. He said, we've gotten open looks. When shots don't fall, we've got to get offensive rebounds and create those extra opportunities, especially when they're in a zone. And just because the shot's not going down, don't think you're not getting good looks. The key is that they don't let the zone take away from their mental edge and discipline, guys.
And also, Roz, not turning it over. Jaylen Brown with 3 already. Boston with 4. As a team, they have 5 field goals.
You've given up 99, 97, and 103 points to Miami. They scuttled to score. Why are you helping fuel them with your turnovers? And to Roz's point now, with the 0 for 8, they are 7 for 43 over the last 2 games from three-point territory, Boston.
Jaylen Brown gets the first free throw. He's got 7 points. Despite those turnovers, he had 3 field goals early on. Boston has missed 9 of its last 10 from the floor. It's 15-12. Heat lead. 2:34 to go first quarter. Jason Tatum still on the bench. Got to wonder about that left ankle. 0 for 1 from the floor as Tatum does have a point. Brown gets the second free throw. 15-13. Miami leading. Tatum off the bench and headed towards the scorer's table to come in at the next dead ball. Miami basketball front court to our left. It's Butler on the left side, guarded by Robert Williams. Butler keeps the dribble, drives middle of the lane, stops underneath, goes up, rejected by Williams. Smart has it into the front court, stops to the free throw line, and pulls it back out. And then takes a 3. It's a rainbow, but it's no good. It rebounded by Butler. Celtics 0 for 9 from 3. Butler, front court to our left, puts it on the deck behind the back dribble. Now to Lowry on the left wing. Lowry helped the Raptors win a title 4 years ago. He misses a 3 on the left side, rebounded by Williams. Here come the Celtics left to right with Brogdon driving left of the lane. Goes to the left hand for a layup, but he missed it. And it's rebounded by Lowry of the Heat. Still a 2-point lead for Miami. A 3 from Martin right side. Got it! And the lead is back to 5 with 1:30 to go.
You've got to identify shooters. Great job by Martin to sprint wide into three-point territory.
18-13 Miami. 1:25 remaining first quarter. Brown right side. Got Butler on him, but Butler's backed off of him by about 5 feet. Shot clock at 8. A screen to the left of Brown. He's going to drive to the right. Gets into the lane. In trouble. Puts up the shot right side. No good. Rebounded by Robert Williams. Goes back up. Puts up a bad shot from the left side, but kept it alive. Now ball in the left corner. Marcus Smart. He'll drive. Floater. It's a pass and catch and a dunk by Williams. Great alley-oop pass by Smart.
Just a nice drive to the middle of the paint. Forces the rotation. Body comes off Robert Williams. Easy play.
Inside a minute to go in the first. Butler at the free throw line. Hesitation drive and score at the left hand. What a great move by Butler with the bounce to get past Williams and score. 20-15 Miami. 40 seconds to go first quarter. Right side Jaylen Brown guarded by Martin with a timer at 13. Brown going to put it up from 3. Right side missed again. They're 0 for 10 from 3. Miami ball. Lowry in the front court left side. He'll drive into the lane. Beats the cutting Spurs. Layup is good, and the lead is 7 for Miami late in the first quarter.
Feels like last couple possessions, the missed shots taking a toll on the focus in transition defense.
A 4-second difference in the game and shot clocks. 12 to shoot with the ball in the right corner. Williams has it. They work it around to Smart left wing. 5 to shoot. Smart hands off for Brown. Top of the key with 3. Brown drives middle of the lane. Right hand layup. No good. He missed it. Rebound Miami. Butler with 2 seconds left. With 1 half-court shot from Butler on the way. It hits the backboard and nothing else. And the first quarter comes to an end. Miami holds the Boston Celtics to just 26% shooting. After a 4-for-8 start for Boston, they finished 2 of 15, and they went 0 for 10 from 3. And they trail Miami in Game 7, 22-15 after 1. This is the Eastern Conference Finals on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app presented by Indeed.
Angie's List is now Angie, and we've heard a lot of theories about why.
I thought it was an eco move. Your words, less paper.
No, it was so you could say it faster.
No, it's to be more iconic.
Must be a tech thing.
But those aren't quite right. It's because now you can compare upfront prices, book a service instantly, and even get your project handled from start to finish.
Sounds easy.
It is, and it makes us so much more than just a list. Get started at Angie.com. That's ANGI, or download the app today.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. Thinking about gas mileage? If your check engine light is on, it may be affecting your MPGs. But the free AutoZone Fix Finder service can help. With the most complete free warning light report backed by technician-verified fixes, you'll know what's affecting your gas mileage and more. And you don't have to drive too far to find the fix. The free AutoZone Fix Finder service is available at all 6,200 stores.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
See details at AutoZone.com.
I switched to Boost Mobile and got a free Samsung Galaxy A23 5G phone. Want to know the best part?
It was free?
Nope.
The fact that it's on America's largest 5G networks?
Nope. It's the ding.
Oh, yeah. Love the ding.
Right? It's all about the ding. It's the dingarooski, the dingaroner, the ring-a-ding-ding.
Unleash your power to save with Boost. Get a free Samsung Galaxy A23 5G phone when you switch. Boost Mobile. Unleash your power.
And the ding.
Limited time offer. New customers only. Available on select networks. 5G not available everywhere. One device per line. Tax excluded. Additional restrictions apply. See your local Boost Mobile store for details.
Finally, baseball is back. Swing into the season with tickets to the action. Plus, with basketball and hockey heating up, now is a great time to experience a game. Vivid Seats is proud to be the official ticketing partner of ESPN. From on the glass to in the stands, Vivid Seats has great ticket prices to all the games. Every crack of the bat, every dribble down the court. Catch it all with Vivid Seats. Download the app or visit vividseats.com today. Vivid Seats. Experience it live.
I'm Kevin Winter. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to Game 7 of the Eastern Conference Finals on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app presented by Indeed.
This is your exclusive home for Aaron Rodgers and the New York Jets.
I'm here because I believe in this team, and I'm excited about the new adventure here in New York.
WEPN-FM,
40 seconds to go first quarter. Right side, Jaylen Brown, guarded by Martin with a timer at 13. Brown going to put it up from 3. Right side, missed again. They're 0 for 10 from 3. Miami ball. Lowry in the front court, left side. He'll drive into the lane. Beats the cutting Spurs. Layup is good, and the lead is 7 for Miami late in the first quarter.
That's where we are at the end of one. 22-15. The 15 points for Boston, tied for their fewest in the opening quarter in any game this regular season. Roscoe to Woody.
Yeah, after the devastating last-second buzzer-beating putback by Derek White that forced this Game 7, Coach Spoelstra told me he didn't have to say a lot to his team to get them emotionally ready to rebound and ready to play tonight. Before the game, he told us, we have a very resilient group, a quality that I admire, the ability to get down and not feel sorry for ourselves. You got to get up, dust yourself off, and get back in the fight. Guys, the Heat are not here to feel sorry.
Great start for Miami, leading 22-15, opening seconds of the second quarter. Miami ball. Left side is Duncan Robinson, guarded by Smart, puts it on the floor. He's going to put it up for 3, and he can't hit it, and it's rebounded by Horford. Tatum back on the floor, brings it across the timeline, favoring that left ankle again. Kicks to the left corner, gets it back left wing. Brogdon up top, long 3 is on the way, no good. They're 0 for 11. Rebound Lowry in the far corner. Miami ball, Lowry into the front court for Bam Adebayo. Highsmith is in the game. We didn't see him in Game 6. He's replacing Butler. Lowry long 2 from the top of the key. Off target, out of bounds, far side. Last touch by Brogdon. It will stay with Miami.
Hayward Highsmith hustling to put the pressure on Brogdon to make sure he gets that ball. Made all the difference in that possession.
Miami will inbound far side of the floor. In the front court, 45 seconds into the second quarter. Lob to Bam Adebayo. Catching on the right side, handing for Duncan Robinson. Around the screen to the right, pulls the trigger. Good on the 3.
Al Horford's in drop on the pick and roll, and he was 10 feet from Robinson. That's shooting practice.
The lead is 10 for Miami, 25-15, opening minute of the second quarter. The bench for Boston has not been good so far. Brogdon right side, stops and tried to hit Tatum, almost threw it away. Tatum saved it on the far sideline. Shot clock at 5, poked away. Highsmith got the steal. 2-on-1, Vincent gets it back to Highsmith. Right-hand layup good. It's a 12-point lead for the Heat. Boston looks miserable, and a timeout by Joe Mazzulla.
Another turnover. So Miami playing off your turnovers and your missed threes is fueling a transition game that now has a 9-zip advantage.
And again, feel like we've said it a lot, but you got to wonder about the health of Tatum. He's only taken one shot from the floor, has just 1 point. It's 27-15. Heat leads, 10:41 to go in the second quarter. You're listening to the Eastern Conference Finals on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app, presented by Indeed.
Do you want to gain stability, benefits, and experience? As a youth development specialist with the City of New York, you can build a solid civil service career working with New York City's youth. Start earning over $47,000, and in 3 months, you can get a $2,500 bonus. Earn a pension, paid overtime, health care, and in just 5 years, over $60,000. Apply now at nyc.gov/YDS. Make a difference in the lives of our youth. Become a youth development specialist today. Learn more at nyc.gov/YDS.
If new Heineken Silver was a bitter breakup song.
I feel so betrayed by you, like a broken shell that can never be glued.
Heineken Silver sips great.
But who needs that glue when you got great friends and I bought you? Who needs that glue?
Get all the taste, no bitter endings. Crisp and refreshing Heineken Silver. Only 3.2 grams of carbs, 95 calories. Order now at Heineken.com/silver. Must be 21 and older to purchase. Enjoy Heineken responsibly.
It's Michael K. for Omaha Steaks, and with Father's Day around the corner, I want to tell you what dads want. They want steak. I spend my Father's Day grilling with my family and friends, and I'm so looking forward to it again this year. My friends at Omaha Steaks make it so easy for us dads to enjoy this day. They have hand-selected packages, especially for Father's Day, that include my favorite filet mignons and other gourmet grillables like burgers and jumbo franks. I'm getting hungry just talking about it. I want my listeners to enjoy a special offer from Omaha Steaks by heading over to omahasteaks.com and use promo code KAY at checkout and get $30 off of your qualifying order. Minimum order is required. See site for details. Whether it's your father or father-in-law this year, show him the love with the mouth-watering perfection of Omaha Steaks. Check out all of the hand-selected packages and make Dad's day. Don't forget, use promo code KAY at checkout and get $30 off of your order. Have a great Father's Day from Omaha Steaks.
Kevin Winter with you inside our Granger studio. Don't forget, start your morning. Keyshawn, J. Will, and Max tomorrow morning, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. Eastern. Full recap of tonight's Game 7. Looking ahead to the NBA Finals, which we start Thursday night, 7:30 p.m. Eastern Time here on ESPN Radio. 23-6 Miami run. Before we go back to Dave Passion, Doris Burke, here's Roscoe to Wooding.
Thanks, Kevin. I was outside of the Celtics huddle. It was awkward, as if they didn't want to talk too much, but something needed to be said. Finally, Al Horford addressed the team. We have to respond here. We have to respond right now. We're fine, but we've got to play the right way, guys.
Well, since they've gone, Ross, to the bench, I mean, Malcolm Brogdon and Grant Williams are both minus 15. Boston is down 12.
Give Miami credit. They have played 3 possessions of zone already. Boston is 0 for 3 from 3. They're 6 for 21 against their man. And I'll tell you this, you better find some offense quick if you're the Boston Celtics. You got 15 points on the board and 10:41 remaining in the second.
And Tatum has taken one shot. Remember, the first quarter, they put up 35 in Game 5, better than 30 in Game 6. Minute and a half into the second quarter, Derek White, right side, shoots a 3. It's a complete brick, and it's rebounded by Bam Adebayo. They're 0 for 12. Lowry, front court to our left, stops at the elbow. Fires to the right wing for Highsmith, who did not play in Game 6, despite a terrific Game 5. Robinson at the hash mark. Got it to Bam Adebayo, trying to back down the smaller defender, Smart. Right elbow, shot clock at 5, turns right shoulder, shoots, around and out, rebounded by Horford. More to the front court on the far side. Throws it to White, right wing, back to Horford, top of the key, shoots, scores. Finally, Boston hits a 3, and that brings the crowd to its feet.
That was starting to feel like the Rockets in 2018. They went 0 for 27.
They were 0 for 12. Boston was until that make. They're still 27% shooting overall. They trail by 9, 2.5 minutes into the second quarter. Bam Adebayo at the three-point line right. Handoff for Vincent. Facing up on the basket. He's going to fire a three. Straight on. It's good. Another three for the Heat. The fourth for Miami, and the lead is 12 again. Jimmy Butler's on the bench, and Miami extending its lead. Smart right side. Fouled by Vincent. They're going to stay on the floor on a rip-through move, and then Vincent got the worst of that. Smart on the follow-through it. Accidentally caught Vincent above the neck. First foul on Miami. Second personal on Vincent. Martin's going to check in and replace Vincent.
So you've gotten a steal and a bucket from Highsmith. Robinson is 1 for 2 from 3. Their support piece is important opportunistically tonight for Miami.
Horford at the foul line, now looking to shoot. Now faces up, puts it on the floor, drives at the chest of Bam. Got it blocked on the shot attempt. Out of bounds, baseline right. Last touch by Boston.
Wow, I thought that was out of bounds off Miami. Goebel had a great look at it, though, on that other side of the floor. It looks like it maybe went off the chest of Jaylen Brown.
So Miami ball, leading by 12, 3 minutes into the second quarter. Heat 30, Celtics 18. Bam Adebayo, top of the key, driving right side, spins, drills Smart. Smart may have flopped, they didn't blow the whistle. Robinson now at the free throw line, going for the steal is Brown, he stripped it away, and then a foul is called on Robinson. Will they call this a transition take foul or a clear pass foul? Right now they're saying neither, but it is Boston ball as Robinson commits his first foul.
I have to agree with what Roz heard in the huddle. If you're Al Horford, you got to respond here. You don't want this to be a possession ball game late if you're the Boston Celtics. Not with the way these have gone.
Bad alley-oop pass, broken up by the Heat. Smart was trying to hit Jaylen Brown, another turnover. Front court, corner right. Martin sizing it up, hits a three. He maybe has been Miami's best player in this series.
6 turnovers, 9 points off. And again, you played great defense for 3 games to get back in, and you're helping a team that scuttles to score.
Miami by 15 with 8:20 to go. Left side Horford, swing it Brown, left wing a three is up and good. They've hit 2 in a row now after starting 0 for 12. 33-21 Miami, 8-minute mark, second quarter. Lowry on the left wing, gonna shoot the three, score it. Kyle Lowry drilling it as Boston backed off of him.
Pick and roll. Al Horford sits to the shrink area. 2 threes now by Al being in drop coverage.
Miami back up 15. Horford three, corner, right side, no good. Loose ball, foul called on Boston on Tatum. And that's the first on Tatum. He has as many fouls as points. Tatum does.
Robert Williams going to check back in here. He's going to replace Marcus Smart. That puts the ball in the hands of Derek White.
First foul on the Celtics. 7:46 to go in the first half. This is a danger zone here for Boston. Miami basketball. Horford guarding Kyle Lowry even before a switch. And now Derek White on Lowry. Lowry bounce pass in the paint. Great look to Robinson cutting to his right. Gets the layup with the right hand, and it's a 17-point lead.
Al Horford gets scored on again. That time on a switch. He gets back cut. Easy.
Tatum right side drives into the lane. Lost the ball, but a foul is called on Miami. And it's like they're going to stay on the floor again on Kyle Lowry.
And they're not going to let Tatum have anything easy. You know, he looked like he was going to get a step and an angle to the cup, and they make sure, nope, side out. We're going to make sure you foul.
Third team foul. 38-21 Heat. 7:22 to go first half. Boston has 21 points in a quarter and a half, basically. Suffocating defense by Miami. Brown right side, between the leg dribble. The alley-oop pass and a dunk by Robert Williams in the middle of the lane.
Well, he's being guarded by Jimmy Butler. That's a mismatch. That's like throwing a ball to the end zone where the receiver is your greatest leaper.
Lowry right side drives, lost it off his foot. Loose ball, Tatum has it. Tatum into the front court. Challenged by Martin, but gets the layup. His first field goal. It comes at the 6:58 mark, and it brings the Celtics back within 13.
So you got a couple threes to fall. Jason Tatum jumps a passing lane, and essentially Kyle Lowry coughs it up, and you get a bucket on the other end. Big time.
So, at the 7-minute mark, it's 38-25 Miami. This is the Eastern Conference Finals on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app, presented by Indeed.
Will they find a home? Sponsored by Geico. Susan has always wanted to live in a chateau. I like a certain je ne sais quoi. While Jake is more into the Cape Cod-style home.
It's a classic look.
Compromise is tough, but these two won't have to compromise when they bundle home and car insurance with Geico. It's easy, and they could save even more. In the end, Susan and Jake found a Cape Cod-style home where they will only speak French.
Bonjour, je t'aime, merci beaucoup, and cordon bleu.
You'll get better with time. Bundling without compromise at Geico.com.
Broken bricks, falling fences, damaged doors, Gorilla Glue. Of course. It's incredibly strong and 100% waterproof and bonds, well, virtually everything. While you're at it, look for Gorilla Tape, a heavy-duty double-thick duct tape, and Gorilla Super Glue, great for all your quick fixes and repairs. There's also Gorilla Epoxy, Gorilla Wood Glue, Gorilla Construction Adhesive. Of course. You get it. If you can break it, Gorilla can fix it. For the toughest jobs on planet Earth.
Remember college? Early morning classes, all-night study sessions, and somewhere in there, maybe even a social life. 5-Hour Energy got you through. Now, you've got responsibilities, work, bills, a family. 5-Hour Energy is still here with the same alert, energized feeling you relied on back then. Every day, 5-Hour Energy helps millions just like you be at their best when it really matters. Rediscover 5-Hour Energy. We'll get you through again. For more information, visit 5hourenergy.com.
Two guys drove to work. Neither guy wore a seatbelt. One guy got a ticket. One guy didn't. The same two guys drove home. One guy wore a seatbelt. One guy didn't. One guy made it home. The guy not wearing his seatbelt didn't. Don't risk it. Click it or ticket. Paid for by NHTSA.
Kevin Witcher with you inside our Granger studio. One advantage the analysts thought the Celtics had in the series coming in was the three-point shooting. But in Miami's wins, they had outshot Boston from distance. And already tonight, as we go inside the numbers, brought to you by FanDuel Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NBA, Miami is 6 of 12. Boston, their shooting woes from distance continue. Just 2 of 15, but there's a 12-point Miami advantage, and the lead is 13, 38-25 midway through the second. Back to Dave Pash and Doris Burke and Roz in Boston.
And Kevin, Miami outscored Boston 14-6 when Butler was on the bench for the first 4:14 of that quarter. Meanwhile, in that Tatum basket, he was wincing. He's in pain. Don't know if it's the ankle, don't know if it's the hand, but Boston is back within 13.
It's also a 12-2 advantage for Miami in transition. To me, that's a product of two things, Dave. Missed threes allow you to get out in transition, and then the turnovers by Boston fueling opportunities.
Crowd on its feet here in Game 7 with 6:58 to go. This is the most life we've seen out of the Celtics offense here in the last minute, forcing Eric Spoelstra to call a timeout. Butler with the ball on the left wing in the front court, guarded by Jaylen Brown. Butler's got 6 points. Moves to the head of the key, throws to Martin on the right side. He'll drive right baseline, behind the back dribble, and gets into the lane. Turnaround jumper, 12 feet, and it rolls home. He's got 12 points and 5 rebounds already.
Just relentless. Would not stop attacking Al Horford until he got space with his footwork to get that shot off. Back to the zone goes Miami.
Tatum right wing, driving past Caleb Martin. Floater is no good. The tip rolls around and drops from Robert Williams, getting the offensive rebound and stick back. 6:15 to go. First half, 40-27 Miami. Martin drives left baseline. Layup is good with the right hand. Caleb Martin to the goal again.
They haven't been able to guard the guy all series. He has had at least 14 points in every single game.
Back to a 15-point Heat lead at the 6-minute mark of the first half. Tatum fires underneath. Jaylen Brown gets the layup with the right hand. Good look by Tatum.
Got to stop exchanging baskets here if you're Boston, though. You got to start getting some stops.
Robinson on the right side drives, puts a shot up off the glass, no good, and Tatum tipped it to Jaylen Brown. Boston ball, 5.5 to go in the half, down 13. Brown front court to our right, on the left wing. Step back three, blocked by Robinson, loose ball off of Butler's back and tracked down by Miami under the basket.
Jaylen Brown's decision making is poor right now.
You count that as a turnover, it should be, right? 4. for all intents and purposes from Jaylen Brown. Butler bounced pass to Bam Adebayo, lost the ball at the high post right, and Derek White has it in the front court for the Celtics. Brown on the left wing. Got it to Tatum, guarded by Robinson. Tatum backs him down, spins baseline, puts it up and scores from about 6 feet away.
They got into the mid-post area. Jason Tatum loves that spot on the floor. He can go fade away to the jump shot, that time leaning to the cup.
Celtics fans rise up as one. 42-31 Miami. 4:45 to go in the half. Entry pass. Bam Adebayo, low post right. Facing up on Jaylen Brown. Drives into the lane, kicks it out. Left wing, Martin. Now to the left corner. Vincent puts up a three and got it.
Say this, Martin has been hot, and he had a look, but he thought the better shot was the corner. That's unselfish from a guy who's working.
Miami 7 of 13 from three. 45-31 Heat, 4:15 to go. Second quarter. Right corner Tatum. Bad pass by Jaylen Brown. Tatum almost lost it. Got it though and finds White. Left wing three is good from White.
Jaylen Brown got to settle down though, Dave. Some of these passes just squeezing into tight windows.
Boston's just 3 of 17 from three. Bam Adebayo blocked by Williams, but a foul is called. Left of the rim. That is the first on Williams, and the second team foul on Boston with 4 minutes on the clock.
Well, we get the benefit of a second replay here. The crowd reacting to it. I think probably enough body contact and arm contact that this is a good call.
And so Bam Adebayo will shoot the first free throws of the game for the Heat. How about that? Haven't taken a foul shot yet.
They don't need to. They're shooting 6 for 12 from three. Still a 9-point edge from the arc.
Just 2 points for Bam. By the way, they changed a 3 by Vincent to a 2. That's why it's 44-34. Now 45 as Bam gets the first foul shot. Marcus Smart back into the game. Robert Williams to the bench for the Celtics. One more free throw here for Bam Adebayo.
I feel like Robert Williams was the one bright spot off the bench for Boston. He's got 6 points and 3 boards in 8 minutes.
Adebayo ready for a second foul shot. Into a sea of waving arms from Celtic fans to our left, but he makes it anyway. 47-34. Now we got to figure out what's going on with the score. It was 44-34 a second ago. He just made 2 free throws. Supposedly they changed a 3 to a 2. Maybe they changed it back. Marcus Smart left wing fouled by Bam Adebayo. Bam upset, takes the ball, places it on the floor and rolls it. Second foul on him.
14 fouls. So next common foul by Miami. Boston will be shooting. Shot clock at 14 obviously here.
So they did change that Vincent basket back to a 3 when they had Smart left corner, puts it up for 3. Around and out, and loose ball. Rebound by Butler. 3.5 to go in the first half. Miami 47, Boston 34. Bam into the front court. Throws to the left wing and Vincent. Driving right side. Stops at the elbow. Good defense by Brown. Out pass to the low post right. On the block, Butler facing up. Shoots from 10 feet. No good. Martin comes in and deflects it off of the Celtic out of bounds. Baseline left.
So we've seen Hayward Highsmith create a possession by doing exactly the same thing. That time Caleb Martin. So the pursuit of the ball is putting pressure on Boston, and you get 2 extra possessions just from hustle.
3:19 to go in the first half. Miami ball up 13. Lob pass to Bam Adebayo out high. Hand off for Strus. On the left wing about 35 feet away. Shot clock at 8. Strus hoists a 3 from the left side and almost banked it in. I don't know why he shot that. Rebound by Tatum. There's still 7 seconds on the shot clock. Horford top of the key. He'll shoot. Miss a 3. Offensive rebound by Derek White. Pulls it back out with 3 minutes to go. Boston down 13. Tatum left wing. Dribble drive. Step back long 2. Front rim no. Rebound Butler. 2:45 left in the half. Heat ball. They have been in control throughout this first half. Butler on the right side. And they're going to call an offensive foul here on Bam Adebayo on the screen. That is 3 on him. Feels like it may take something like that for Boston to get back in the game because now Eric Spoelstra's got to take him out. And he doesn't want to put Zeller in. He's going to put Highsmith in, so they're going really small here.
And he's screaming at Scott Foster. And Scott, one of those officials who just lets it in one ear, out the other. But Spo is, pretty upset at that foul call.
Tatum across the timeline on the right side with 2.5 to go in the half. He's got Highsmith on him. Left-hand dribble. Now on the switch. Vincent guarding him. Tatum lobs for Horford. Catches and kicks. Left corner three. Smart. Good. And the lead is 10 with 2:24 to go.
Boston, that three has been such a significant driver of success all year.
47-37. Crowd coming alive again in Game 7. Vincent far side now moves to his left. Long two on the way. Short. Long rebound to Martin. Now Butler baseline left. Puts up an 8-footer. Can't get it. Rebounded by Tatum. 2 minutes to go in the half. Tatum across the line to Brown on the right wing. Back to Tatum up top. Tatum with a jab step. Now drives into the lane. Layup with the right hand is good. And it's 47-39 Miami. Minute 45 to go in the half.
Once he got the angle on Highsmith, that's an easy play for Jason. Right down the teeth.
Vincent left wing drives past Horford. Goes behind the rim and feeds Butler. Corner three right side. Butler nails it.
He doesn't take many of those, Dave. He's opportunistic with three, but I think he sensed the momentum shift. Big bucket.
50-39 Miami. 1:25 to go in the half. Smart right corner. Fires up top to White. Swing it left side. It's broken up by Butler, and then he's fouled by Jaylen Brown. And this is called a loose ball foul. They could call that a transition take foul, but it doesn't look like they're going to.
Dave, the difference in this ball game right now, it's 11-point difference. That is Boston's 7th turnover. If they score on this, they're going to get 11 points. The exact differential in this ball game right now. Boston helping Miami.
Jaylen Brown picks up his second foul, first in the last 2 minutes, so it's Miami ball up 11, a minute 15 to go. In between the circles, about 40 feet away is Butler, dribbling it on the right side, just pounding it into the floor. Guarded by Derek White. Moves to his right now. Butler standing at the three-point line, drives into the paint, jump stop, shoots and hit from about 8 feet. Jimmy Butler into double figures down with 11. 5 straight Miami points to go back up 13 inside a minute to play in the first half. Marcus Smart, left hash mark. Now drives to the elbow left. Now backing down his man, shoots and scores from 4 feet over Vincent.
Again, there's certain points with Vincent on the floor or Strus. They just attack those guys because they like either matchup.
52-41 Miami. 35 seconds to go in the half. Shot clock at 10. Butler left side. Drives to the right elbow, keeps dribbling. His floater is no good. Rebounded by Horford. There's a 3-second difference in the game in shot clock.
See how Boston executes. Miami is out of the zone into their man-to-man. Highsmith gets the assignment on Tatum.
Mazzulla calling out a play. Shot clock at 10. Tatum on the right wing. Vincent guarding him. Now with 7 to shoot. Tatum between the leg dribble at the top of the circle with 4. Now a step back three from straight away. It's short. Long rebound. Martin. 2 seconds left. Left wing pass. Highsmith. 3 at the buzzer. Way off. But Miami will take an 11-point lead to the locker room.
At last possession, they hunted Max Strus. They brought him up to the point of the screen, had to get 2 switches. Tatum just can't make the shot.
Boston fans are stunned at halftime. Will they be stunned in 24 more minutes? Because their team right now in trouble, down 11. Every time Boston made a little response, Miami came right back with a right hook. And at the end of the first half, it's the Heat 52, the Celtics 41. Let's send it out to Kevin Winter in the studio with the AutoZone halftime report.
Dave Doris Ross, what makes AutoZone America's #1 battery destination? They offer free battery testing and charging and reliable replacement batteries, and they've always got your battery solution. To get in the zone, AutoZone coming up on the AutoZone halftime report. We'll dive deeper into the story that is dominating the off-the-court headlines in the NBA. Nick Nurse is now set to become the new head coach of the Philadelphia 76ers. Why did he take the job, and how does he impact Joel Embiid as Philadelphia tries to snap a 40-year drought without winning an NBA championship? Here at the half in Game 7 of the Eastern Conference Finals, the Miami Heat put on a clinic, leading Boston 52-41. This is Game 7 on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app presented by Indeed.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
I think my battery's dead.
With free battery testing and charging, AutoZone is here to help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
What if I need a new one?
We have the right batteries right here at America's #1 battery destination.
And what if I don't know how to connect it?
No problem. We have a how-to for you at AutoZone.com. Restrictions apply.
I switched to Boost Mobile and got a free Samsung Galaxy A23 5G phone. Want to know the best part?
It was free?
Nope.
The fact that it's on America's largest 5G networks?
Nope. It's the ding.
Oh, yeah. Love the ding.
Right? It's all about the ding. It's the dingarooski, the dingarone, the ring-a-ding-ding.
Unleash your power to save with Boost. Get a free Samsung Galaxy A23 5G phone when you switch. Boost Mobile. Unleash your power.
And the ding.
Limited time offer. New customers only. Available on select networks. 5G not available everywhere. One device per line. Tax excluded. Additional restrictions apply. See your local Boost Mobile store for details.
She's moving to Georgia.
Jada's Podiatry Clinic's top nurse quit, leaving her business toes up.
We've got 6 procedures and 3 major surgeries in the next 2 days.
She needs a new RN who can think on their feet.
There's no way I can do all these procedures on my own.
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Instant Match instantly connects you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your sponsored job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
You hearing this? It sounds like this is playoff basketball. Time to tap into playoff mode. That non-stop, claw your way to the top, give it all you got type of thing. From inside the paint to outside the arena. Where did this come from? Everybody's got to get in playoff mode and stay in playoff mode. Unbelievable. Every single round. The NBA playoffs presented by Google Pixel continue on ABC, ESPN, and TNT.
This is the NBA on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Brogdon right side, stops and tried to hit Tatum, almost threw it away. Tatum saved it on the far sideline. Shot clock at 5, poked away, Highsmith got the steal. 2-on-1, Vincent gets it back to Highsmith. Right-hand layup good. It's a 12-point lead for the Heat. Boston looks miserable, and a timeout by Joe Mazzulla.
Part of a 23-6 first half run by the Miami Heat. They lead 52-41 here on the AutoZone halftime report. Brought to you by the makers of 5-Hour Energy. For more information, visit 5hourenergy.com. Game 7, more highlights. Get you set for the second half in Boston as we try to figure out who punches their ticket to the NBA Finals. Meanwhile, off the court, ESPN NBA insider Adrian Wojnarowski had the report today that the Philadelphia 76ers are going to hire Nick Nurse as their next head coach.
Both the Phoenix Suns and Sixers were engaged with Nurse's agent Andy Miller of Clutch Sports today. But ultimately, Nick Nurse goes to Philadelphia. Number one, the chance to coach the MVP, Joel Embiid, and Sixers president GM Daryl Morey. He worked with Nick Nurse in Houston. They have familiarity, history, certainly a lot of history between Nurse and the Sixers during his 5-year run in Toronto, including that 2019 playoff series on Nurse's way to winning that championship with the Raptors. But for the Sixers, really a significant hiring. Nick Nurse was highly in demand in this marketplace, and now they land Nick Nurse. They're working out details of the deal, both Andy Miller and Clutch and the Sixers right now. But he's committed to the Sixers, and now Phoenix's search continues on. But I think for the Sixers to replace Doc Rivers, championship coach in his own right, they're going to hire now another championship coach, Nick Nurse.
Nick Nurse spent 5 seasons with the Toronto Raptors, won that championship in 2019, was also the NBA's Coach of the Year the following season. Meanwhile, with more on why this move came about, ESPN's Brian Windhorst on SportsCenter earlier tonight, starting, of course, with the question about Joel Embiid.
Joel Embiid was a big factor in it. This is one of the bigger coaching bidding wars we've seen in a few years. A couple years ago, the Suns won a bidding war for Monty Williams against the Lakers. The Suns were involved in another battle to get Nick Nurse over the last several days. He was in position on both teams and went forward with the Sixers over the last 24 hours. Now, there's an history here. Nick Nurse and Joel Embiid have had words with each other at times. They've been high-level competitors against each other. They've played against each other in 2 playoff series, each of them winning one. Of course, the famous one, the Kawhi Leonard shot that bounced in at the buzzer in 2019. So they know each other very well, and you get a coach with a championship, DNA, championship resume into Philadelphia, and he also has a long-standing relationship with Daryl Morey. They both worked for the Houston Rockets together, leading to this situation. It was one of the highest coveted jobs on the market, and Nick Nurse, one of the highest coveted coaches, and they came together.
So now two of the jobs that were considered the most coveted, there was really three, between Phoenix, between the Philadelphia 76ers and the Milwaukee Bucks. Here over this holiday weekend, it was Milwaukee hiring Adrian Griffin as their new head coach, and now, according to ESPN's Adrian Wojnarowski, Nick Nurse going to be hired as the next head coach of the Philadelphia 76ers. So this now leaves the Phoenix Suns, the Toronto Raptors, and the Detroit Pistons as teams who need a coach. Up next on the AutoZone Halftime Report, we get you set for the second half. Thoroughly dominating first half for Miami. 52-41, you're listening to the Eastern Conference Finals on ESPN Radio.
Do you want to gain stability, benefits, and experience? As a youth development specialist with the City of New York, you can build a solid civil service career working with NYC's youth. Start earning over $47,000, and in 3 months, you can get $2,500 bonus, earn a pension, paid overtime, health care, and in just 5 years, over $60,000. Apply now at nyc.gov/YDS. Make a difference in the lives of our youth. Become a youth development specialist today. Learn more at nyc.gov/YDS.
Take Mohegan Sun with you wherever you are in Connecticut, on your commute, at the shore, in the park, or at home. Your favorite casino games are now in the palm of your hand. Win real money and earn real awards by playing on the MoheganSunCasino.com app. Visit PlayMoheganSunCasino.com for today's promotions. Where do you play Mohegan? Must be 21 or older to play. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org.
Introducing Dogfish Head's new canned cocktails. Culinary crafted and distilled over real fruit for real flavor, with 2 foolproof shots in every can. Keep it real with Dogfish Canned Cocktail. Find your new favorite Dogfish Canned Cocktail at dogfish.com. Dogfish Head Distilling Company, Milton, Delaware. Please drink responsibly.
Enjoy the best fresh-baked Italian and French bread today from Calandra's Bakery. Handmade daily, no machines, from 4 all-natural ingredients, no preservatives. Calandra's is vegan, too. Family-owned and operated since 1962. Made with love at Calandra's Bakery and delivered straight to local supermarkets, ShopRite, King's, Acme, Morton Williams, D'Agostino's, Key Foods, Gristides, and more. Calandra's, from our family to yours for 60 years. The best baked Italian and French bread. Calandra's Bakery. Can't you smell and taste the freshness? Calandra's. Bon appetito.
Hi, I'm attorney John D'Agostino. If you've been injured, you need a lawyer who knows what you're going through. I understand how one accident can turn your whole world upside down. I've been there. I'm a local guy. I grew up on these streets and worked all through law school. After school, I built my practice one client at a time. It didn't matter where they lived. It didn't matter how big or small the case was. I was there to make sure someone paid. Why? Because I've been there. I now run D'Agostino & Associates, a personal injury law firm I built right here in New York and New Jersey. For over 30 years, D'Agostino & Associates has been helping accident victims get every dollar they deserve. We've recovered millions of dollars for people just like you. Call now, 888-24-LAW-24. D'Agostino & Associates, a personal injury law firm that offers free consultation. And if you can't make it to us, we're going to come to you. I've been there. Call now, 888-24-LAW-24. 888-24-LAW-24. D'Agostino Law, Bite Back.
To the NBA on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Kevin Winter with you inside our Granger studio here on the AutoZone Halftime Report. Game 7, 9-4 start for the Boston Celtics, and then Miami said, well, that's enough of that.
40 seconds to go, first quarter. Right side, Jaylen Brown, guarded by Martin with a timer at 13. Brown going to put it up from 3. Right side, missed again. They're 0 for 10 from 3. Miami ball. Lowry in the front court, left side. He'll drive into the lane. Beats the cutting Spurs. Layup is good, and the lead is 7 for Miami late in the first quarter.
That's where it would be at the end of one, 22-15. Boston was an abject disaster, 0 for 10 from beyond the arc in that opening 12 minutes. They continue not to be able to hit water if they fell out of a boat. Meanwhile, Miami getting production from an unlikely hero.
Bad alley-oop pass, broken up by the Heat. Smart was trying to hit Jaylen Brown, another turnover. Front court, corner right. Martin sizing it up, hits a 3. He maybe has been Miami's best player in this series.
Caleb Martin, 14.7 rebounds. Miami with a 52-41 advantage. Halfway home in Game 7, our first half recap. Brought to you by the makers of 5-Hour Energy. For more information, visit 5hourenergy.com. Second half in Boston is next. This is the Eastern Conference Finals on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Angie's List is now Angie, and we've heard a lot of theories about why.
I thought it was an eco move. Fewer words, less paper.
No, it was so you could say it faster.
No, it's to be more iconic.
Must be a tech thing. But those aren't quite right. It's because now you can compare upfront prices, book a service instantly, and even get your project handled from start to finish.
Sounds easy.
It is, and it makes us so much more than just a list. Get started at Angie.com. That's ANGI, or download the app today.
Progressive presents Spectator Tips from Flo, who knows nothing about sports.
First, talk about retired players with reverence, even if they did crush your dreams when they played. Next, whenever people get excited, just yell, "It's about time!" Works in any situation. Finally, when someone mentions protecting the QB, tell them how Progressive protects you round the clock.
That has nothing to do with sports.
Not true?
Anyway, bundle your home and auto to get round-the-clock protection with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers.
Finally, baseball is back. Swing into the season with tickets to the action. Plus, with basketball and hockey heating up, now is a great time to experience a game. Vivid Seats is proud to be the official ticketing partner of ESPN. From on the glass to in the stands, Vivid Seats has great ticket prices to all the games. Every crack of the bat, every dribble down the court. Catch it all with Vivid Seats. Download the app or visit vividseats.com today. Vivid Seats. Experience it live. 5-Hour Energy wants to give you a $25,000 Eco Charger electric ATV. Just buy any 5-Hour Energy product, snap a photo of your receipt, and upload the photo at 5hecharge.com. You could win a $25,000 Eco Charger electric ATV. Sweepstakes ends June 30th. No purchase necessary to enter. For rules and how to enter without purchase, go to 5hecharge.com. Charge up your summer with 5-Hour Energy. Enter today.
Two guys drove to work. Neither guy wore a seatbelt. One guy got a ticket. One guy didn't. The same two guys drove home. One guy wore his seatbelt. One guy didn't. One guy made it home. The guy not wearing his seatbelt didn't. Don't risk it. Click it or ticket. Paid for by NHTSA.
At the United States Postal Service, we're reinventing our network to help keep your business moving. With new shipping options to deliver better value, greater flexibility to conveniently reach your customers, more confident shipping with new informed delivery features, and new electric vehicles for a cleaner, brighter future. Fast, reliable, perfectly orchestrated. The United States Postal Service, delivering for America. Learn more at USPS.com/movingforward.
This is the NBA on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
I'm Kevin Winter. That'll do it for us on the AutoZone halftime report. Miami once led by 17. Their lead at the half is 11 as we get set to start the second half. Boston is shooting 11 of 56 from three in the last 6 quarters. At some point, this isn't just your bad shooting. This is Miami making you take bad shots and miss these shots. Back for the second half to find out who goes to the finals with Roscoe Lewicki alongside Doris Burke. Here's Dave Pasch.
And as Doris pointed out during the commercial break at halftime, it's also mental toughness, a big reason why Miami is up 11. The Heat 24 minutes away from a trip to the NBA Finals. Can the Celtics show some mental toughness? We saw that in Game 6. Can we see it here in Game 7?
Well, Dave, I think you have to start addressing the Caleb Martin problem that you've got, because if the series ends tonight and Caleb puts together another strong half, the guy I'm going to vote for MVP is Caleb Martin.
No question.
They are a 12-2 advantage in transition. Caleb Martin's got 14 points on 10 shots. 5 shots are in transition. I mean, he's just beating you down the floor. You've got to find a level of grit and toughness right now if you're the Boston Celtics. I don't care if you miss 10 threes straight right now. You better make them miss.
Martin also has 3 offensive rebounds, 7 rebounds in all, and a steal. Jaylen Brown, the leading scorer for Boston, with 13 points, but he had 3 turnovers, took some bad shots. Jason Tatum, 3 for 7 from the floor, 7 points. Hard to tell if it's the ankle or the hand, and I'm pretty sure that he just came onto the floor late. I don't know if he was getting things looked at back in the locker room, but watching the Celtics warm up for a while, didn't see Tatum, but he's going to give it a go here in the second half. Boston down 11. By the way, Mike Martino, our producer, just gave us this. Miami has won 41 consecutive playoff games when leading by double figures at halftime. Think about that. 41 in a row.
Miami possession to start the second half.
And it'll be Martin bringing it up the floor. Jimmy Butler, by the way, had 11 points, 5 of 11. He also had 5 rebounds and 2 assists. Miami shot better than 50%, right at 50% from 3. Butler right side. He's going to hoist a 3. It's good. He swishes it through, and the lead is back to 14. Miami led by as many as 17 in the first half.
Jimmy Butler looking good. 6 of 12 shooting, 14 points, 5 boards, and a couple of assists.
Good start for Miami. As Brown drives right side, falling away 10-footer. Got it for Jaylen Brown.
Well, that's a tough shot by Jaylen. Jimmy, the one guy in front of him, had to get to that fadeaway jumper.
Opening minute of the third quarter of Game 7. Miami trying to become the second 8 seed ever to make it to the NBA Finals. Vincent in the lane, left-hand layup, rolls around and drops. Gabe Vincent able to get to the basket that time.
The Miami Heat shooting almost 50% here.
Brown left side of the front court, uses a screen from Al Horford to his right. Got Bam on him on the switch. And Brown drives at him. Righty layup won't fall. Martin rebounds it, falls down, but was able to get the ball to Butler before he turned it over. You wondered if this lead goes back to 17 or maybe 20. What is Boston made of? Because Miami's not backing down. Vincent right corner, shot clock at 9. Little Jeff stepping on, drives right baseline and White. Chops under the basket, and turnaround jump shot won't fall right baseline. Rebound Brown. Trying to push it here for Boston. Fires in the front court, left elbow. Tatum, traveling violation on Jason Tatum.
One man to beat. One man to beat, and it was Strus. And again, another turnover where I don't think it's forced. You know, that's an opportunity missed by Boston.
That's the 8th turnover by the Celtics. Vincent with the ball right wing. Stopped his dribble. Now fires to Butler left side. Driving in the lane. Floater up and good from 6 feet. And it's 59-43. Timeout Boston.
And all of a sudden you've let Jimmy Butler start to feel good. He's got 16 points on 7 for 13 shooting. 2 for 3 from 3. Frustration visible. Joe Mazzulla giving John Goble a business. I think they don't think Tatum traveled, but I don't care. This isn't about the officials. You're down 16.
Where is the sense of urgency from Boston? Miami is taking it to them right now. 59-43. The Heat leads with 10:14 to go third quarter. You're listening to the Eastern Conference Finals on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app, presented by Indeed.
Summer is here and you want to feel your best. Don't let your neck, back, joint, or even nerve pain slow you down from doing all the things you love.
It's time to reclaim your active lifestyle. Call Dr. Jay Shaw today. Dr. Shaw is a double board certified Ivy League trained pain and spine specialist who treats joint, neck, back, sciatica, and nerve pain.
Procedures involve no cuts, scars, incisions, or downtime. Call Dr. Jay Shaw to take a non-surgical approach with precise image-guided procedures without the pain medications.
Enjoy a pain-free summer and a pain-free life. Same day and next day appointments available. Go to SoundwellPain.com.
Put an end to your pain and suffering today. Make your appointment with Dr. Jay Shaw. You will be glad you did. Visit SoundwellPain.com today.
Regain your active lifestyle and enjoy all your favorite summertime activities. To learn more, visit SoundwellPain.com today. No cuts, no scars, no incisions, no downtime, no meds. SoundwellPain.com. You will wish you met Dr. Jay Shaw sooner. Most major insurances are accepted.
Flight by Yingling is the next generation of light beer. For those who don't follow trends, but craft them. Flight by Yingling is 12 ounces of uncompromised refreshment from America's oldest brewery. With only 2.6 grams of carbs and 95 calories, this is premium refreshment 6 generations in the making. Don't just raise a glass. Raise the bar. Flight by Yingling. Available wherever beer is sold. DG Yingling & Son Incorporated. Pottsville, Pennsylvania. Please enjoy responsibly.
When you support City Harvest, you do more than just provide hundreds of millions of pounds of food to millions of hungry New Yorkers. You feed hope for a kid up in Parkchester. You feed confidence for a first-in-her-family Queens College freshman. You feed community for folks in Canarsie Park. You feed compassion for retired Staten Island nurses who continue to serve. You feed strength for office workers in Manhattan. When you support City Harvest, you feed good. Support us at cityharvest.org.
With you inside a Granger studio. I want to take everyone back to last year in the Eastern Conference Finals. The Miami Heat went into Boston in Game 6, trailing the series 3-2. Many thought the Celtics would roll. Miami absolutely swallowed Boston alive and never let that building get going. That's exactly what's happening tonight. That lead is back to 16 for the Heat here in Game 7. Send you back to the Garden before we rejoin Dave and Doris. Here's Roscoe to Woodey.
Thanks, Kevin. At halftime, I heard from Celtics coach Mazzulla, and he said the effort was there, even though the shot's not falling. Now, against the zone, he wants quicker passes, and he can't let their physicality disrupt us. So even though things not going their way, he's asking his team to push through and stay with it. Guys?
All right, Roz. Right now, Miami's in command. They've been in command since it was 11-11.
Plus 15 from the three-point line, plus 10 in transition. And frankly, I said it to start the series, they're the most tough team. You've dropped 3 straight. Have you let it hang your head? Nope, they're just playing ball tonight.
Not only dropping 3 straight, as Vincent knocks it out of bounds, almost got a steal in the backcourt, but it's how they won Game 6. And how Miami lost Game 6 to be able to bounce back from that. Eric Spoelstra said it today. Game 7s aren't for everybody. We're ready for it. We're not for everybody either. Derek White can't get it in bounds in the backcourt. Finally does the smart as Miami is harassing the Celtics on both ends of the floor right now. They get it across the timeline. 2 minutes into the second half. 16-point Heat lead. Zone defense. Tatum high post. Turnaround jumper. Hit the backboard and missed. Rebound Bam Adebayo.
With this lineup, they put Tatum at the free throw line, not Horford against that zone. He just couldn't knock it down.
Butler right side. He's starting to get going here. Drives righty layup, front rim, no. Rebound Horford. 5-on-4 for Boston if they hurry. White left side. Dribble drive. Gets caught in the air. Missed the shot off the glass, but fouled by Butler, who was getting back in transition. And so Boston, which took just 4 free throws in the first half. In fact, both teams have combined 5 for 6 at the line. White will shoot 2 with Butler getting his first foul.
Jimmy had fallen down below the baseline on that play offensively. That's why he was so late coming up the floor. He was at a deficit at the start.
White gets the first free throw. Robert Williams, who, as you pointed out, Doris, was a big... had good production in that first half. He's going to come in and replace Al Horford here.
Yeah, 6 points, 3 boards. He was still -8, but the entire team, obviously, was minus in the plus-minus box score.
We'll see about Brogdon, too. He just didn't look like himself. 0 for 3, 0 for 2 from 3. Do we see Brogdon in the second half, or is that arm just giving him too much trouble? White second foul shot on the way, and good. 59-45 Miami. Game 7, 9.5 to go here in the third quarter. Martin into the front court, dribble handoff for Vincent at the hash mark left side. Moves to his right, around a screen, pull-up jumper 18 feet. Might have been partially blocked by Jaylen Brown. It's Boston ball. Miami gets back though on defense. Brown left wing, stop the dribble. Brown guarded by Vincent, drives to his left. Out to Smart, about 35 feet away from the basket with a shot clock at 8. Smart now top of the key. Fires to White right side. He'll put up a 3 and drills it. Derek White has scored the last 5 points. Boston back within 11.
And that's with Max Strus in his grill. Boston at the half was 2 for 11 on open threes and 2 for 10 on contested threes.
8:45 to play third quarter. Butler left wing, defended by White. Butler right-hand dribble to the right elbow. Bounces to the corner and Martin. Shot clock at 5. Butler on the right side. Driving. Sidestep. Long 2 on the way. Around and out. And rebounded by Tatum. It's his 9th board. Brown in the front court. White left side. White driving in the lane. Tough shot. Got it though. Against first plus a foul. 7 straight. For the man who won Game 6, Derek White, and a chance at a 3-point play.
He's just taking over right now. He's playing tough on both sides of the ball, understanding his team needs some shot making, makes a contested 3, and then draws the contact from Strus there.
Foul was on, as you said, Strus. That's the second team foul. This is the closest Boston's been in a while. 59-50. MVP chance for Derek White, who hits the free throw. 59-51. 8:28 to go, third quarter.
This is usually when Caleb Martin or Jimmy Butler makes a shot.
Lob pass to the low block right for Butler. Now facing up and driving in White. Into the lane. Kick out pass left side. Martin puts up a long two, and it's good.
Well, you just have two guys who they've not been able to contain. Caleb more consistently than Jimmy. Easy, one dribble pull-up jump shot.
They both have 16. Tatum, top of the key, leans in, almost threw it away. Got it to Butler, who drives and got it taken away. Butler poked it free. Martin has it, pulls up in transition, throws to Vincent on the left wing. Miami 61, Boston 51 with 7:45 to go in the third. Low block left, Bam Adebayo drives and kicks. Right corner, Butler. Going to put up a three with Marcus Smart in his grill, and he missed the shot. Rebound Celtics. Tatum in the front court to our left. Goes between the legs. Out to Brown. Jab step. Now a three from Jaylen Brown. Too strong. Rebound Strus. He's 1 for 6 from three.
14-6 on the clock. You're well beyond the arc. I don't think it's a great shot.
Butler in between the rings. Throws to Martin left corner. Thought about it. Now drives. Spins. Shoots from 12. Good again for Martin. 18 points for Caleb Martin.
They haven't been able to guard him. It's one-on-one. They're trying to contain the ball. He's just getting separation, either with a little step back, a crossover, whatever.
Little grin on his face, too, as Jason Tatum crosses the timeline. Martin picks him up. Now a lob for Williams, catching low left. Reverse layup, around and in for Williams. Back to a 10-point game with 6:45 to go, third quarter.
This is a little like a wrestler, though, who has command of the match. Miami can control the tempo now, Dave.
Will Miami come from the top rope at some point? 8 on the shot clock. Left corner is Vincent. 6.5 to go. Third quarter, 10-point lead for the Heat. 3 to shoot. Bam, left baseline. Puts it up from 15 feet. Too strong. Rebounded by Brown. Mazzulla staying to run. Brown does. Out of control. Almost turned it over. Got it to White, right wing. No good on the three. Long rebound, Strus. He'll push tempo. Finds Butler left side. 63-53 Miami. 6-minute mark, third quarter. Boston with 53 points in Game 7. Butler driving right side. Stops. Spins. Out to Martin on the right wing. Back to Butler with a shot clock at 6 in the right corner. Drives baseline. Pass Williams. Reverse layup. No good. Loose ball. Knocked out of bounds by Smart. He and Tatum could not get a handle on it.
2.6, though, on the clock. Robert Williams has got to guard in isolation. Oh, they put 14 on. Robert Williams has got to guard in isolation, does an incredible job. Jimmy tries to use the rim as protection. Great defensive effort by Robert Williams.
And on the inbound pass, Smart and Strus collide. No whistle. Now a lob pass. Adebayo tips it to Strus, who shoots a three and nails it from the left wing.
They've had a response every Boston run. Big threes, whether it's Jimmy or Strus or the jumper by Martin.
People keep saying Boston's the better team. Not sure that's right. 66-53 Miami. Driving right side is White. Shot clock at 8. Out to Smart. Now Brown. Timer at 5. Brown with a hesitation dribble. Moves to his left. Leans in. Takes a foul line jumper that's contested. No good. Offensive rebound Williams. Tatum left wing at 3. That's good. His first three-point basket since the midway point of the first quarter of Game 5.
It's only the 9th field goal attempt for him tonight.
66-56. Vincent for 3 right side. Can't answer. Long rebound. Vincent got it back. Fires underneath Bam Adebayo. Jump hook, no. Rebound Boston. 5 minutes to go in the third. Celtics down 10. White right wing. Driving into the lane. Floater. Good from White. He's taking over for the Celtics here in the third. Timeout, Miami.
They're attacking Max Strus. In this half, they are now 7 for 10, going right at Max Strus relentlessly. And Derek White, if that's the guy in front of him, right to the cup he goes.
10 third quarter points for Derek White with 4:49 left in the third quarter. Miami 66, Boston 58. This is the Eastern Conference Finals on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app, presented by Indeed.
Will they find a home? Sponsored by Geico. Sarah wants a yard. My own little paradise. Brad, however, hates yard work.
The only thing I hate more than cutting the grass is paying someone to cut the grass.
Compromise is tough, but these two won't have to compromise when they bundle home and car insurance with Geico. It's easy, and they could save even more. In the end, Sarah and Brad found a great home with a yard. A very, very small yard.
Time to get it done. And I'm done.
Bundling without compromise at Geico.com.
Your morning coffee. Hot, delicious, and oh so comforting. But by the third or fourth cup, your stomach might not feel so good. If that sounds like you, replace your afternoon cup with 5-Hour Energy. It's perfect for those times when you're feeling coffeeed out. Remember, coffee in the morning, 5-Hour Energy after. Your stomach will thank you. Discover 5-Hour Energy. For more information, visit 5hourenergy.com.
Two guys drove to work. Neither guy wore a seatbelt. One guy got a ticket. One guy didn't. The same two guys drove home. One guy wore a seatbelt. One guy didn't. One guy made it home. The guy not wearing his seatbelt didn't. Don't risk it. Click it or ticket. Paid for by NHTSA.
You hearing this? It sounds like this is playoff basketball. Time to tap into playoff mode. That non-stop, claw your way to the top, give it all you got type of thing. From inside the paint to outside the arena. Where did this come from? Everybody's got to get in playoff mode and stay in playoff mode. Unbelievable. Every single round. The NBA playoffs presented by Google Pixel continue on ABC, ESPN, and TNT.
Kevin Winter with you inside our Granger studio. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to Game 7 Celtics at Heat on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app presented by Indeed.
Bert Scott and Alan Hahn.
Two New York guys doing a New York show.
Weekdays at noon.
WEPN FM, New York.
Before we go back to Dave Pash and Doris Burke in Boston, Roz go to Wood. Derek White already saved Boston seasons once. He's trying to do it again here in this third quarter. Back to you.
Thanks, Kevin. And I asked Al Horford about Derek White, and Al said, number one, Derek's a winner. He's a competitor. He competes. And I think he goes unnoticed because of the type of team we have and the talent that the Celtics had. He said Derek's not a loud guy, but ever since the Celtics got him last year, he's been unbelievable. He plays steady, and he plays the right way. Guys?
And he has 10 of his 15 points here in the third quarter, single-handedly getting Boston back in the game. 4:49 to play, 66-58 Miami.
One thing I have my eyes on is Jason Tatum. Since turning that ankle early in the game, his movements are not what they're typically.
Butler at the three-point line right, hands it off for Bam Adebayo. Now gets it to Strus on the right wing. Jump stop there to the corner. Butler, shot clock at 7. Smart all over Butler. Left-hand dribble, backing down Smart into the paint. Butler, turnaround jumper, way off the mark from 10 feet. Rebound Tatum. Tatum with 10 boards. Front court to our left is Derek White, guarded by Jimmy Butler. White dribbles between the legs, drives on his man, gets under the basket, lefty layup is good, and a foul. They're going to wave it off, though.
I think they're going to call a travel.
Another turnover by Boston. Looked like he may have picked up that pivot foot and shuffled it just a little bit on the jump stop. Miami ball with 4 minutes to go, still leading by 8. They've led by as many as 17 here tonight in Game 7. Butler on the left side. Moves it in between the circles over to the near side now. Shot clock at 8. Bam Adebayo left wing. Bam dribbling, left hand, low left, 2 to shoot, bounces underneath the Butler, got to put it up with 1, and it's a 24-second violation.
Intensity and purpose, the switch and the communication. Boston's defense now having an impact.
Celtics ball with 3:51 to go, third quarter, 66-58. Miami leads. Tatum, who's taken just 9 shots, has 10 points, 10 rebounds, has the ball in between the rings of the Celtic logo. Moves to his right, lob pass Horford, and he almost turns it over, but saved it to Brown on the right baseline. Spinning and kicking to White on the right side. White backing down his man. Foul line jumper, no good, but he was fouled by Vincent. Boy, Celtics looked really out of control, but bailed out with a foul on Vincent, his third.
And it feels like they're trying to make every play, every trip down. And where would they be without Derek White, who continues to bail them out, relentlessly attacking off the bounce, gets another couple of free throws here.
Derek White at the line. First free throw is on the way, and it's no good. That was the third team foul, by the way, on Miami. No fouls yet on Boston. Grant Williams coming in. Marcus Smart going to the bench.
Is that the first substitution here? And the second, no, Robert Williams played. So second substitution, no sign of Malcolm Brogdon here.
Gotta think that means we're not going to see him at all. Just didn't look right. Tried to play, as he did in Game 5, and didn't look right. Second free throw good. And the Celtics back within 7. 3.5 to go in the third. It's 66-59 Miami. Jimmy Butler, who's on a cold streak and a turnover streak, bringing it into the front court, guarded by Grant Williams, 40 feet away. Bounce pass to the left elbow for Bam. Handoff Strus on the left wing. He'll hoist a three with Derek White in his face, and he missed it. Rebound by Jaylen Brown, and a foul on Lowry. That's the fourth team foul. And the second on Lowry.
And Lowry does that often. He tries, when a team gets a defensive rebound, to just sneak behind, sneak in, try to get a hand on it. Jimmy Butler's been grimacing the last several plays.
Tatum has it in the front court to our left. Finds Grant Williams in between the circles, middle of the floor. Now Derek White's got it, backing up on Strus, going to attack and pull up for three. No good, and it's rebounded by Lowry, who had Grant Williams on his hip. Miami ball up 66-59, 2:50 to go in the third quarter. Martin, who has 18 points, leading Miami in scoring, throws to Lowry on the left wing. Shot clock at 10. Skip to Butler, right side. Butler guarded by White with a timer at 5. Between the leg dribble, driving on White, gets in the lane. Gives it up to Bam, low left. Shot clock at 1. Bam puts it up. Back rim, no. Rebound White. Good defense by the Celtics. Across the timeline with White. To Jaylen Brown on the right side. Brown driving, spinning, shooting from 10 feet as he hung in the air and missed it again. And rebounded by Miami.
It's been 3+ minutes since Miami has had a field goal here, but you're not really closing the gap if you're Boston.
Nope. 7-point game. Lowry right side drives, floater from 8 feet, missed it. And a rebound by Miami and a Boston foul. That is the first on the Celtics here in the quarter. It's going to go on Horford, his second personal. 2:09 to go, 66-59 Miami.
Again, Bam's presence looming always on the offensive boards.
A lot of people say the Celtics are at their best when they're behind. Backs to the wall. We'll see if that's the case. 2 minutes to go. They trail by 7. Butler left wing. Little jab step with the right foot. Backs up. Shoots a three. And score it. Jimmy Butler drills the triple.
So Al Horford again on a switch is retreating and giving space to a shooter.
Butler finds Grant Williams left corner looking for the answer. Nails the triple. Big shot by Williams. Boston back within 7. 1.5 minutes to go in the third. 69-62. Heat leads. Game 7 Eastern Conference Finals. Winner to play Denver in the NBA Finals on Thursday. Will it be here in Boston, or will Miami head to Denver for Game 1? Bam Adebayo, low post right side, driving into the paint. Lefty layup, scooping it up and in against Grant Williams.
Timely buckets. They just keep pushing the lead back.
Williams right wing, and a foul called, offensive foul on Jaylen Brown. That's another turnover by Brown, who's had a rough night.
5th turnover for Jaylen tonight. So you stop the momentum again. You've dug in defensively. You forced a ton of misses. I didn't see a ton there.
Didn't like the call. Yeah, just Brown was still moving, but he didn't clear out. Strus really kind of was in his way, but didn't make a lot of contact. 71-62 Miami leads. 1:15 to go in the third. Miami's been able to weather every storm that Boston has presented here in the third so far. We'll see how the Heat closes the quarter. 1:05 to go. Lowry left side dribbling on Tatum, backing up, timer at 5. Butler now on the left wing. Brown with a hand in his face. Butler going to fire a three. Too strong. Rebound. Strus goes back up. Blocked by Williams. And then Tatum fouled, and he's going to shoot free throws because that's the 15th foul on Miami.
And he's limping a little bit. So I think Jason can make open shots. He can jump off 2 feet and command the backboards. I just don't know that Jason Tatum can push off that ankle in either direction really well. And again, off that rebound, he starts jumping on his right foot to keep pressure off the left.
Third foul on Strus. And Tatum at the line where he's 1 for 2 tonight after making all 15 free throws in Game 6. First one's good, 71-63. Miami leads 52.1 on the clock here in the third quarter.
This looks to be marching toward yet another close game for the Miami Heat. They have lived in those situations all year. They're quite comfortable in them. We've seen Boston not be able to handle these, but they're battling uphill, and Dave, they're within 7.
71-64 as Tatum jogs into the backcourt, favoring again that left ankle. Into the front court comes Martin, picked up by Grant Williams. Butler guarded by Marcus Smart between the circles on the far side of the floor. Shot clock at 10, game clock at 38. Butler driving right side, inside the arc. Trying to go baseline on Tatum. Fires to the left side. Martin with 3 to shoot. Martin dribbles left, fires, pin, swishes home. Another 3.
This guy is unbelievable. An emerging player in the NBA. Caleb Martin has hit every big shot. 21 points, 8 boards for Martin.
9 of 13, 3 of 4 from 3. 6-second difference in the clock. 12 to shoot, 18 in the game clock. Tatum right wing. Boston down 10. Shot clock at 6 now. White on the left side. Moves to his right. Drives, pulls up, shoots. No good, but he was fouled with 9 seconds left. He'll shoot 2.
Boy, that was around the rim and out. Looked like he might get a 3-point opportunity. Got to step on Hayward Highsmith. That's not easy to do. And once he gets him on his hip, it's over.
First on Highsmith. White at the line for 2. 9.1 on the clock. 74-64 Miami. Every time the crowd wants to get jacked up as White gets the first free throw, sensing a Boston run, Miami comes back with a 3. They've made 12 out of 24 threes. Duncan Robinson checking in here for offense for Miami for the last possession.
And that's been the story of this series. In the games where Miami, and Kevin Winter touched on this, in the games where Miami has won, they have beaten Boston at their own game, and that's from the 3-point line. Plus 15 from beyond the arc tonight.
White's second foul shot is good. 74-66. Miami leading, 9.1 remaining. Inbound to Martin on the far side of the court, now in the front court. Drives left side at Tatum, goes underneath the rim, shoots from the right baseline, and it swishes through again with a second to go in the third. 3-quarter court shot from Smart. Hits the backboard, and that ends the quarter. Caleb Martin has been the best Miami Heat player in this series, game in, game out.
He's had at least 14 points. He's 10 for 14. The efficiency, it's not just the kinds of shots he's making, it's under duress of pressure, the shot clock dwindling. He has been unbelievable from game 1.
At the end of 3 quarters in game 7, Miami 76, Boston 66. This is the Eastern Conference Finals on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app, presented by Indeed.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. Thinking about gas mileage? If your check engine light is on, it may be affecting your MPGs. But the free AutoZone Fix Finder service can help. With the most complete free warning light report backed by technician-verified fixes, you'll know what's affecting your gas mileage and more. And you don't have to drive too far to find the fix. The free AutoZone Fix Finder service is available at all 6,200 stores.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
See details at AutoZone.com.
Broken bricks, falling fences, damaged doors, Gorilla Glue. Of course. It's incredibly strong and 100% waterproof and bonds, well, virtually everything. While you're at it, look for Gorilla Tape, a heavy-duty double-thick duct tape, and Gorilla Super Glue, great for all your quick fixes and repairs. There's also Gorilla Epoxy, Gorilla Wood Glue, Gorilla Construction Adhesive, of course. You get it. If you can break it, Gorilla can fix it. For the toughest jobs on planet Earth.
I switched to Boost Mobile and got a free Samsung Galaxy A23 5G phone. Want to know the best part?
It was free?
Nope.
The fact that it's on America's largest 5G networks?
Nope. It's the ding.
Oh, yeah. Love the ding.
Right? It's all about the ding. It's the dingarooski, the dingaroner, the ring-a-ding-ding.
Unleash your power to save with Boost. Get a free Samsung Galaxy A23 5G phone when you switch. Boost Mobile. Unleash your power.
And the ding.
Limited time offer. New customers only. Available on select networks. 5G not available everywhere. One device per line. Tax excluded. Additional restrictions apply. See your local Boost Mobile store for details.
Can I help? Who's next?
Tom's part-time barista is now a full-time actor.
Oh, you didn't hear. He got the part on Broadway. Yeah, great for him, bad for our finicky cold brew tap.
Now he needs a star understudy to fill his open role.
And he made the best grande triple shot with oat milk caramel.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Game clock at 38. While they're driving right side, inside the arc. Trying to go baseline on Tatum. Fires to the left side. Martin with 3 to shoot. Martin dribbles left. Fires 10. Swishes home. Another 3.
Caleb Martin drops home the final 5. Miami's halftime lead was 11. They only lose 1 point. 76-66. Before we rejoin Dave Pash and Doris Burke for the start of the fourth, here's Ross Goodell-Wooding.
Thanks, Kevin. Before the game, Coach Spoelstra talked to us about the vulnerability of this moment for both teams. He told his team to understand how fragile it is to win and to be okay with the vulnerability of putting yourself out there and going for it in front of everyone to see and judge. As the Heat enter this fourth quarter, he wants them to embrace the challenges and the emotions of it.
And Roz, Miami in its playoff career is 67-0. Never lost a game when leading by 10 or more going into the fourth quarter. 76-66 Heat leads. Boston ball. Front court to our left. Game 7. Left side, Williams fires to Tatum, middle of the lane, and he missed the layup right at the rim. Rebound Miami. In the front court, Martin on the right side. Nobody picks him up, shoots a 3 straight away, drills it. He is stealing the Celtics' souls here tonight in Game 7.
Why do you step away from a guy who's got 23 points?
He's got 26 now in the lead, back to 13. A quick 5-point swing as Tatum blew a layup. Brown driving, chest to chest with Bam, and wave it off. Another offensive foul on Jaylen Brown as Bam Adebayo's down on the ground, took a shot to the face.
6th turnover by Jaylen Brown in this basketball game.
His 4th personal, and Bam is still down face first on the floor, baseline to our left.
He just took that square in the chest and got hit on the chin.
It was the left elbow of Jaylen Brown, but it looked like, he's just going up for the shot there. It shouldn't be a flagrant, right?
I don't think so. The only concern, obviously, when there's contact above the head, they're trying to prevent concussion, et cetera, et cetera. I do not think so. This is just a drive to the cup.
Tonight's attendance, 19,156, brought to you by Vivid Seats, where you earn rewards with every purchase. Vivid Seats rewards your tickets and more tickets. Vivid Seats, life happens live. Here's Scott Foster.
Foul, Benzine, the common foul, offensive foul.
So no free throws for Miami on an offensive foul.
How about Caleb Martin in his 4th year, undrafted, started his college career at NC State, transfers to Nevada, has a twin brother, Cody, also in the league. 71 games. He started as the power forward, and he then goes off the bench because they wanted to start Kevin Love. And it hasn't mattered what they've asked him. Start, come off the bench, play the 4, not your natural position. This guy just competes his backside off.
He's 11 of 15 and 4 of 5 from 3. Miami in command, up 13 a minute into the fourth quarter. Boston just 66 points on its home floor in Game 7. Right wing Butler shoots a 15-footer. It's good, and the lead is back to 15 for the Heat.
And he's just getting to his spots comfortably. Jimmy now with 21.
And Miami now in his zone defense with Brown on the right wing. Lost the ball, poked from behind by Butler. Butler gets it back and slams it. And the lead is 17. Timeout, Boston.
Another turnover by the Boston Celtics. Open floor turnover. It's their 13th. They've got 17 off it.
The Miami Heat are 10 minutes and 50 seconds away from a trip to the NBA Finals. They lead by 17, 83-66. You're listening to the Eastern Conference Finals on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app, presented by Indeed.
Do you want to gain stability, benefits, and experience? As a youth development specialist with the City of New York, you can build a solid civil service career working with NYC's youth. Start earning over $47,000, and in 3 months, you could get a $2,500 bonus. Earn a pension, paid overtime, health care, and in just 5 years, over $60,000. Apply now at nyc.gov/YDS. Make a difference in the lives of our youth. Become a youth development specialist today. Learn more at nyc.gov/YDS.
Are you looking for more? Who isn't? Exactly. This is Brian Cranston, and I'm here with my pal Aaron Paul, and we discovered the more of what you're looking for.
It's Dos Hombres Mezcal, and let me first address you tequila drinkers out there. If you like tequila, you're going to love Mezcal.
Because Dos Hombres Mezcal gives you the more. Think of it as tequila's older brother, richer, more flavorful.
And Dos Hombres gives you just the right amount of more, and it's about to be your go-to drink for those everyday moments with great friends that call for more.
It's Dos Hombres. It's fate. It's friendship. It's Mezcal.
It's Michael K. for Omaha Steaks, and with Father's Day around the corner, I want to tell you what dads want. They want steak. I spend my Father's Day grilling with my family and friends, and I'm so looking forward to it again this year. My friends at Omaha Steaks make it so easy for us dads to enjoy this day. They have hand-selected packages, especially for Father's Day, that include my favorite filet mignons and other gourmet grillables like burgers and jumbo franks. I'm getting hungry just talking about it. I want my listeners to enjoy a special offer from Omaha Steaks by heading over to omahasteaks.com and use promo code KAY at checkout and get $30 off of your qualifying order. Minimum order is required. See site for details. Whether it's your father or father-in-law this year, show him the love with the mouth-watering perfection of Omaha Steaks. Check out all of the hand-selected packages and make Dad's day. Don't forget, use promo code KAY at checkout and get $30 off of your order. Have a great Father's Day from Omaha Steaks.
You're with you inside our Granger studio. I want to thank all of you who logged on to our Twitter account to vote in the AutoZone in the Zone poll question. 40% of you said Jimmy Butler would be the player to get in the zone. I mistakenly, and Caleb Martin, I'm sorry, I did not put Caleb Martin on the list. I'm sorry, Caleb. He is single-handedly knocking the Celtics out, or as Dave Pash said, taking their soul. Before we go back to Dave and Doris, here's Roscoe Woody in Boston.
Thanks, Kevin. Yes, and I have someone else from the Heat that's chipping in his own way. Every time the Heat go on a run, heading back to the huddle, any time out, it's Kyle Lowry coming in there with two hands up, saying, calm down, settle down. He wants his team to stay poised, disciplined, and locked in as they try to secure this win and not to get too high with the highs or too low with the lows. He told me my job is to be calm and steady, guys.
Well, Miami has a charter plane, but they did pack and booked their flight to Denver for tonight. Probably was made a bigger deal of than maybe should have been nationally in the media, but still, they were ready. And as Eric Spoelstra said after Game 6, we want to play Game 7 right now. They embraced it despite losing 3 games in a row, and they lead it by 17, a minute and 20 seconds into the fourth. Where's the answer going to come from for Boston with Jason Tatum clearly not 100% and Jaylen Brown struggling mightily? Tatum right wing to Horford, swing it Brown left side, shot clock at 4. Tatum right side with 3. Kick to the right corner, Smart, they got to have it. He missed the 3 and rebounded by Martin.
They have been abysmal shooting corner threes this evening. They've just not made, I think they've made 1 corner 3.
They're 7 for 29 overall from 3. Butler on the right side. Drive, stop to the elbow, shoots from there, and an offensive foul is called on Butler, his second.
So there was a stretch of this ball game where Derek White, I think sensing that Tatum can't make the plays he typically does, has realized he's got to be a playmaker. I think you've got to be aggressive if you're Derek White.
Tatum and Brown just 10 for 28, 27 combined points. Tatum 4 for 10, 12 points, has 11 rebounds. He's driving right side, gets down the lane and gets the dunk. But he clearly is hobbling again up the floor as he landed on his left ankle.
I mean, he no sooner hit the ground than started wincing, and his gait was completely affected.
83-68. Martin walks into a 3 right side. Too strong, and Jaylen Brown gets the rebound. Trying to take advantage of Tatum on the defensive end. Brown pulls up for 3. Missed again. Rebound, Bam. Not sure that's the shot you wanted out of Jaylen Brown.
Well, not when you struggled with the last 2 games from 3.
On the right wing, going at Tatum. Pull-up jumper 18 feet short. Butler got the offensive rebound and then falls down trying to save the ball, and it goes out of bounds. Last touch by Boston. Tatum is hobbling badly every time on the defensive end.
As soon as the shot went up, Jimmy sprinted to the cup, and Jason Tatum stood still. He had no movement, and we are getting a glimpse of him landing, trying to protect the left foot, and then grimacing on his way back.
Lowry inbounding baseline right. Fires to Duncan Robinson, catch and shoot three. You bet! Duncan Robinson drills it, and Miami has its largest lead of the game at 18.
14 for 27 from three, a 21-point edge from the three-point line.
Boston has 68 points. We're in the fourth quarter. Derek White, three-pointer right side, too strong. Rebound Lowry. This may turn into a blowout. Martin running the floor, trying to save it. Does to the right side for Bam Adebayo.
Boston looks slow, Dave.
And the crowd is completely silent. Butler, right side, puts it up, missed it. Rebound Jaylen Brown. 8.5 to go. Celtics trail by 18. Brown in the front court. Throws to White, left side. Pass back to Brown. Right corner now, Horford. Shoots from there. Good on the three. Boy, do the Celtics need that. Back to a 15-point game.
But again, I'm going to go back to what Miami did when they were winning games. They controlled the tempo of the games late, getting a lead.
Martin on the left side, dribble handoff for Robinson at the left hash mark. Now to Lowry, shot clock at 7. He's on the far side of the floor, about 25 feet away. Lowry dribbling with 2 to shoot, gets to the foul line, puts it up, and rattles it down as time expires on the shot clock.
That's where his experience shows. Understanding time, situation, shot clock expiring.
Tatum for 3 straight on. No good. And they're going to call loose ball foul here on Horford going for the offensive rebound. He knocked Bam Adebayo to the floor.
First team foul on the Celtics here. So should this keep going and they're trying to play the foul game, it's going to have to add up quick.
Boston is 8 for 33 from 3. Miami leads at 88-71.
Sam Hauser checks in now. He played 2 minutes in Game 6 and frankly didn't look very comfortable.
Dan Brogdon must not be available, so they got to find somebody who can put it in the basket. They're going to give Hauser a try. Left side in the front court is Martin, who's got 28 points. Working on Hauser. Bounces to Bam Adebayo. High post left. Face-up jumper on the way. And it goes down for Bam. And the lead is 19. That's the largest of the night for the Heat with 7.5 to go. Boston getting blown out on its home floor in Game 7. Brown right side. Stop the dribble. Out to Hauser. Now Brown, right corner. Trying to drive. Turned it over. 8th turnover by Jaylen Brown. He's getting booed right now.
It's been a rough night. His handle, again, it's always been a little bit of a weakness. Turnovers, always a part of that handle when it's not tight.
Butler left side, drives on Brown, gets inside of him, turns around, missed the shot. Offensive rebound, Bam, and fouled on the dunk attempt. He'll go to the line with 6:55 to go. The Celtics getting frustrated, and they're in big-time trouble, down 19.
Now, Bam Adebayo was checking Jaylen Brown, and on the crossover, ball comes loose. I feel like it hit Bam's foot. Led to another turnover this possession, and now an offensive rebound becomes foul shots for Bam Adebayo.
And how about this? Caleb Martin has 26 points on 16 shots. Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown have 29 points on 31 shots.
Incredible.
Bam's first free throw is good. The lead is 20. Why should we be surprised at all the curveballs we've been throwing in this series to see Miami after blowing a 3-0 series lead come to Boston for Game 7 and trounce the Celtics? Boston got it down to 7 a couple times, but Miami just stretched the lead back out. As the second free throw goes, it's 92-71 Heat.
They seized the moment. They've played harder from the opening half. There's been more toughness from Miami. They're switching defenses virtually every possession.
Jaylen Brown caught in the air, got a bank shot to go. Tough angle from the left side from about 10 feet. 92-73, 6:40 to go.
Even Eddie Palladino, that call on the Jaylen Brown bucket, very sort of muted.
Can Boston get a stop? They do. A turnover forced by the Celtic defense with Horford getting a steal. Smart right wing. Going to drive Dribble behind the back in the lane. Puts up a 10-footer short. Butler with a rebound. No second chance opportunities at all for the Celtics. Butler into the front court, fouled by Smart. That is the third team foul. First personal, 6:15 to go. 92-73, Miami leads.
And Al Horford just had to look at Marcus Smart and say, like, let's go. Don't, there's time left on the clock. Don't stop playing.
Heat basketball. Front court to our right. Entry pass, Robinson. Layup good with the right hand. Great find by Bam Adebayo. Timeout, Celtics. The lead is 21 for the Heat.
That's that two-man game. We've talked about it. Bam Adebayo with his fourth assist. Duncan Robinson nearing double digits. He's got 8. How many times has he scored on back cuts in this series?
6:08 to go in Game 7, and there are fans leaving the arena because Boston is down 94-73. This is the Eastern Conference Final on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app, presented by Indeed.
We're recording this Progressive commercial on a real boat to let people know that when you bundle your home, boat, and other vehicles...
What was that, Flo?
Progressive saves you money, Jamie.
Why are we doing this on a boat?
We were going for authenticity.
We're going to the city?
Authenticity.
You mean Atlantic City? But we're not in the Atlantic. Are we?
Bundle your home and other vehicles with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Discount not available in all states or situations.
Finally, baseball is back. Swing into the season with tickets to the action. Plus, with basketball and hockey heating up, now is a great time to experience a game. Vivid Seats is proud to be the official ticketing partner of ESPN. From on the glass to in the stands, Vivid Seats has great ticket prices to all the games. Every crack of the bat, every dribble down the court. Catch it all with Vivid Seats. Download the app or visit vividseats.com today. Vivid Seats. Experience it live. Remember college? Early morning classes, all-night study sessions, and somewhere in there, maybe even a social life. 5-Hour Energy got you through. Now, you've got responsibilities, work, bills, a family. 5-Hour Energy is still here with the same alert, energized feeling you relied on back then. Every day, 5-Hour Energy helps millions just like you be at their best when it really matters. Rediscover 5-Hour Energy. We'll get you through again. For more information, visit 5hourenergy.com.
The NBA Finals.
Hearts are racing, heads are pounding.
No time to rest. No time to look away.
It's unbelievable.
Because in the finals, everything changes.
Oh, it's good.
Fate collides with destiny. Today's stars become tomorrow's inspirations. And 4 wins turn the end of a season into the start of a legacy. The NBA Finals begin June 1st on ABC.
With you inside our Granger studio. Reminder, the NBA Finals open up on Thursday night. Coverage on ESPN Radio exclusively begins 7:30 p.m. Eastern Time. And if this holds serve in Boston tonight, and I don't think we've seen anything to say it wouldn't, the game series will begin in Denver, and there's no place like home for the Nuggets. Brought to you by Angie. With Angie, it's easier than ever to get home projects done well. Get started on the Angie app or go to Angie.com. Playing it out, the Nuggets are a perfect 8-0 at home this season in the playoffs. Again, should this hold, Denver will host Miami in games 1 and 2. Still 6:07 to go in the fourth, but the Heat have just owned Boston tonight, 94-73. David Doris, back to you with Roz.
Derek White has gone back to the locker room. He's shaken up. The frustration has spilled over into the crowd. A couple of what looked like to be Celtic fans being escorted out as the entire crowd on the far side of the floor was turned around looking at a skirmish in the stands. Boston ball, 6:08 to play in the fourth quarter. Miami has outscored the Celtics here in the fourth, 16-7. 21-point lead for Miami. Tatum on the right wing. Grant Williams up top, fires. No good on the three. And it's rebounded by Miami.
Great hustle back by Duncan Robinson to save that ball from going out of bounds. And now you're just controlling the tempo. You've got Kyle Lowry at the command of the offense.
They're throwing it around the perimeter about 25 feet away. Butler's got it. Driving on Tatum, who can't defend it. Butler reverse layup is good with the left hand. At what point do you take Tatum out? And then Lowry almost gets a steal. Tatum again hobbling into the front court. Boston down 23 points. Tatum corner three, left side, no good. One and done for Boston. Defensive rebound, Bam. 5:15 to go in the game.
I wonder if they seek out Jason Tatum on any switch. Get the ball to Jimmy, bring Tatum up to the screen.
Butler's got the ball on the left side. Shot clock at 10. Yep, Lowry's going over there. Setting the screen. Instead, the pass goes to Butler. Robinson, top of the key, poked away by Jaylen Brown. He gets the steal. In transition, gets a throwdown. 96-75, 4:56 to go.
Duncan Robinson taps his chest saying, my bad, he got stripped.
A rare sloppy possession by Miami. They've been strong with the ball. They've been the mentally tougher team. Lowry into the front court, middle of the floor, 30 feet out. Throws to Butler, left wing. Shot clock at 7. Butler sees it. Moves to his right with a dribble. Gets past Tatum again. Strips and a foul call. Tatum will go to the line. Going to be on Jaylen Brown. That's his 5th foul. Checking with Roz. Let's get an update on Derek White.
Dave, I have an update from the Celtics. Derek White has a sore right knee, and he is available to play.
All right. Thanks. Appreciate that, Roz. Wonder if we'll see him, though, at this point.
Jason Tatum, just visible frustration, trying to gut this one out, but that ankle isn't right. The right thumb doesn't look right.
Butler missed the free throw. One more coming. Game 1 of the NBA Finals is Thursday, and it's going to be in Denver.
And do you get Tyler Hero back to play? He's now shooting the basketball. Because it's a hand injury, you've got to believe the conditioning wouldn't be far off.
97-75. Three-pointer left side, Jaylen Brown. Nope. Rebound, Kyle Lowry. 4:25 to go. Fans are exiting in droves here in Boston. Miami ball. Duncan Robinson in between the rings. Jimmy Butler on the left side. Tatum's on him. Butler looking to attack. Shot clock at 5. Step back long 2. Off target. Rebound Horford. 4 minutes to go. Boston has to basically make every shot the rest of the game. Smart gets a layup here with the right hand on a floater, but they're still down 20. Inside 4 minutes to play. Miami taking its time. And a steal. Brown ahead to Smart. Smart gets a layup. Timeout Eric Spoelstra. He does not like the disposition of his team right now. 3:45 to go. They still lead, though, by 18.
Caleb Martin put his head down. Kyle Lowry a little bit frustrated, but you still got a long way to climb. But you notice the quick timeouts from Spo. He just doesn't let anything happen in terms of slippage.
You have to appreciate the Miami Heat.
No doubt.
And it starts at the top with this organization. I know people get tired of the cliche Heat culture, but it's real. We see it time and again, regardless of the players.
Yep.
Even though they continue to have great players, whether it was Shaq and Wade or the Big Three, but now Jimmy Butler. This could be their second final in 4 years.
No, and listen, I'm going to go back to what you said earlier. Like Eric Spoelstra sitting at that press conference after Game 6 and seething with competitive fire, like we want to play another 48 right now. He sent the message right away, like, hey, yeah, we dropped 3 straight. He was talking to us pregame because I asked him, what's this 2 weeks been like? And he's like, gut-wrenching losses. We're sitting around talking to one another about, do we want to go to another profession? His line was, hell no. We're most alive, even in the face of this. His favorite quote is The Man in the Arena by Theodore Roosevelt. All about, yeah, I may get knocked down, but I'm going to keep punching.
And boy, have they ever. Peyton Pritchard checking in for Boston. Caleb Martin, bringing it across the timeline, guarded by Pritchard at the Celtic logo to Bam Adebayo in between the rings. Guarded by Al Horford. Shot clock at 10, game clock at 3:30. Bounce pass into the lane, and Butler with the slam. Backdoor cut. Butler got the 2, 99-79.
I'd be curious as now somebody throws something onto the floor, and that's dangerous. There is something yellow. It's about a marble size. Officials don't see it.
It's like a piece of gum, maybe. Right at the midcourt line. Shot clock at 10. Horford drives. Floater. No good. And rebound by Miami. When's the last offensive rebound Boston has had? And whatever that is still on the court. Kyle Lowry's trying to point it out. Caleb Martin goes over, grabs it, throws it over to the sideline. 2:50 to go. Miami 99, Boston 79. Bam Adebayo into the lane. Stops, kicks it out. Lowry, left side. Drives, gets to the basket. Layup is good from Kyle Lowry. Back to a 22-point lead with 2.5 to go. Horford at the head of the key, throws to the right side. Smart, skip to Jaylen Brown. Puts it up from three. No good, but that's been the story of the night for Jaylen Brown. 1 for 9 from 3. 8 turnovers.
This game changed drastically. And listen, the Heat were the tougher team all night, but Jason Tatum's inability to push off, to be anything of a force on the offensive end, and then they were targeting him late defensively.
Traveling violation on Bam Adebayo. And the Celtics have emptied the bench. They are conceding as they are down with 2:13 to go, 101-79.
I don't know who to vote for MVP. I've been tackling this because I've got to get my vote in, and I think I'm going to lean Jimmy Butler.
Muscala hits the three. Butler's got 28 points, 7 rebounds, 6 assists. Caleb Martin has 26 points, 9 rebounds. It's a tough choice. Given what Butler did in Game 6 to get Miami back in, I think you're good with that one. Either way, I get it. Adebayo in the front court. Kyle Lowry calls a timeout with 1:50 to go, and Miami up 101-82.
But I gotta tell you, boy, Caleb is a 1A MVP in this deal. Undrafted, just his 4th year, and I want to remind our listeners of something. A year ago, Caleb Martin in this series averaged under 10 points per game, and Boston ignored him as a scorer. And he's talked at length about the lessons learned there. And he said, basically, it's shame on me if I don't make them pay for not guarding me. And how about that young man's response? Yes, I'm going to cast my vote for Jimmy Butler for MVP, but I'm going to tell you, it was so damn close for me because Caleb Martin has been absolutely brilliant.
11 of 16, 4 of 6 from 3, 9 rebounds, 26 points. He has outplayed the two stars for Boston. Jason Tatum clearly not himself, got hurt on the opening play, turned his ankle, and was never the same. Jaylen Brown had one of the worst nights of his career. The stats probably won't show that because you look and you see decent numbers. If you just look at points, rebounds, assists, 19, 8, 5, but 8 of 23, 1 of 9 from 3, the 8 turnovers. Miami is 1 minute and 50 seconds away from a celebration in Beantown. Butler in the backcourt, guarded by Hauser. Into the front court, finds Bam for the slam, middle of the floor.
When a team is scrambling to make plays, you keep the floor spread, you make timely cuts.
Williams, left side, lobs it over the head of Fournette for a turnover. Miami ball leading 103-82 with 1:36 to go. The Garden's about half full, and more fans leaving.
Dave, you know what this reminds me of? Like the San Antonio Spurs, that one year where the Ray Allen shot gets, beats them. Then they lose Game 7. And different story, but the ability to bounce back the next year, come with that grit. For you to be pressing up against history, if you're the Miami Heat, to drop 3 straight in the fashion you did, to lose with 0.3 seconds left, and have the competitive zeal to come back and want to go ahead on the road and take this game, it's really impressive.
And the letdown by the Celtics as well to have that heroic finish in Game 6 and lay an egg on your home floor in Game 7. Really, from the get-go, it was 9-4. Boston had the lead, and then 11-11. Butler hit a 3 to make it 14-11, and it seemed like the Celtics never recovered from that.
And to have, if you're Jaylen Brown, to have some of your weaknesses come back and bite you, meaning the turnovers, some of the shot making, shot selection. He's got 19 points, 8 of 23. But the turnovers were costly. Some of the decision-making costly. You've got a big decision here if you're Miami. You have 2 guys that are first-team or excuse me, one first, one second team All-NBA, which means you're going to owe them both about $600 million. You've got a lot of conference finals to show for it, and one finals appearance which you lost. These are the kinds of decisions with the new collective bargaining agreement and all its penalties that are going to weigh heavily on the Boston Celtic organization.
Pritchard misses a 3 left wing. Gets the offensive rebound with 1:15 to go. Cornette for 3 right side. No good. And Martin with the rebound. Martin still in the backcourt, double team. A minute to go. Into the front court. Bam Adebayo trying to save it on the right baseline. Could not. It'll be Celtics ball. 103-82. Miami leads. Give the Celtics credit for fighting and getting to Game 7, but obviously a poor showing here in the finale of the Eastern Conference Finals. Hauser's 3 no good from straight on. Got the offensive rebound, and the putback is good with 54 seconds left, but it's 103-84. Lowry inbounds to Martin. That's 28 points, or 26 points rather. Butler's got 28. Butler's got it on the left wing. Shot clock at 12, game clock at 40. Miami just throwing it around the perimeter. It's so quiet in here you can hear all the sneakers.
They're going to take a shot clock violation and let the Boston Celtics get possession. Jimmy will happily eat that. Now this break in the action allows for some substitutions from Eric Spoelstra.
Yurtseven, Jovic check in. 103-84 Miami. The Celtic players are shocked. The fans are even more shocked. This place was as loud as I've ever heard it pregame. They were playing highlights of the Celtics last 3 games, along with the Red Sox 2004, games 4 through 7 against the Yankees, and their comeback to win a series after trailing 3-0. But Boston is not the city of comebacks tonight. Miami's got the ball with 10 seconds left. The clock is winding down. The Miami Heat's improbable postseason run continues. After blowing a 3-0 series lead, the Heat stop the Celtics in Boston and make history themselves. They become just the second 8th seed ever to make the NBA Finals.
Just a gutty, tough Miami Heat culture win right there. The development of Caleb Martin, the transformation from a guy who wouldn't be guarded by the Celtics a year ago to was borderline MVP, 26-10, never had less than 14 points. And Jimmy Butler to dominate Game 1. They don't need him in the Game 3 win because he took a step back because everybody else was shooting it. But what he found in the fourth quarter of Game 6 and then tonight to come up with 28, 7 rebounds and 6 assists in true Jimmy Butler fashion, absolutely incredible.
The final score, Miami 103, Boston 84. The worst seed to ever win an NBA championship was a 6th seed. The Houston Rockets back in the mid-90s. Can the 8th-seeded Miami Heat, starting on Thursday night in Denver, give the Nuggets a series and possibly beat a Denver team that's well-rested and capture the title? Let's check in with Roz.
Jimmy, it was all Celtics the last 3 games. What did it take to regroup and pull this off in such dominant fashion on the road?
Sticking together, steady believing, keeping that faith. My brother, appreciate you, baby. Come on. Keeping that faith, knowing that we're a really good team. We've been in this situation so many times. We got a dub on the road.
And now you're an 8th seed. You went from the play-in, you're heading to the finals. What's been most rewarding about this postseason journey so far?
That we're not an 8th seed. We're a really good basketball team. We're really good players. And we just play together, and we play hard, which is a good time for us.
What has Caleb Martin's emergence meant for you?
Everything. He's so comfortable. He's so confident. And he's been huge in these wins.
You got the...
My brother.
And lastly, you got the Nuggets next. They've been resting. After a 7-game series, how do you measure your momentum versus your fatigue right now?
We're going to be all right. This is what we have to do. We like it the hard way. We never want it easy. We got to go get something in Denver.
Good luck. Congratulations.
Thank you.
The Miami Heat, Eastern Conference champions in 2023. They take Game 7 in Boston after nearly becoming part of history. They were just the 4th team ever to blow a 3-0 series lead with it going to Game 7. But for the first time, the road team, or the home team rather, was the one winning the 3 in a row.
Right.
It had never happened before.
Yeah.
But 151 times a team's had a 3-0 series lead in the playoffs. 151 times that team has gone on to win the series.
I want to make one more point because I've talked about the Miami players. I want to talk about the coaching staff. Eric Spoelstra, you said it. It starts from the top of the organization down. Eric Spoelstra was named a top 15 coach in the 75-year history of the league last year. There's a reason for that. He was masterful tonight, Dave, I thought, in switching up the defenses. The Celtics, it felt like they were sprinkling in the zone. Sometimes it felt like it was every other possession. Their ability to disrupt Boston's three-point shooting, what did they end up? 9 for 42. Some of them open, certainly, but a lot of them contested. Just, I thought, a masterful game by Eric Spoelstra.
Remember at one point we said it was 9-4 Boston. Miami ended up leading that first quarter by 7. We talk a lot about, the NBA. A lot of people, the fourth quarter, that's what they focus on. But a lot of people say it's a first quarter game. And Miami controlled the tempo in that first quarter. They held Boston to 15 points. They established themselves, and they win the game.
Go back to Game 5 when Boston won here at home. They won the first quarter by a huge margin and didn't win another quarter the rest of the game.
Right.
To your point about first quarter, just gritty, tough, incredible, and so typical of what the Miami Heat. Jimmy just said it to Roz Gold on Woody. We don't like it easy.
And typical of the series, just when you think you got it figured out, we get another curveball. I don't know how many people not necessarily saw Miami winning Game 7 after what happened in Game 6, but winning by this margin. The Heat 103, the Celtics 84. Miami is off to the NBA Finals starting Thursday night in Denver. For Doris Burke, Roz Golden Woode, producer Mike Martino, engineer Bob White, I'm Dave Pash from TD Garden in Boston. Now we send it to Kevin Winter in the studio with the postgame show.
Dave Pash, Doris Burke, Roz Golden Woode. It has been an absolute pleasure to be part of the broadcast team with you all for the entire Eastern Conference Finals. Dave, great work. Roz and Doris, I'll talk to you both coming up on Thursday for Game 1 of the Finals. The Eastern Conference Finals on ESPN Radio has been presented by Indeed. Need to hire? You need Indeed.com/credit. So now the Miami Heat are going back to the NBA Finals. It'll start on Thursday. We will begin our coverage 7:30 p.m. Eastern Time in Denver for game number 1 of the NBA Finals. It should also be noted that the Florida Panthers, who reside in South Florida, are headed to the Stanley Cup Final, and tonight they found out their opponent. It'll be the Vegas Golden Knights. This is only the 10th time in the history of both the NHL and the NBA that a team from the same metro area made their respective finals in the same season. This time, it's the Panthers and the Heat. They're each going to their respective finals. The Florida Panthers in the Stanley Cup Finals, and the Miami Heat in the NBA Finals. And what's ironic, they both do it as 8 seeds, and they both have to win a Game 7 in Boston along the way. Think about that symmetry for the Florida Panthers and the Miami Heat. The NBA on ESPN Radio and the Eastern Conference Finals have been presented by Indeed. Need to hire? You need Indeed.com/credit. Up next in the postgame show, we'll hear from Heat coach Eric Spoelstra. His team took control of this one in the opening quarter and never looked back. And as Dave Pash said, the Miami Heat took the Celtics souls. 103-84 is your final. Miami is going to the finals. This is the Eastern Conference Finals on ESPN Radio.
Angie's List is now Angie, and we've heard a lot of theories about why.
I thought it was an eco move. Fewer words, less paper.
No, it was so you could say it faster. No, it's to be more iconic.
Must be a tech thing.
But those aren't quite right. It's because now you can compare upfront prices, book a service instantly, and even get your project handled from start to finish.
Sounds easy.
It is, and it makes us so much more than just a list. Get started at Angie.com. That's ANGI, or download the app today.
I switched to Boost Mobile and got a free Samsung Galaxy A23 5G phone. Want to know the best part?
It was free?
Nope.
The fact that it's on America's largest 5G networks?
Nope. It's the ding.
Oh, yeah. Love the ding.
Right? It's all about the ding. It's the dingarooski, the dingarone, the ring-a-ding-ding.
Unleash your power to save with Boost. Get a free Samsung Galaxy A23 5G phone when you switch. Boost Mobile. Unleash your power.
And the ding.
Limited time offer. New customers only. Available on select networks. 5G not available everywhere. One device per line. Tax excluded. Additional restrictions apply. See your local Boost Mobile store for details.
Gentle with the nail trimmers. You mustn't nip the quick.
Short-staffed, Marco needs to fetch some help now.
Poodle has to look like a bear. Scruffy to fluffy.
He needs a groomer that will be the bark of the town.
Please hold. Has anyone groomed a chinchilla before?
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
2 guys drove to work. Neither guy wore a seatbelt. One guy got a ticket. One guy didn't. The same 2 guys drove home. One guy wore his seatbelt. One guy didn't. One guy made it home. The guy not wearing his seatbelt didn't. Don't risk it. Click it or ticket. Paid for by NHTSA.
This copyrighted broadcast of the National Basketball Association may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the express written consent of the NBA.
This is the NBA on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Kevin Orchard with you inside our Granger studio. Join us Thursday for coverage of the 2023 NBA Finals. Mark Chestershire, PJ Calissimo, Doris Burke, Roz Godel-Wooding, and myself will have our coverage. Game 1 between the Denver Nuggets and the Miami Heat beginning at 7:30 p.m. Eastern Time. It'll be a Thursday, Sunday, Wednesday, Friday. Those are your first 4 games. We'll have the entire schedule up, but we know it's the Heat and the Nuggets are game flow tonight for Game 7 of the Eastern Conference Finals. Brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Progressive can protect your home, your auto, your boat, your motorcycle, your ATV, RV, and more. In short, they protect a lot of things. Bundle today at Progressive.com. One story that will get talked about on the opening possession, the opening offensive sequence for the Celtics. Jason Tatum landed on Gabe Vincent's ankle, and Tatum's left ankle just went completely sideways. In the grand scheme of it, it doesn't look like it should have mattered that much. Tatum was not himself, but then again, neither was anyone else in Boston. Celtics led 9-4. That was about as good as it got. In fact, that was as good as it got.
Game tied at 11 with 3.5 to go in the first quarter. Miami 5 for 15. Boston 5 for 16 from the floor. On the right side uses the Bam screen. Got Williams on him now on a switch. Shot clock at 10. Strus left side. He'll pop for 3. Good. Max Strus gives Miami the lead.
If I had a turning point of the game, that's it. 14-11 and the Heat never trailed again.
Game tied at 11 with...
Yeah, we know the game was tied at 11. Max Strus knocks down that three-pointer, but this is also what happened in the first quarter.
40 seconds to go, first quarter. Right side, Jaylen Brown, guarded by Martin with a timer at 13. Brown going to put it up from 3. Right side, missed again. They're 0 for 10 from 3. Miami ball. Lowry in the front court, left side. He'll drive into the lane. Beats a cutting Strus. Layup is good, and the lead is 7 for Miami late in the first quarter.
That's where it would be at the end of the opening quarter. 22-15, the Heat with the lead. The Celtics were an abject disaster from beyond the arc. They stayed that way the entire game. Meanwhile, from Miami.
Brogdon right side, stops and tried to hit Tatum. Almost threw it away. Tatum saved it on the far sideline. Shot clock at 5. Poked away. Highsmith got the steal. 2-on-1. Vincent gets it back to Highsmith. Right hand layup good. It's a 12-point lead for the Heat. Boston looks miserable. And a timeout by Joe Mazzulla. Bad alley-oop pass. Broken up by the Heat. Smart was trying to hit Jaylen Brown. Another turnover. Front court, corner right. Martin sizing it up. Hits a 3. He maybe has been Miami's best player in this series.
Caleb Martin had himself a game. He finishes with 26 points. Jimmy Butler comes on late, but for a large portion of this game, it was Caleb Martin's show, leading the Miami Heat past the Boston Celtics. 52 points in the opening half from Miami, The Heat actually had a 52-41 lead at the break. Their lead was as much as 17 in the opening half. It was 11 at the break in the second half.
Vincent with the ball right wing, stopped his dribble. Now fires to Butler left side, driving in the lane. Floater up and good from 6 feet, and it's 59-43. Timeout Boston.
Jimmy Butler starts to come alive, and any time Boston even thought about making a run.
Shot clock at 10, game clock at 38. Butler driving right side, inside the arc. Trying to go baseline on Tatum. Fires to the left side. Martin with 3 to shoot. Martin dribbles left, fires, pins, swishes home. Another three. Miami leading, 9.1 remaining. Inbound to Martin on the far side of the court, now on the front court. Drives left side at Tatum. Goes underneath the rim. Shoots from the right baseline, and it swishes through again with a second to go in the third.
So there's the final 5 points in the third quarter. All that work Boston did in the third quarter, they shaved 1 point off the deficit, 76-66. We go to the fourth. In the fourth, first series for Miami.
Williams fires to Tatum, middle of the lane, and he missed the layup right at the rim. Rebound Miami. In the front court, Martin on the right side. Nobody picks him up, shoots a 3 straight away, drills it. He is stealing the Celtics' souls here tonight in Game 7.
And that's the call of the year and the call of the series by Dave Pasch. Caleb Martin stealing the Celtics' souls. 26 points on 4 of 6 shooting from deep. Continuing in the fourth.
Miami now in a zone defense with Brown on the right wing. Lost the ball, poked from behind by Butler. Butler gets it back and slams it. And the lead is 17. Timeout Boston.
Another turnover by the Boston Celtics. Open floor turnover. It's their 13th. They've got 17 off it.
Jaylen Brown with a playoff career high 8 turnovers in this game. With Jason Tatum hobbling on a bum ankle, Jaylen Brown, a second-team All-NBA player, was a no-show for the Celtics. 8 of 23 shooting, those 8 turnovers. No Boston player had more than 19 points. Brown did lead the way with 19. No Celtic had 20.
Lowry inbounding baseline right. Fires to Duncan Robinson, catch and shoot 3. You bet! Duncan Robinson drills it, and Miami has its largest lead of the game at 18. Bam Adebayo, high post left, face-up jumper on the way, and it goes down for Bam, and the lead is 19. That's the largest of the night for the Heat with 7.5 to go. Boston getting blown out on its home floor in Game 7.
And it would not get any prettier. 103-84. That's your final. The Miami Heat just utterly take it from the Boston Celtics. The Heat, after blowing a 3-game-to-none series lead on the precipice of becoming the first team ever to cough up an 0-3 series lead and lose the series, they go into Boston where it appeared everyone would be coronating the Celtics. And the Heat say, not in our house. 103-84 is your final. For Boston, their point totals by quarter, 15, 26, 25, and 18. Part of it was they were terrible shooting the ball. That's a large part to do to Miami Heat as well. Miami, 14 of 28 from 3. Butler with 28 points. He's named the series MVP. Caleb Martin with 26. Coming up next on the NBA Tonight postgame show, we'll take you back to the Garden. We'll let you hear from the winners and the champions. The Miami Heat will also hoping to get some postgame reaction from Celtic head coach Joe Mazzulla. Before we go any further, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to the Eastern Conference Finals, Game 7, here on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Do not drive off the road with this big news.
DiPietro and Rothenberg.
Morning 6 to 10.
I'll give it to you whenever you want it. WEPN FM, New York.
Kevin Woods with you inside our Granger studio. Congratulations to the Miami Heat going to the 7th NBA Finals since 2006. 103-84 is your final. Miami picks up the victory. Up next on the NBA Tonight postgame show, we'll hear from Boston head coach Joe Mazzulla, Miami head coach Eric Spoelstra, and also Miami's Bam Adebayo. The Heat and the Nuggets open the finals on Thursday. This is the Eastern Conference Finals on ESPN Radio.
Bundling and saving with Geico is an easy choice, so you're free to ponder life's big questions, like what's the best animal in the world if not humans? I'd strongly consider ducks to be somewhere up there on the list. Think about it. Ducks can swim, ducks can fly, and ducks can walk on land. They have access to all terrains. They are the ultimate animal. And they wiggle their butts when they walk, which is funny. Yeah, ducks are awesome. End of story. Bundling and saving with Geico. It's an easy choice.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
I
think my battery's dead.
With free battery testing and charging, AutoZone is here to help.
Get in the zone, Auto. What if I need a new one?
We have the right batteries right here at America's #1 battery destination.
Get in the zone, Auto. And what if I don't know how to connect it?
No problem. We have a how-to for you at AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Broken bricks, falling fences, damaged doors, Gorilla Glue. Of course. It's incredibly strong and 100% waterproof and bonds, well, virtually everything. While you're at it, look for Gorilla Tape, a heavy-duty double-thick duct tape, and Gorilla Super Glue, great for all your quick fixes and repairs. There's also Gorilla Epoxy, Gorilla Wood Glue, Gorilla Construction Adhesive. Of course. You get it. If you can break it, Gorilla can fix it. For the toughest jobs on planet Earth.
NBAstore.com, the official online store of the NBA, and the world's largest selection of officially licensed NBA fan gear. With unique designs by Fanatics, Nike, and all the latest styles for every NBA team, plus one-of-a-kind products and authentic collectibles. Shop now and get today's special offer. NBAstore.com, a Fanatics experience.
Listening to the NBA on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Kevin Winter with you inside our Granger studio.
Miami's got the ball with 10 seconds left. The clock is winding down. The Miami Heat's improbable postseason run continues. After blowing a 3-0 series lead, the Heat stop the Celtics in Boston and make history themselves. They become just the second 8th seed ever to make the NBA Finals.
Joining the New York Knicks of 1999, Dave Pasch, Doris Burke, Roz Godowitty, our Eastern Conference Finals broadcast team here on ESPN Radio. David, has been great having you along for the ride. Doris is going to continue with Raj. They'll join Mark Kestecher, PJ Carlissimo, and myself starting on Thursday for Game 1 of the NBA Finals. It'll be in Denver, 7:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Nuggets and the Heat. Winners talk first. Joe Mazzulla in a moment. Eric Spoelstra and Bam Adebayo at the podium in Boston with TNT's Ernie Johnson as Alonzo Mourning presents them the championship trophy for the East.
That's a proud moment for our franchise. It gives me great pleasure to present the 2023 Eastern Conference Championship Trophy to your Miami Heat.
It's the Bob Cousy Trophy to the Heat. Bam, you've got this in your hands. I'm going to ask you the questions. Everybody was wondering, when you take a gut punch like you took in Game 6, how you would come back, how you would respond, and what was the thought process going into Game 7 here?
Man, just a win. Everybody rallied around each other. You know, Spo got us in and made us watch an inspirational video for 15 minutes, and I guess it fooled us.
What was the inspirational video?
Man, just stand together. You know, the ship get rocky, just stay together and keep believing in one another.
Spo, you're right here. You have to answer that question. What's the inspirational video you showed your team?
No, it wasn't about the video. It's just about an incredible group of men right here. We are the men in the arena with our dust, sweat, and blood on our faces. And I think a lot of people can relate to this team because, sometimes you have to suffer, for the things that you really want. And this group has shown fortitude when there are inevitable letdowns and failures, but to have that perseverance to pick yourself up, to have that collective spirit, to keep on forging ahead until you get to accomplish what you want to. We still have more to do, but we do want to tip our hats to the Boston Celtics and their organization. They are first class, and they made us get better. Last year was extremely painful. We thought about it all season long. And if you don't have an opponent like that to bring you to a different level, sometimes you don't get there.
Spo, congratulations. Going to the finals. Nice going.
There's Eric Spoelstra with TNT's Ernie Johnson. You heard from Bam Adebayo. Doris Burke brought it up earlier at the tail end of the broadcast. Think about Miami a year ago. They lose Game 7 on their own home court to the Boston Celtics. Jimmy Butler's pull-up three hits the front of the iron. This time, Miami goes up 3-0 to the Boston Celtics, and then they wind up losing the next 3. It sets up Game 7. It sets up all kind of catastrophe. For Miami, that this could be a debacle. They could be the first team in NBA history to do it. Boston Celtics returning home. And yet, Miami just utterly... I'm going to let Dave Pasch explain what Miami did.
Williams fires to Tatum, middle of the lane, and he missed the layup right at the rim. Rebound, Miami. In the front court, Martin on the right side. Nobody picks him up. Shoots a 3 straight away. Drills it. He is stealing the Celtics' souls here tonight in Game 7.
They're getting it done. Play of the game brought to you by Grainger. Winning on the court and on the job takes teamwork. Put Grainger on your team for supplies and solutions for every industry. Find your winning edge at Grainger.com. It's exactly what happened. Caleb Martin on the night. 26 points. The combined Tatum and Brown effort had 33. I know Jason Tatum had a bum ankle from the opening possession, but 26 points for Caleb Martin, 4 of 6 shooting from distance. That is 2 more three-pointers made than the entire Boston Celtics starting 5, than Tatum and Brown. Boston was 9 of 42 from beyond the arc. Again, if they don't shoot 40%, they don't win. It's pretty much what happens. Joe Mazzulla, the Celtic head coach, at the podium in Boston, following the number 2 seed in the East, the team with the second-best record in the NBA, falling short of the finals.
Joe, looked like Jason got hurt on the first play of the game and never quite looked like himself. And the offense, once the threes weren't falling, just kind of struggled to find a sense of purpose, it seemed like. So after spending the whole season kind of trying to play off of getting stops, just kind of create open threes, how did this kind of represent a lot of the struggles you guys had all season?
I thought the first quarter and a half or so we continued to fight defensively even though our shots weren't falling, and then we just couldn't score.
What did you do to try to create some kind of easier looks, more rhythm looks that fit some of the personnel you have to try to at least get them something to fall?
Just our switch attack, try to move against the zone.
What was the difference between tonight and the last 3 games where you seem to be playing with confidence, the defense was good, there was energy there? Tonight, it just seemed like after the first 6 minutes, something changed.
We shot 21% from 3. Defense was still there.
Is this team too reliant on the 3-point shot? Does that have to change?
No.
Joe, how did the game plan have to adjust to navigate perhaps any limitations Jason had?
Nothing. I thought he just tried to play through it as best as he could.
And how do you, obviously just with it ending right now, look back on this season? How do you assess the season this team had?
It's one of the best locker rooms I've been a part of. The guys cared. They gave it everything they had. It's the most important thing to take from this. Obviously, we didn't achieve our goal. We didn't win, which was our goal. So we failed in that regard. But it's not because the guys didn't have a sense of togetherness, character, and just who they are as people.
Joe, to your left, Game 6, you guys shot 20% from 3 but found a way to win. What was missing today to overcome that, where your favorite part of the offense, the one you rely on, didn't pull through?
Yeah. I thought they made shots. We weren't as efficient in transition. Just thought we just didn't play well. That just didn't play well. Yeah.
And I know just fresh off going to the locker room and talking to guys, but what's the message to them if you talk to them at all after?
Like I said, just I love them, and they need to know that when we were down 3-0, the thing was how do we want to be defined, and I thought they showed a lot of character by even getting to this point.
Joe, obviously in a situation like this, there's a tendency to kind of look back at missed opportunities. Do you look back at maybe a Game 2, and do you look back with any regret at some of the things you could have done to win earlier rather than put yourself in this situation?
No.
This has been kind of a crazy journey for you guys from the start. You got thrust into the job just a few days before the season started. How do you reflect, or how will you reflect once you step away from this a little bit, about this experience and this team?
What do we have to do to get better, I think, is what we have to learn from that. regardless of those circumstances. The guys, like I said, the locker room showed a sense of toughness and togetherness, starting out the season a certain way and getting to this point, and we just got to figure out how to be better.
Joe Mazzulla, the head coach of the Boston Celtics. Something I find interesting there as his team goes 9 for 42 here tonight in Game 7 of the NBA's Eastern Conference Finals, and they get absolutely punked at home by the Miami Heat. And this coming off the game, yes, Boston wins 104-103, but remember, in game number 6, the Celtics were also an abject disaster from 3, 7 of 35. So let's do quick math on the air. 16 of what? 16 of 76? Is that right? 16 of 76, 16 of 75, somewhere in that neighborhood? Are you too reliant on the 3? Quick answer from Joe Mazzulla. No. Meanwhile, on the other side, you have a fundamentally talented team.
Miami now in his zone defense with Brown on the right wing. Lost the ball, poked from behind by Butler. Butler gets it back and slams it. And the lead is 17. Timeout, Boston.
Another turnover by the Boston Celtics. Open floor turnover. It's their 13th. They've got 17 off it.
Jimmy Butler finishes with 28 points. He is named the Larry Bird MVP of the Eastern Conference Finals. He spoke with TNT's Ernie Johnson on the parquet floor in Boston.
Jimmy, late in our telecast tonight in the fourth quarter, they replayed a clip from last year after the Eastern Conference Finals when you said a year from now we're going to be back, we're going to be in the same position, and we're going to get it done. How did you know that?
I have so much belief in myself and this group of guys, in the squad that Coach Pat and Spo and everybody else put together. I see it every single day. I know how good of players that we have. I know how good of a team we are, and we made it happen.
Saw Pat Riley here moments ago, and years ago, Jimmy, when I had just started at TNT, which is about 30-something years ago, I interviewed Pat, and he said, in basketball, there are two things. There's winning, and there's misery. And you've experienced both now in 48 hours. How did you come back from Game 6?
We stayed together as a group, as a team. We talked about going to get a tough one on the road. We did just that, but we're not satisfied. We're excited, we're happy, but we got 4 more to get.
Your old college coach, Buzz Williams, he and I were swapping texts, and I asked him about coaching you and what made you special at that point. He said it was an uncanny basketball IQ, and it was never being satisfied. You just referred to that, too. So how does that translate into an NBA Finals appearance against the Denver Nuggets?
I mean, more than anything, I think Buzz taught me to rely and trust my teammates with everything. I do the same thing here with Spo. My teammates give me so much confidence and belief to go out there and just hoop at a high level. I'm so very appreciative and grateful for them, and they're the reason why we're winning games.
Jimmy Butler, the MVP, the Larry Bird MVP of the Eastern Conference Finals. He drops 28 tonight at 103-84. The Heat with the win over the Boston Celtics. So Miami, after losing the last 3, avoids dubious history. Instead, they make history, as Dave Pash said, second 8 seed ever, joining the 1999 New York Knicks as an 8 seed to go to the NBA Finals, and now starting Thursday night in Denver, Game 1 of the NBA Finals. Miami, shocker of all shockers, they're going to be another long shot. Denver, according to Caesars, minus 380 on the series betting line. Miami, if you want to lay 100 on Miami, if they should pull off another shocker and take down Denver, I mean, why not? They've already taken out the top 2 teams in the league. Why not take out the third? If you bet 100 on Miami and they win the series, you win $300 in return. We will join you next on Thursday night, 7:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Myself, Mark Kestisher, PJ Calissimo, Doris Burke, Roz Godowede, plus plenty of others as we open up our exclusive coverage of the 2023 NBA Finals. Don't forget the finals can also be seen on ABC television. The final score tonight, Miami with a 103-84 victory over Boston in Game 7. The Heat win the series. Freddie and Fitzsimmons have more up next. We thank you for listening to the Eastern Conference Finals on ESPN Radio.
Enjoy the best fresh-baked Italian and French bread today from Calandra's Bakery. Handmade daily, no machines, from 4 all-natural ingredients, no preservatives. Calandra's is vegan, too. Family-owned and operated since 1962. Made with love at Calandra's Bakery and delivered straight to local supermarkets. ShopRite, King's, Acme, Morton Williams, D'Agostino's, Key Foods, Gristides, and more. Calandra's, from our family to yours for 60 years. The best-baked Italian and French bread. Calandra's Bakery. Can't you smell and taste the freshness? Calandra's. Bon appetito.
Flight by Yingling is the next generation of light beer. For those who don't follow trends, but craft them. Flight by Yingling is 12 ounces of uncompromised refreshment from America's oldest brewery. With only 2.6 grams of carbs and 95 calories, this is premium refreshment 6 generations in the making. Don't just raise a glass. Raise the bar. Flight by Yingling. Available wherever beer is sold. DG Yingling & Son Incorporated. Pottsville, Pennsylvania. Please enjoy responsibly.
It's Michael K. for Omaha Steaks, and with Father's Day around the corner, I want to tell you what dads want. They want steak. I spend my Father's Day grilling with my family and friends, and I'm so looking forward to it again this year. My friends at Omaha Steaks make it so easy for us dads to enjoy this day. They have hand-selected packages, especially for Father's Day, that include my favorite filet mignons and other gourmet grillables like burgers and jumbo franks. I'm getting hungry just talking about it. I want my listeners to enjoy a special offer from Omaha Steaks by heading over to omahasteaks.com and use promo code KAY at checkout and get $30 off of your qualifying order. Minimum order is required. See site for details. Whether it's your father or father-in-law this year, show him the love with the mouth-watering perfection of Omaha Steaks. Check out all of the hand-selected packages and make Dad's day. Don't forget, use promo code KAY at checkout and get $30 off of your order. Have a great Father's Day from Omaha Steaks.
This is Freddie and Fitzsimmons on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Fitzsimmons on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, and Sirius XM Channel 80. We are presented by Progressive Insurance. I'm Emmett Golden alongside Martenzie Johnson. We're filling in for Freddie and Ian tonight, and it is official. The Miami Heat punched their ticket to the NBA Finals after blowing out the Celtics 103-84 in Boston. I cannot believe it, Martenzie. I thought this at least was going to be a game, but quite honestly, in the first half, you could tell this was going to be the Heat's night.
Yeah, Emmett, we might have been wrong on this one. We came into this thinking the Celtics probably had the advantage with it being home for one and then clawing back from down 3-0. But I do think, I don't know if I said it on air, but I do recall saying even if they can't finish it off, it'd be just as funny for them to get to this point and lose. So I was entertained nonetheless. I don't know about you, Emmett.
Yeah, I couldn't believe it because a team that fought so hard to get back to where they were. And look, all right, I get it. Jason Tatum turned his ankle 30 seconds into the game, roughly. Right. You know, that had an effect for sure. But I don't think it was the reason they lost by 20. You look at 8 turnovers by Brown. That's one of the reasons you lose by, almost 20. The way they shot the three.
They started off the game 0 of 10 shooting threes in the first quarter. That was just a bad omen from the beginning because, again, this series has been decided by which team is shooting good from 3 on any given night. And if you start off shooting 0% through the first 12 minutes, it's kind of hard to win the game unless you just start shooting lights out for the rest of the game, which they did not because they finished 9 of 42.
Because at the start, honestly, the Heat, to start the game, weren't making shots either. And I can remember telling myself as I watched and Boston was up 4 or 3 or something, I was thinking they should be up a lot more right now. They're going to regret not taking advantage of Miami being cold. And then next thing you know, Miami wins that quarter 22-15. They won every quarter but the third. And here we are, the Miami Heat. They stop history from happening. They stop history from happening. Now, still to this day, no one has ever overcome a 3-0 deficit.
Yeah, it's almost as if they knew we were going to be on the radio from 11:30 at night till 1 in the morning. Right. And they wanted to give us something exciting to talk about. And again, Boston fighting so hard to get to this point, just to stink it up in Game 7 is just fascinating. And again, all the caveats that Tatum was hurt. Get it. Everyone gets hurt. I can't really focus too much on that because, again, like you said, Jaylen Brown, it's just almost as if he decided before this game, you know what, this is going to be my last Celtics game because it's clear he had no desire to help them win this game today. Just offense, defense, everything was just terrible, man.
Yeah, Brown, 8 of 23 from the field, 1 of 9 from behind the arc, a minus 17, had 19 points, 8 rebounds, 5 assists, but 8 turnovers. You cannot turn the ball over 8 times just with one player. You know, you cannot do that.
You definitely can't do it when you're shooting barely 30% from the field. Like, you either got to, you know, if you're going to have the ball in your hands that much, you got to at least be doing something with it when you're not turning the ball over. And he was just bricking. And it was how he was bricking, too. Like, if you just have a bad shooting night, we get it. It happens to people. But every time the Celtics were trying to come back from, let's say, 17 down to get it to 10 or 9 or something like that, here comes Jaylen Brown jacking up a 3 with nearly 20 seconds left on the shot clock. And I can't understand where his head was at that point because earlier in the playoffs, he was their most consistent best player, I think mostly through the Philly series. And just tonight, he just, like I said, is that he decided before the game, you know, these last, 7 years have been great, but it's time to go. And he packed for Cancun.
Said he was already packed.
Yeah,
had the flight already booked.
Yeah, before the game came on, you know, it was reported that the Heat had already scheduled a flight to Denver. I think Jaylen Brown scheduled his flight to Cancun this morning as well because that brother did not look like he wanted to be there tonight.
Yeah, he had a tough game. He's Martenzie Johnson. I'm in McGolden. This is Freddie and Fitzsimmons on ESPN Radio. Somebody who looked like they're happy to be where they is Jimmy Butler. He talked to our own Roz Goldon-Woode following the game.
Jimmy, it was all Celtics the last 3 games. What did it take to regroup and pull this off in such dominant fashion on the road?
Sticking together, steady believing, keeping that faith. My brother, appreciate you, baby. Come on. Keeping that faith, knowing that we're a really good team. We've been in this situation so many times. We got a dub on the road.
And now you're an 8 seed. You went from the play-in, you're heading to the finals. What's been most rewarding about this postseason journey so far?
That we're not an 8 seed. We're a really good basketball team. We're really good players. And we just play together and we play hard, which is a good time for us.
What has Caleb Martin's emergence meant for you?
Everything. He's so comfortable. He's so confident. And he's been huge in these wins.
And lastly, you got the Nuggets next. They've been resting. After a 7-game series, how do you measure your momentum versus your fatigue right now?
We're going to be all right. This is what we have to do. We like it the hard way. We never want it easy. We got to go get some in Denver.
Good luck. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Now, Martenzie, earlier today you said that you are a fan of hating.
Yep.
Yes. Okay. Let me know if I'm hating or not. Jimmy Butler was the MVP of the Eastern Conference Finals.
Mm-hmm.
He did not deserve to win that trophy.
Go on.
Caleb Martin should have won that. Is that hating? Is it me saying Martin should have won that MVP trophy over Butler? Am I hating on Jimmy?
No, because you have 2 eyes, Emmett. And your 2 eyes showed you that Caleb Martin, much like I was talking about Jaylen Brown in the Philly series, was the most consistent player.
Yeah.
I'm just going to run you through his shooting percentages over the 7 games. Starting at game 1, 54%, 68%, 63%, 66%, 41%, 53%, and then tonight shooting nearly 70%, including 66% from 3. Nowhere in there does he have a dud. And obviously, again, with your 2 eyes, you can see he was the best player on the court tonight, which was really the most important game of the series so far. So, no, you're not hating. You're just being
being
someone who can see.
I'm just being realistic. I'm just stating the obvious facts. Look, Jimmy Butler did have a good game tonight, 28 points, 7 rebounds, 6 assists, 3 steals. So he definitely had a really good game, but the only reason that they were able to even, extend this and go on to the finals is because Martin was so consistent. Even a 41% is still a solid night shooting the rock.
Yeah, and in these instances, every now and then you'll have an Andre Iguodala who wins the equivalent MVP award in the postseason. They didn't want to give it to Caleb. I don't know why. The bigger star gets it. It's cool. Whatever.
Yeah.
He's the most consistent they've been.
Yeah, and it's I guess it's an award for the stars. I guess that's the way that they look at it. He's Martenzie Johnson. I'm Emmett Golden. This is Freddie and Fitzsimmons on ESPN Radio. And coming up next, we will hear it all. We'll hear from players. We'll hear from coaches on both sides of Game 7. This is Freddie and Fitzsimmons on ESPN Radio.
G-Don, J. Will, and Matt. If Jokic wins Finals MVP,
you're going to say he's one of the best 12 or 15 players to ever live?
He's going to be absolutely in that conversation. The guys will be back Tuesday morning at 6 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN. 3, 2, 1.
Introducing Dogfish Head's new canned cocktails. Culinary crafted and distilled over real fruit for real flavor with 2 foolproof shots in every can. Keep it real with Dogfish Canned Cocktail. Find your new favorite Dogfish Canned Cocktail at dogfish.com. Dogfish Head Distilling Company, Milton, Delaware. Please drink responsibly.
Hi, I'm attorney John D'Agostino. If you've been injured, you need a lawyer who knows what you're going through. I understand how one accident can turn your whole world upside down. I've been there. As a kid, I played a lot of ball on these streets, and I always played to win. As a lawyer, I make sure my clients know they're getting a winner. Have you been told your case is a loser? Give me a shot. I'm a fighter. Someone who's going to swing for the fences to get you the money you deserve. I've been there. I now run D'Agostino & Associates, a personal injury law firm I built right here in New York and New Jersey. For over 30 years, D'Agostino & Associates has been helping accident victims get every dollar they deserve. We've recovered millions of dollars for people just like you. Call now, 888-24-LAW-24. D'Agostino & Associates, a personal injury law firm that offers free consultation. And if you can't make it to us, we're going to come to you. I've been there. Call now, 888-24-LAW-24. 888-24-LAW-24. D'Agostino Law, fight back.
Where can you walk magnificent greens with the Manhattan skyline as a backdrop while you're lining up your next shot? Only at Skyway Golf Course at Lincoln Park West in nearby Jersey City. It's the finest public golf experience in Hudson County. An amazing 9-hole layout lined with flowering grasses, magnificent dunes, rolling fairways, offering fun and challenge at every hole. Visit their pages at SkywayGolfCourse.com and see all that this wonderful course has to offer. Instruction, events, tournaments, outings, juniors welcome, senior discount. Skyway Golf Course is sure to make your must-play list of the Metro New York golf courses. Go to their website, SkywayGolfCourse.com. Reserve a tee time, SkywayGolfCourse.com. Skyway features maximum variety with a equal mix of par 3, par 4, and par 5 holes. Landing areas are generous and visible, and most greens have collection and chipping areas to receive slightly offline approach shots. SkywayGolfCourse.com. That's SkywayGolfCourse.com.
Hey, New York baseball fans, we're giving you the chance to win big with both local teams. It's the New York no-hitter, and here's how to play. Before the first pitch in every New York baseball game, either with DiPietro and Rothenberg and the Michael K. Show, or weekends with Dan Graca and Anita Marks, we'll announce the lucky fan who has the chance to win $25,000 if the New York team selected for that day throws a no-hitter. Enter now on the contest page at ESPNNewYork.com or the ESPN New York app. For full contest rules, go to ESPNNewYork.com. Brought to you by MoheganSunCasino.com and 98.7 ESPN.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Donate at carsforkids.org, and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations. determinations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Hey guys, Dave Rothenberg here to tell you about my friends at Fatfitter. Now, they converted my kid's bathtub to a shower, customized just as I wanted with only one installer in the home. Process was so easy, there's no demolition, which keeps the cost way, way down. Fatfitter is a permanent solution, no cover-up, plus a lifetime guarantee for as long as you own your home. Over 2 million happy customers like me and my wife, and for a limited time, get no interest and no payments for 12 months. So start designing your bath today like I did at FatFitterDesign.com. There's only one Fatfitter.
Hello there. I'm Mark Robbins. No fear coming out of the Miami Heat in Game 7 of the Eastern Conference Finals. They're playing in Boston. Caleb Martin and Jimmy Butler lead the way against the Celtics. Martin had 26. Butler dropped 28. The Heat win Game 7, 103-84. First time all season, Celtics were held under 90 points. Miami head coach Eric Spoelstra explains the character of his team.
We are the men in the arena with our dust, sweat, and blood on our faces, and I think a lot of people can relate to this team because, sometimes you have to suffer, for the things that you really want. And this group has shown fortitude when there are inevitable letdowns and failures, but to have that perseverance to pick yourself up, to have that collective spirit to keep on forging ahead until you get to accomplish what you want to.
That's Miami head coach Eric Spoelstra. So it is the Heat and Denver Nuggets, the NBA Finals, Game 1, Thursday, 7:30 p.m. Eastern for the coverage to begin here on ESPN Radio. Game tips around 8:30 on ESPN Radio and ABC Television. Stanley Cup Western Finals, Game 6. It was all Vegas. Golden Knights shut out Dallas. Beat the Stars 6-0. Advancing to the Stanley Cup Finals, they'll host the Florida Panthers. Game 1 Saturday night, 8 p.m. Eastern on ABC. Major League Baseball, Marcus Stroman, one-hit complete game. The Cubs would beat Tampa 1-0 at Wrigley.
Keyshawn, J. Will, and Max. If Jokic wins Finals MVP,
you're going to say he's one of the best 12 or 15 players to ever live?
Dude, he's going to be absolutely in that conversation. The guys will be back Tuesday morning at 6 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN2.
Miami's got the ball with 10 seconds left. The clock is winding down. The Miami Heat's improbable postseason run continues. After blowing a 3-0 series lead, the Heat stop the Celtics in Boston and make history themselves. They become just the second 8th seed ever to make the NBA Finals.
This is Freddie and Fitzsimmons on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, and Sirius XM Channel 80. I'm Emmett Golden alongside Martenzie Johnson. We're filling in for Freddie and Ian tonight. And the top headline here on ESPN.com, Heat stomp Celtics, carry dream run into the finals, and Martenzie, they most certainly stomped the Celtics tonight.
Oh, yeah, they definitely did that. They came out the gate stumping them out. They continued to stump out into the second quarter. The Celtics,
So they eased up on the stump out on the third quarter?
Yeah. The Celtics made a bit of a comeback, which I think they got as close as like 8 points maybe, and then proceeded to get stumped out again. So it was not the game either of us thought it would be, but I guess what we neglected to realize was that, again, Jimmy didn't play the greatest game, but he wasn't going to allow, whether through his play or his teammates' play, he wasn't going to allow them to ruin this 3-0 lead. So that's a factor I didn't really consider that much, and maybe I just thought they were too tired to be able to pull that off. But unfortunately, I was wrong. So congratulations to the Miami Heat for being an 8th seed and making it to the NBA Finals.
And to your point, they were the 8th seed, and I don't know how often an 8th seed gets to the NBA Finals. I actually don't think that happens ever, with the exception of this time. But are they? When you look at the Miami Heat, do you look at them as a true 8th seed, a true David, I guess, versus Goliath?
Thank you for asking me this question, because Jimmy said it in postgame to Roz, and the second he said it, I couldn't roll my eyes any further in the back of my skull, because they played great through the first 3 rounds of the playoffs. Obviously, this round, getting to the finals, all great story. No, yes, they were definitely an A seed. You know why they were an A seed? Because they lost in the first play-in game by 11 points to the Hawks, and they had to climb back and beat the Chicago Bulls. And throughout the regular season, they were one of the most boring, worst offenses in the entire league, and their defense kind of kept them into it. They had all sorts of people missing throughout. You're an AC. It's just you're an AC that caught fire again at the right time. You played hard. You beat every single, good team that was in front of you. But I don't think this changes the fact that you all sucked for a majority of the season and put yourself into a point to be the AC.
Yeah, I look at it as, to your point, yes, I do think they're truly an AC. Now, they call some breaks. You go up against a Bucks team. Giannis gets hurt, misses a game or two. And to their credit, you still got to beat them. And the Bucks still should have been able to take care of the AC, them being the one, but it didn't happen. So, okay, you got through that. The Knicks, they was just happy to beat the Cavaliers. You know what I'm saying? The Knicks was just happy they beat the Cavs.
They were happy to get out the first round.
That's all they was worried about. So, okay. And I also think the Heat's experience, they had way more playoff experience than the Knicks. And again, I just thought the Knicks was just happy to make it into to the second round. Then you have a situation here where the Celtics were incredibly inconsistent. Far more than you would ever think a team this caliber would be. So it lets me know, and I don't want to get too far ahead, but Denver is not inconsistent. Denver is the opposite of inconsistent.
Yeah, aside from some almost, and the operative word here is almost, letdowns against the Lakers, they've been the most consistent team throughout the entire playoffs. They were the 1 seed that has just played like a 1 seed. It did not matter if it was the Timberwolves. It did not matter if it was KD and Devin Booker with the Suns. It did not matter LeBron James, AD, and the Lakers. Everyone who got in their way, to keep using the word we've just been using, they stomped them out. And I don't want to get too far ahead of myself because, again, just can't really bet against the Heat, I guess, at times. But Denver seems like the mistakes that the Celtics make, and I think this is the point you're making, the mistakes that even the Bucks and the Knicks made, I just can't see that from Denver, especially just because they're just so talented. Even more so than the Celtics were going against the Heat. And look, man, MVP or not, Jokic is just...
Yeah, he's a monster. Right.
One more, there's no more adjectives or anything to describe it. It's just, he is,
Absolutely. All right, Jaylen Brown is live at the podium. Let's hear what he has to say.
We failed. I failed. Man, we let the whole city down.
Jaylen, can you kind of process this season for you in this moment, in the season for the team?
It's been a hell of a year. Those guys in that locker room are warriors, resilient. It's been an honor to share the locker room with a lot of those guys, and despite whatever circumstance that we've had this year, we rose to the occasion. We got to this point, and we came up short.
Obviously, there's a lot that can happen for you over the course of this summer. Have you been able to kind of think about your future here and what you're hoping for?
I expected to win today and move on, and that's what my focus was on. That's what my focus has been on. We failed. I failed, and it's hard to think about anything else right now, to be honest. We'll cross that bridge when we get there.
Jaylen, what is going to be the focus for you individually and as a team going forward off this? Like, what do you carry from this?
More pain, coming up short. I think the year was a great year. Those guys in that locker room, through any circumstance have stepped up. Even from the start of the year, I think started off with our coaching staff, with all the different turmoil that we've experienced throughout the year, injuries, whatever. These guys have been a resilient group, so it was just an honor to play and share the floor with, our guys and our coaching staff. And it's pain that we are here coming up short.
Jalen, you've obviously had a lot of success since coming here individually and as a team in particular, but haven't been able to take that final step. You got him close a lot. What do you think is missing? Either whether it's personnel-wise, just with this group itself. What do you think's stopping you guys from taking that final step?
I'm not sure. All I know is we had opportunity and we came up short. And we fought hard to get back into the series and had a game on our home floor, and we came up short. That's all I can really gather from the situation right now.
Jalen, you guys talked when.
That is Celtics star Jaylen Brown after the Celtics losing Game 7 to the Heat 103-84. Martenzi, they asked him about his future. He said, I wanted to win today. And then he said a few more things that we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Let the speculation begin, my friend.
Yeah, I was about to say, that sounds like a brother, like I said, who decided before today that no matter what happened, this is going to be his last Eastern Conference Finals with the Celtics. Because, again, he had every chance to say, you know what, we failed. But next year, I want to come back and avenge it, and we'll learn from this. He ain't even thought about it, according to Jaylen Brown. So, yeah, they've got some questions to answer over the next couple of weeks, I think.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, they do. That was the way he started it. I appreciated when he said we failed, I failed, we let the city down. Because he's right. They did fail. They're the second seed in the playoffs. They had an opportunity at home, Game 7, to make it to the finals, and they didn't. So I appreciated his honesty there. I know Giannis says there is no failure, but I guess that's just in Giannis's world. He's Martenzi Johnson. I'm Emmett Golden. This is Freddie and Fitzsimmons on ESPN Radio. And coming up next, we will hear from Heat head coach Erik Spoelstra. This is Freddie and Fitzsimmons on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Keyshawn, J. Will, and Matt.
Still, defensively, he's 1-0. I would take calls for Anthony Davis, but the probability of me trading Anthony Davis are very, 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 very slim.
The guys will be back Tuesday morning at 6 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN2.
When you support City Harvest, you do more than just provide hundreds of millions of pounds of food to millions of hungry New Yorkers. You feed hope for a kid up in Parkchester. You feed confidence for a first-in-her-family Queens College freshman. You feed community for folks in Canarsie Park. You feed compassion for retired Staten Island nurses who continue to serve. You feed strength for office workers in Manhattan. When you support City Harvest, you feed good. Support us at cityharvest.org.
As the official cerveza of Major League Baseball, Corona allows fans to enjoy the finer life of sports. Throughout the 2023 season, Corona will be giving fans an opportunity to win tickets to the World Series. Don't miss your chance to cheer on your favorite team on the biggest stage. For complete details, including how to enter, see official rules at ConstellationBrandSweepstakes.com/thebiggame. Relax responsibly. Corona Extra Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois. The sweepstakes is in no way sponsored, administered, executed, or produced by any MLB entity. Major League Baseball trademarks and copyrights are used with the permission of Major League Baseball.
Hey golfers, Father's Day comes one day early at Crystal Springs Resort. Don't miss the Brews and Birdies Golf Tournament and the New Jersey Beer and Food Festival sponsored by Paul Miller Auto Group on Saturday, June 17th. Experience amazing golf at New York City's closest resort, plus 200 beer varieties and all-you-can-eat barbecue feast, live music, goat races, balloon rides, and more. Get your tickets at thecrystalspringsresort.com. That's thecrystalspringsresort.com.
Summer is here and you want to feel your best. Don't let your neck, back, joint, or even nerve pain slow you down from doing all the things you love.
It's time to reclaim your active lifestyle. Call Dr. Jay Shaw today. Dr. Shaw is a double board certified Ivy League trained pain and spine specialist who treats joint, neck, back, sciatica, and nerve pain.
Procedures involve no cuts, scars, incisions, or downtime. Call Dr. Jay Schott to take a non-surgical approach with precise image-guided procedures without the pain medications.
Enjoy a pain-free summer and a pain-free life. Same day and next day appointments available. Go to SoundwellPain.com.
Put an end to your pain and suffering today. Make your appointment with Dr. Jay Schott. You will be glad you did. Visit SoundwellPain.com today.
Regain your active lifestyle and enjoy all your favorite summertime activities. To learn more, visit SoundwellPain.com today. No cuts, no scars, no incisions, no downtime, no meds. SoundwellPain.com. You will wish you met Dr. Jay Shaw sooner. Most major insurances are accepted.
You can shed that fat and be slimmer for this summer. Don't be that guy with a T-shirt on in the pool. NJ Diet will help you the natural way. There are no shots, no hormones, and no surgery. You will lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days with NJ Diet. They use your hair, saliva, and blood work, along with bioenergetic scans, to personalize natural solutions and supplements that get your body into the fat-burning zone so you can finally lose that weight. Then, NJ Diet uses DNA info to help you keep it off. Best of all, it's contractually guaranteed. You are fully supervised the entire time to make sure you're burning fat, not just losing water. And you even get the doctor's personal email and phone number. Locations throughout New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, or available from home with live online video consultations. 855-5NJ-DIET, or schedule your consult today at njdiet.com. That's njdiet.com.
Miami's got the ball with 10 seconds left. The clock is winding down. The Miami Heat's improbable postseason run continues. After blowing a 3-0 series lead, the Heat stop the Celtics in Boston and make history themselves. They become just the second 8th seed ever to make the NBA Finals.
This is Freddie and Fitzsimmons on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, and Sirius XM Channel 80. I'm Emmett Golden alongside Martenzie Johnson. We are presented by Progressive Insurance. Progressive protects your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, and RV, and could save you money. Visit Progressive.com. After the game, they had the trophy presentation to Bam Adebayo and Eric Spoelstra of the Miami Heat.
That's a proud moment for our franchise. It gives me great pleasure to present the 2023 Eastern Conference Championship Trophy to your Miami Heat.
It's the Bob Cousy Trophy to the Heat. Bam, you've got this in your hands. I'm going to ask you the questions. Everybody was wondering, when you take a gut punch like you took in Game 6, how you would come back, how you would respond, and what was the thought process going into Game 7 here?
Man, just a win. Everybody rallied around each other. You know, Spo got us in and made us watch an inspirational video for 15 minutes, and I guess it fooled us.
What was the inspirational video?
Man, just stand together. You know, the ship get rocky, just stay together and keep believing in one another.
Spo, you're right here. You have to answer that question. What's the inspirational video you showed your team?
No, it wasn't about the video. It's just about an incredible group of men right here. We are the men in the arena with our dust, sweat, and blood on our faces. And I think a lot of people can relate to this team because, sometimes you have to suffer, for the things that you really want. And this group has shown fortitude when there are inevitable letdowns and failures, but to have that perseverance to pick yourself up, to have that collective spirit, to keep on forging ahead and until you get to accomplish what you want to. We still have more to do, but we do want to tip our hats to the Boston Celtics and their organization. They are first class, and they made us get better. Last year was extremely painful. We thought about it all season long. And if you don't have an opponent like that to bring you to a different level, sometimes you don't get there.
Spo, congratulations. Going to the finals. Nice going.
And just like that, the Miami Heat have punched their ticket to the NBA Finals. We talked about the Heat being an 8th seed of some of the best playoff runs we've seen. Is this the best run, Martenzie?
I think it will be the second best run. The first being the Lakers in 2001. They lost one game. And there's just, no Cinderella run I think can really top that. But I think this is going to be pretty high up there just because this is only the second 8 seed I believe that's made it. The other being the Knicks, who beat the number one Heat to get to that point. The first, if they were to win it, they'd be the first number 8 seed to win it. And that just speaks to, again, how they've improved drastically from the regular season to the postseason. And there's just no taking away from that. But, yeah, those 2001 Lakers, man, it was
pretty good. Yeah, pretty good.
Pretty good team. Yeah, I don't know if you've ever heard of them, but, yeah, they were pretty good.
Might have heard of them a time or two. To me, and this is a terrible sports talk radio opinion, we'll see, right? Because they got to win it. They have to win the championship. If you don't win the championship, then what does it mean? You had a really good run and you lost. Don't
let Warriors fans hear that.
I'm a Cavaliers fan. Trust me. The last thing I'm worried about is upsetting some Warriors fans. And I have the 2016 Cavs run as the greatest playoff run of all time, obviously overcoming a 3-1 deficit to a 73-win team. And the only reason that is impressive because they won the title. So if the Heat go up there, like let's say the Heat lose in 5, then it wasn't like that great of a run. You didn't end up with a championship. Now, if they win it, absolutely. Then I can't hate on them at that point. But if this is going to be considered the best playoff run ever, they got to win the championship.
Yeah, and again, we've all been wrong. I think about the Heat and every single round here, maybe except for the Knicks one. But I just think the Nuggets are the best team that they would have faced at this point. They're the number one seed for a reason. Jokic is just, we know their fourth best player is Aaron Gordon. Like that just says Bruce Brown has turned into one of the best guards in the entire playoff. Like there's just, unless they just wilt and melt under the pressure of being in the NBA Finals for the first time, unless that happens, I think that the fairy tale ends here for the Heat just because, not because they're not good enough and not to diminish anything they've done so far. The Nuggets are just really, really good. And there's just no sugarcoating that. So it will knock them down, obviously, from 2 to wherever, but it's still just very impressive to even have gotten to this point.
And to your point, I counted them out of every round.
Yeah.
Every round was a guy said, they ain't getting, okay, they won, that was a fluke, they ain't getting past, okay, that was a fluke, they ain't getting. So it's not a fluke. Again, some stuff broke their way, as I said a little earlier in the show, for sure. But more than anything, they've won some ugly games, where they haven't shot it well. And that's kind of that Heat culture, right? Yeah. Everybody says Heat culture. Seems like that's a real thing.
Yeah, I mean, I hate it. Again, I'm a fan of hating, but as a cliche, I don't like it. But I think there's elements to it in that if you can get all of your players, and that's the high drafted players and the undrafted ones, to buy in and listen to what you have to say, and they go out and they play as hard as they possibly can for you as the coach, then there's something to it. But turn this into a Brandon exercise. No, I don't rock with that. So I will never fully say that I'm behind Heat culture, but I think there's something to the fact that they, no matter who the collection of players are, because this team is different from the 2020 team, they play hard. And even, not Hightower, Highsmith? Highsmith comes in and gives you valuable like, there's no other explanation for it, It's real.
And I think it's because I can't say 100% they treat everybody the same. Like, I think star players will get a little more leeway than maybe the 15th guy on the roster. But there are things that everybody has to deal with. We've heard stories of Miami being meticulous about player body weight, and they don't let anybody slide at all. I think it's little stuff like that. Like, all right, if Jimmy Butler walks into practice 2 pounds over, he's doing extra cardio, just if Martin was, or Highsmith, or whatever, and that type of stuff. And to a certain extent, you start to hate the coach together, right? Sometimes that could be part of the culture.
Yeah, like Kyle Lowry, who I would have written off 2 years ago, is giving you still it's a little clunky, but he's still giving you some valuable minutes. Again, they had to play these 7 games. These other series have gone pretty long. It was just a lot of back and forth between the two, and they seemed well conditioned enough to make it to the end, even though it looks like they were hobbling along with the Celtics. So kudos to them. They figure out some secret recipe.
Yeah, you bring up Lowry. He had 7 points, seven rebounds, and 5 assists. I mean, the 7 rebounds is amazing for a guard.
It's that boxing out, man.
Absolutely. He's Martenzie Johnson. I'm Emmett Golden. This is Freddie and Fitzsimmons on ESPN Radio. And coming up next, we will hear from Celtics forward Jason Tatum. You're listening to ESPN Radio.
Keyshawn, J. Will, and Matt. If Jokic wins Finals MVP,
you're going to say he's one of the best 12 or 15 players to ever live?
Dude, he's going to be absolutely in that conversation. The guys will be back Tuesday morning at 6 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN2.
Any business that wants to get to the top and stay there requires a dedicated team to implement a winning game plan. EisnerAmper seasoned professionals provide business advisory and consulting services such as audit, accounting, tax, HR, outsourcing, and more. EisnerAmper business advisors help clients transform their companies, build capital, innovate processes, and mitigate risk. Whether you're in the first quarter or the fourth quarter, for industry-specific strategies that meet your needs, make EisnerAmper part of the solution. Visit EisnerAmper.com/solution. It's Michael K. for Omaha Steaks, and with Father's Day around the corner, I want to tell you what dads want. They want steak. I spend my Father's Day grilling with my family and friends, and I'm so looking forward to it again this year. My friends at Omaha Steaks make it so easy for us dads to enjoy this day. They have hand-selected packages, especially for Father's Day, that include my favorite filet mignons and other gourmet grillables like burgers and jumbo franks. I'm getting hungry just talking about it. I want my listeners to enjoy a special offer from Omaha Steaks by heading over to omahasteaks.com and use promo code KAY at checkout and get $30 off of your qualifying order. Minimum order is required. See site for details. Whether it's your father or father-in-law this year, show him the love with the mouth-watering perfection of Omaha Steaks. Check out all of the hand-selected packages and make Dad's day. Don't forget, use promo code KAY at checkout and get $30 off of your order. Have a great Father's Day from Omaha Steaks.
3, 2, 1. Introducing Dogfish Head's new canned cocktails. Culinary crafted and distilled over real fruit for real flavor, with 2 foolproof shots in every can. Keep it real with Dogfish Canned Cocktail. Find your new favorite Dogfish Canned Cocktail at dogfish.com. Dogfish Head Distilling Company, Milton, Delaware. Please drink responsibly.
Serving contractors, builders, and homeowners in the tri-state area since 1987, Brooklyn Window & Door is New York City's largest stocking dealer of quality Andersen window and doors. The professionals at Brooklyn Window & Door will help solve any of your window replacement needs or applications. Visit Brooklyn Window & Door's award-winning showroom to see the complete Andersen product line, including the 400, 100, A&E series. Andersen, built, backed, and serviced like no other window. Visit Brooklyn Window & Door at 1889 McDonald Avenue or call 718-WINDOWS.
Enjoy the best fresh-baked Italian and French bread today from Calandra's Bakery. Handmade daily, no machines, from 4 all-natural ingredients, no preservatives. Calandra's is vegan, too. Family-owned and operated since 1962. Made with love at Calandra's Bakery and delivered straight to local supermarkets, ShopRite, King's, Acme, Morton Williams, D'Agostino's, Key Foods, Gristides, and more. Calandra's, from our family to yours for 60 years. The best baked Italian and French bread. Calandra's Bakery. Can't you smell and taste the freshness? Calandra's. Bon appetito.
Where can you walk magnificent greens with the Manhattan skyline as a backdrop while you're lining up your next shot? Only at Skyway Golf Course at Lincoln Park West in nearby Jersey City. It's the finest public golf experience of Hudson County, an amazing 9-hole layout lined with flowering grasses, magnificent dunes, rolling fairways, offering fun and challenge at every hole. Visit their pages at SkywayGolfCourse.com and see all that this wonderful course has to offer. Instruction, events, tournaments, outings, juniors welcome, senior discount. Skyway Golf Course is sure to make your must-play list of the Metro New York golf courses. Go to their website, SkywayGolfCourse.com. Reserve a tee time. SkywayGolfCourse.com. Skyway features maximum variety with an equal mix of par 3, par 4, and par 5 holes. Landing areas are generous and visible in most greens. Have collection and chipping areas to receive slightly offline approach shots. SkywayGolfCourse.com. That's SkywayGolfCourse.com. Or
this is 98.7 ESPN, a Good Karma Brands radio station. WEPN FM, New York. This is SportsCenter.
Hello there, I'm Mark Robbins. No fear from the Miami Heat in Game 7 of the Eastern Conference Finals as Caleb Martin, Jimmy Butler leading the way for Miami. They get the victory in Game 7, 103-84. That's Boston's lowest offensive output this season. As the Heat come back after losing 3 straight, and in Game 7 on the road get the victory. Meanwhile, on the ice, the Vegas Golden Knights crushing Dallas 6-zip Game 6 of the NHL Western Conference Finals. And the Vegas Golden Knights win the series 4-2. ESPN NHL analyst Brian Boucher believes the Vegas defense was the biggest key to winning this series.
I thought in this series they did a great job of just keeping things in front of them, keeping things to the outside, blocking shots when they need to block shots. I mean, keep in mind, this team slayed a pretty significant dragon in the second round against Edmonton, keeping McDavid and Draisaitl as quiet as possible. And in this Dallas series, I think they were in a better matchup. And quite frankly, as far as Dallas is concerned, they didn't have the firepower.
That is ESPN's Brian Boucher. So the Stanley Cup Finals will be Florida and Vegas Saturday night, 8 Eastern, for the first puck to be dropped. Major League Baseball on Memorial Day, the Cubs' Marcus Stroman celebrates with a complete game one-hitter at Wrigley against Tampa Bay. 1-0 the final. Twins rally, get a road win in 10 innings, beating the Houston Astros by the final of 7-5.
Keyshawn, J. Will, and Max.
He's still, defensively, he's 1-0. I would take calls for Anthony Davis, but the probability of me trading Anthony Davis are very, 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 very slim.
The guys will be back Tuesday morning at 6 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN2.
Coming up Tuesday at 3 on the Michael K. Show, we'll break down a big weekend of baseball for your New York Mets and New York Yankees. Plus, look ahead to the NBA Finals, some Jets, some Giants. It all starts at 3 p.m. on 98.7 ESPN.
This is Freddie and Fitzsimmons on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Fitzsimmons on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, and Sirius XM Channel 80. I'm Emmett Golden alongside Martenzie Johnson. We are presented by Progressive Insurance. The Miami Heat have punched their ticket to the NBA Finals after beating the Celtics 103-84 in Game 7 of the Eastern Conference Finals. To start the game, Jason Tatum hurt his ankle. We'll talk about how much we think that played into it. But first, let's hear from Jason Tatum following the game.
Jason, can you take us through the first play? What happened with your ankle, and how did that impact you for the rest of the game?
I saw the video. I saw it after the game that I came down. On my ankle, and it's tough because it, kind of impacted me the rest of the night. Swelled up, and it was just frustrating that I was kind of like a shell of myself. It's tough to move.
Shots down, they did. You guys got discouraged. What happened out there tonight as a whole?
Yeah, I think just the not shooting the ball well. Had an effect on us throughout the game, and it just kind of snowballed.
Jason, with the sprained ankle, Game 7, no margin for error. Is there a tendency to kind of look back at maybe the Game 2 where you guys had an opportunity to win and maybe missed opportunities in the past that wouldn't have put you in a position like this?
You can't go through life talking about what you could have and you should have done. This is the past, and we fought like hell to give ourselves, a chance today. Just not the outcome that we anticipated.
And losing at home, again, you had the loss at home last year and 3 losses at home in this series. Can you explain what it was about home that made things so difficult?
It's not difficult to play at home. We didn't play well the first 2 games at home this series. And they did. And, they played well tonight and we didn't. And you don't want it to be like that, right? It's called home court advantage for a reason. But, it's not difficult to play here. We got great fans. I wish the outcome was different at home games for us.
Jason, you and Jalen have obviously been through it all together since day one. How important is it to this team to keep him here long term as he goes into extension talks this summer?
It's extremely important. He's one of the best players in this league. Plays both ends of the ball and, still relatively young. So, and he's accomplished a lot so far in his career. So I think it's extremely important.
That was Jason Tatum following the loss to the Miami Heat. I'm Emmett Golden alongside Martinzi Johnson. This is Freddie and Fitzsimmons on ESPN Radio. And Martinzi said he felt like a shell of himself. He still played 42 minutes. I'll definitely give him some credit for that. But you could tell only 13 shots, was not very aggressive, and you could tell that the ankle bothered him throughout the night.
Yeah, in the Game 7 for Jason Tatum to only take 13 shots despite playing 42 minutes, it's clear something was wrong with him. Both for the fact that, you would want your superstar to take more shots, but we've seen Jason Tatum play before. We know he's willing to take that many shots.
He's not shy about taking shots, right?
My man will take 13 3-pointers if need be. So that just shows you right there that something was off with him. The fact that he couldn't even shoot 3-pointers, couldn't even catch and shoot. So obviously there was an issue. And he was really a shell of himself. And that clearly played a part in the fact that they lost by nearly 20 points. Is that, he can easily put up 30, and he put up half of that tonight. So that was a major – again, we can't play the what-if games, and he's saying that as well. They lost. The other team played better, so on and so forth. But, it's clear that his injury is at least heavily part of the reason why the Celtics lost today.
Yeah, I agree. It definitely made things a lot harder for them to win, knowing that your best player is, I would say 50%, but at times it looked like less than 50% the way he was moving out there. I won't hang the entire loss on that because I feel like they failed in some other areas. I thought Jaylen Brown was extremely sloppy with the ball, didn't shoot it well at all. You really didn't get much from Horford or Smart. I know Brogdon, everybody was excited. Okay, he's going to be available. He played 7 minutes, was 0 for 3, didn't score. So there was a lot that went on, but definitely, again, it doesn't help you when your best player isn't at 100%. Now, this is a team with two really good guys, two superstars, honestly, Tatum and Brown. And it sounds like Tatum wants to see this thing last and wants Brown to stick around.
Yeah, he said as much that he wants him to get the extension. I don't think there was any chance that he wasn't going to get offered it at the very least.
Right.
But he and I'm speaking of Tatum here, he seems to want to make this thing work and go forward and continue the partnership with Jalen. I think Jalen at the end of his press conference basically said the same thing, that he wanted to run it back. I want to believe Jalen, I really do, but he said other things throughout the rest of the year, including basically insinuating that the Boston front office isn't trustworthy. I think he was speaking generally about most front offices, but I think he was also speaking directly about his own. And it doesn't seem that there's trust there. Now, you can rebuild it. We've seen that countless times. Let's say in football, Aaron Rodgers, how many times did him and the Packers go through their song and dance before he eventually left? KD asked for multiple trade requests, and he stayed eventually before getting traded. So it's not to say that the partnership's over, that it can't be repaired. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong between those two. I'm just saying that, does Jalen want to continue to play for the team? But he said as much to make me think that there's doubt that he still wants to be there. And that's all I need. That's all you need to give me for me to start speculating that something must be up.
Yeah, I hope that they're smart and realize, something we talked about earlier, the grass not being greener on the other side. I think about the Nets. I feel like they made 17 trades trying to get after it. Right. And now look where they're at. They're just, okay, now we got to get our assets again. They did a lot of that with the trade, but now they're kind of rebuilding, and you don't want to be Boston and be right there on the doorstep. Made it to the finals last year, came away from the finals this year, to get a little fancy with the roster, and next thing you know, you're the AC next year, or and now it's even harder, because it's hard for these GMs not to tinker with stuff. I think they need some pieces to accentuate these other two, but I wouldn't do anything crazy to this lineup.
I mean, you have a perfect example of this. The Suns went to the finals 2 years ago. They got knocked out last year, obviously, and then come back this year. It's like, you know what? That wasn't good enough. Let's trade half of our roster for Kevin Durant. And, of course, we're going to win the finals. And then they got knocked out in the second round. So, again, like you said, it's not always greener on the other side like you think there will be.
Yeah, it sounds a lot of things sound good in your head, right? There's a lot of things you go like, yeah, I think I'm gonna make that move, and then you make it and you go, what the hell was I thinking?
Speaking of, have fun in Vegas in a couple months.
Oh, whew. Hey, I will. Trust me, I will. Y'all gonna hear a lot of me, but at the end of June, you will not hear much from me, as I will be having a ball when my vacation hits. He's Martinez Johnson. I'm Emmett Golden. This is Freddie and Fitzsimmons. And coming up next, more reaction on the Miami Heat punching their ticket to the NBA Finals. This is Freddie and Fitzsimmons on ESPN Radio.
Greeny.
He is a player who is prone to injury as the season goes on. He's going to wind up being one of the greatest players ever never to win a championship.
Weekday mornings at 10 Eastern on ESPN Radio.
To be successful on the field or in business requires two things: a talented team and a sound strategy. Eisner-Amper helps clients with both. Their team, a leading business advisory firm, helps create a winning game plan with audit, accounting, tax, outsourcing, and advisory services designed for their goals. Check out winning strategies in Eisner-Amper Solutions Insight Library, a collection of action-oriented, industry-specific video sessions and resources. Transform knowledge into action for your business. Visit EisnerAmper.com/solutions.
Peter Rosenberg here to tell you about my friends over at Bath Fitter. They remodeled my bath. They did an incredible job, and it was customized for my specific needs. The process was easy, one installer, and done in as little as 1 day. No demolition needed, which keeps the cost down. And Bath Fitter is a permanent solution, not a cover-up, not a Band-Aid, and you get a lifetime guarantee for as long as you own your home. 38 years in business and over 2 million happy customers just like me. For a limited time, get no interest, no payments for 12 months, and start designing your bath today like I did at BathFitterDesign.com. There's only one Bath Fitter.
When you support City Harvest, you do more than just provide hundreds of millions of pounds of food to millions of hungry New Yorkers. You feed hope for a kid up in Parkchester. You feed confidence for a first-in-her-family Queens College freshman. You feed community for folks in Canarsie Park. You feed compassion for retired Staten Island nurses who continue to serve. You feed strength for office workers in Manhattan. When you support City Harvest, you feed good. Support us at cityharvest.org.
As the official cerveza of Major League Baseball, Corona allows fans to enjoy the finer life of sports. Throughout the 2023 season, Corona will be giving fans an opportunity to win tickets to the World Series. Don't miss your chance to cheer on your favorite team on the biggest stage. For complete details, including how to enter, see official rules at ConstellationBrandSweepstakes.com/thebiggame. Relax responsibly. Corona Extra Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois. The sweepstakes is in no way sponsored, administered, executed, or produced by any MLB entity. Major League Baseball trademarks and copyrights are used with the permission of Major League Baseball.
Hey golfers, Father's Day comes one day early at Crystal Springs Resort. Don't miss the Brews and Birdies Golf Tournament and the New Jersey Beer and Food Festival, sponsored by Paul Miller Auto Group, on Saturday, June 17th. Experience amazing golf at New York City's closest resort, plus 200 beer varieties, and all-you-can-eat barbecue feast, live music, goat races, balloon rides, and more. Get your tickets at thecrystalspringsresort.com. That's thecrystalspringsresort.com. Eisner Amper, a leading business advisory firm that provides services such as audit, accounting, tax, HR, outsourcing, and more, is expanding its roster. Eisner Amper Business Advisors help clients transform their companies while being part of an engaging workplace filled with new opportunities for personal and professional growth. It's a firm where culture, ideas, and experience combine to create new solutions and a collaborative workplace that values diverse perspectives. Want to be part of our team and do what you love? Visit EisnerAmper.com/careers.
Are you ready to make a difference for the environment while helping the visually impaired at the same time? Then donate your vehicle to Heritage for the Blind today by calling 1-800-983-6530. Every donated vehicle will either be properly recycled in an eco-friendly manner or given a new life through reuse. Donating your vehicle is easy. Simply call 1-800-983-6530 and Heritage for the Blind will do the rest. They'll even arrange for your vehicle to be picked up at no cost to you. And for a limited time, when you donate your car, you'll receive a $200 restaurant voucher and a 2-night, 3-day hotel stay at one of 50 locations. Call 1-800-983-6530 right now to schedule your vehicle donation and make a positive impact on the environment while helping others. Heritage for the Blind, where every car donation counts and every person makes a difference. Call 1-800-983-6530 now. This advertisement is paid for by Heritage for the Blind.
Lost the ball, put from behind by Butler. Butler gets it back and slams it. And the lead is 17. After blowing a 3-0 series lead, the Heat stop the Celtics in Boston and make history themselves. They become just the second 8th seed ever to make the NBA Finals.
I'm just confident. I know the work that we all put into it, so I know what we're capable of. But nobody's satisfied. We haven't done anything. We don't play just to win the Eastern Conference. We play to win the whole thing.
This is Freddie and Fitzsimmons on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, and Sirius XM Channel 80. I'm Emmett Golden alongside Martenzie Johnson. We're presented by Progressive Insurance. The Boston Celtics, 1-2-3 Cancun. They are on their way to whatever vacations they had set up after the Miami Heat beat them 103-84 in Game 7 of the Eastern Conference Finals. Let's hear from Celtics head coach Joe Mazzulla following the game.
Joe, looked like Jason got hurt on the first play of the game and never quite looked like himself. And the offense, once the threes weren't falling, just kind of struggled to find a sense of purpose, it seemed like. So after spending the whole season kind of trying to play off of getting stops, just kind of create open threes, how did this kind of represent a lot of the struggles you guys had all season?
I thought the first quarter and a half or so we continued to fight defensively even though our shots weren't falling, and then we just couldn't score.
What did you do to try to create some kind of easier looks, more rhythm looks that fit some of the personnel you have to try to at least get them something to fall?
Just our switch attack, try to move against the zone.
Sure, what was the difference between tonight and the last 3 games where you seem to be playing with confidence? The defense was good. There was energy there. Tonight, it just seemed like after the first 6 minutes, something changed.
We shot 21% from 3. Defense was still there.
Is this team too reliant on the 3-point shot? Does that have to change?
No.
Joe, how did the game plan have to adjust to navigate perhaps any limitations Jason had?
Nothing. I mean, I thought he just tried to play through it as best as he could.
And how do you, obviously just with it ending right now, look back on this season? How do you assess the season this team had?
It's one of the best locker rooms I've been a part of. The guys cared. They gave it everything they had. It's the most important thing to take from this. Obviously, we didn't achieve our goal. We didn't win, which was our goal. So we failed in that regard. But it's not because the guys didn't have a sense of togetherness, character, and just who they are as people.
Joe, to your left. Game 6, you guys shot 20% from 3 but found a way to win. What was missing today to overcome that where your favorite part of the offense, one you rely on, didn't pull through?
Yeah. I thought they made shots. We weren't as efficient in transition. Just thought we just didn't play well. That just didn't play well. Yeah.
And I know just fresh off going to the locker room and talking to guys, but what's the message to them if you talk to them at all after?
Like I said, just I love them, and they need to know that when we were down 3-0, the thing was how do we want to be defined, and I thought they showed a lot of character by even getting to this point.
That is Celtics head coach Joe Mazzulla talking to the media after losing to the Heat 103-84. Martinzi, I'll give him credit. He sounds like that after wins too. So it's not like he has an attitude. That's just kind of his personality.
Yeah, because if it was my first time being in that media room, I had to ask that brother to step outside with me because he got to talk because I feel like you disrespected me with some of these responses, sir. But I think his best answer was in the end when he said, after those first 3 games, how do we want to be defined? And then kind of showed their character by getting to this point. Now, again, they got blown out in this game, but the fact that you even got to the Game 7 is impressive in and of itself. The one answer I have an issue with, though, is saying, well, one, the later reporter pointed out you shot 20% from 3 in Game 6, but you won, and you shot 20% this game as you lost. Like, what's the difference? But then the other reporter asked, are you all too reliant on threes, hence, shooting 20% from 3? Right. And he just said no. And I'm like, come on, man, you got to have a little bit of introspection at this point in the juncture because I think that's all our main gripes with the team, including their star players, is that even when they're in a rhythm, they just start jacking up threes for no apparent reason. And the fact that they can only hit 9 of 42 today shows you that there might just be an issue there. Maybe, I don't know. I'm not a head coach, but it seems to me there might be a little bit of an over-reliance.
Yeah, it's one of the reasons I do my best to never ask a coach a yes or no answer, because they will take the easy way out if you give them that opening. And obviously, Mazzulla was like, "Yep, nope, no problem with that at all." Look, we know how we both work in the media. We know how it goes. Tomorrow there'll be assigning blame, right? The blame pie chart. How much blame, if any, does Joe Mazzulla take for losing this game and really the series?
It's difficult to say that because on the one end, when he's saying, and he's been saying this throughout this entire series, particularly when they lose, they weren't prepared. They weren't ready. I didn't put him in the best position.
Right.
And again, I like that part of him, that he is introspective in that regard. But at the same time, brother, it's your job to have them ready and be prepared.
But when he says that, I don't believe him. I believe that's him taking the heat off of his players. Okay. Right? Because it's, if you go, hey, it's on me, I didn't have him ready, and like you said, everybody's going to be like, yo, that's your job, and now we're focused on him where, they have a guy that had 7 points and a bunch of turnovers. Now you're not really focused on him. So I hear him saying that, but I don't believe him. I just think he's falling on the sword for his guys when he says that.
Which, if that's the case, that adds more to my other point, which is I don't think Mazzulla should be on the chopping block.
Right.
I've heard that discussed before. He got pushed into this role a mere weeks before the season started. And he took over a team that just went to the finals last year with their rookie coach. And the guys on the team, based on how they responded to Ime getting fired, seemed to be devastated by it and really seemed to mess with him. And he took that team to the number 2 seed and 1 game from the finals. Why would you get rid of that just because they came up short? That's short-sighted to me. Yeah,
I'm with you. I have a hard time hanging blame on a coach when players don't play well. Mm-hmm. Like, listen, if the strategy is whack, then okay, blame them. But if you have guys that just aren't hitting shots, if you have guys that are turning the ball over, no coach comes out of a timeout and go, okay, listen, Jalen, I want you to dribble the ball off your foot here. You think you could do that nobody does that at all. We saw that. So I don't have a problem with Mazzulla. I definitely would not be looking to move on from him because to me, you just make stuff even harder. So we'll continue our conversation, and coming up next, should they blow it all up? That is Straight Ahead. I'm Emmett Golden alongside Martinzi Johnson. This is Freddie and Fitzsimmons.
Grady.
He should own this town, and he knows it. I can't imagine there's anything better in sports. Owning New York is unlike anything, and he's got a chance.
Weekday mornings at 10 a.m. 4-time MVP, Super Bowl champion, and future Hall of Famer Aaron Rodgers is a New York Jet.
This is a surreal day for me. After spending 18 years in the same city, there's a lot of excitement. I'm here because I believe in this team. I believe in Coach Saleh, and I'm excited about the new adventure here in New York.
Aaron Rodgers' next chapter in his storied career happens right here on your exclusive home for New York Jets football, 98.7 ESPN. 3, 2, 1.
Introducing Dogfish Head's new canned cocktails. Culinary crafted and distilled over real fruit for real flavor with 2 foolproof shots in every can. Keep it real with Dogfish Canned Cocktail. Find your new favorite Dogfish Canned Cocktail at dogfish.com. Dogfish Head Distilling Company, Milton, Delaware. Please drink responsibly.
Serving contractors, builders, and homeowners in the tri-state area since 1987, Brooklyn Window & Door is New York City's largest stocking dealer of quality Andersen window and doors. The professionals at Brooklyn Window & Door will help solve any of your window replacement needs or applications. Visit Brooklyn Window & Door's award-winning showroom to see the complete Andersen product line, including the 400, 100, A&E series. Andersen, built, backed, and serviced like no other window. Visit Brooklyn Window & Door at 1889 McDonald Avenue or call 718-WINDOWS.
Enjoy the best fresh-baked Italian and French bread today from Calandra's Bakery. Handmade daily, no machines, from 4 all-natural ingredients, no preservatives. Calandra's is vegan, too. Family-owned and operated since 1962. Made with love at Calandra's Bakery and delivered straight to local supermarkets, ShopRite, King's, Acme, Morton Williams, D'Agostino's, Key Foods, Gristides, and more. Calandra's, from our family to yours for 60 years. The best baked Italian and French bread. Calandra's Bakery. Can't you smell and taste the freshness? Calandra's. Bon appetito.
Hi, I'm attorney John D'Agostino. If you've been injured, you need a lawyer who knows what you're going through. I understand how one accident can turn your whole world upside down. I've been there. When I was a kid, my father was up on a bulldozer when a brick wall collapsed. It almost killed him. The doctors had to amputate his leg, and he had to learn to walk again, while my mother went to work as a waitress just to pay the bills. I know what you're going through. I've been there. I now run D'Agostino & Associates, personal injury law firm I built right here in New York and New Jersey. For over 30 years, D'Agostino & Associates has been helping accident victims get every dollar they deserve. We've recovered millions of dollars for people just like you. Call now, 888-24-LAW-24. D'Agostino & Associates, a personal injury law firm that offers free consultation. And if you can't make it to us, we're going to come to you. I've been there. Call now, 888-24-LAW-24. 888-24-LAW-24. D'Agostino, law bites back.
Gilbert worked in retail and restaurant management for 14 years. It was time for a change.
I recognized where I was at was vulnerable to the whims of the economy.
Then he heard about My Computer Career. Gilbert went for it.
In as little as 7 months, I got all of my certifications at a fraction of a cost for college.
He became an IT pro in just months with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu.
I can work from anywhere. I have more time for my family as well.
It's not rocket science. It's mycomputercareer.edu.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
Imagine you're looking at a balancing scale with everything you do for other people on one side and everything you do for yourself on the other side. If it isn't balanced, maybe it's time to spend a little more time on you. And therapy is a great place to start. BetterHelp connects you with a licensed therapist online who can help you find that balance and stick to it. Visit BetterHelp.com/score to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp.com/score.
This is Sports Setup.
Ruthless in winning Game 7 on the road in Boston. 103-84, the Heat rolling. Caleb Martin at 26. Jimmy Butler with 28, and as Butler put it, the guys around him, the team supporting his efforts. That was the key to the new Eastern Conference champions.
I was always very, very confident in that. I worked extremely hard with the team, with Brickley. I could score on Remy all day, every day. I've posted on Instagram. So I'm just confident. I know the work that we all put into it, so I know what we're capable of. But nobody's satisfied. We haven't done anything. We don't play just to win the Eastern Conference. We play to win the whole thing.
That's Miami's Jimmy Butler. Miami and Denver battling it out for the whole thing. The NBA Finals. Game 1, 7:30 Eastern for the coverage to begin Thursday here on ESPN Radio with the tip at 8:30 on ABC television as well. Las Vegas right now, Caesars has made the Nuggets a minus 360 favorite. And the Vegas Golden Knights are off to the Stanley Cup Finals after a 6-0 victory in Dallas over the Stars. Game 1, Golden Knights, Florida Panthers. That'll be Saturday, 8 p.m. Eastern in Vegas. Major League Baseball on Memorial Day. Cubs' Marcus Stroman with a complete game one-hitter for the Cubs against Tampa Bay as the Cubs get a 1-0 win at Wrigley, and the Twins rallied to beat the Astros 7-5-10. Royals shut out St. Louis 7-0.
Keaton, J. Will, and Max.
If Jokic wins Finals MVP,
you're going to say he's one of the best 12 or 15 players to ever live?
Dude, he's going to be absolutely in that conversation.
The guys will be back Tuesday morning at 6 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN2.
Lost the ball, poked from behind by Butler. Butler gets it back and slams it. And the lead is 17. After blowing a 3-0 series lead, the Heat stop the Celtics in Boston and make history themselves. They become just the second 8th seed ever to make the NBA Finals.
I'm just confident. I know the work that we all put into it, so I know what we're capable of. But nobody's satisfied. We haven't done anything. We don't play just to win the Eastern Conference. We play to win the whole thing.
What is next for the Boston Celtics? This is Freddie and Fitzsimmons on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, and Sirius XM Channel 80. We're presented by Progressive Insurance. I'm Emmett Golden alongside Martenzie Johnson. And now that the Celtics have lost, there's been some questions about the future of Jaylen Brown. Martenzie, do you see a scenario where the Celtics could actually think about possibly blowing this up and starting over from scratch?
Based on how these front offices have been treating their championship-winning coaches, I absolutely believe that there's a chance that a team would break up a core quite like this just 6 years into it. I wouldn't personally do such a thing, but I'm also not wired the same way these people are. And like I said, they, as team owners, team executives, for some reason expect to win the NBA championship every year, even though there's only one championship and there's 30 teams. And I think it would be very short-sighted unless you find a better option than Jaylen Brown. Because I think he'd be the only one who would. There's just no way that they would get rid of Jason Tatum. But unless you can find someone for sure better than Jaylen Brown, I'm not exactly sure why you do it.
Right, and guys better than Jaylen Brown don't typically become available outside of if they're a star and they force their way out. We have seen that. There's one thing about the NBA is the players run the NBA. Ain't no doubt about that.
Yeah, Jaylen Brown was brought up in trade discussions for Kevin Durant last year when he asked out of the Nets. But let's just see how the Suns thing goes for Durant, and you never know. He could get traded to the Suns for Kevin Durant. Anything's possible at this point.
Especially when a team with Kevin is on it, because he is quick to go, you know what, I think I want to get traded somewhere else. He's pretty quick.
The vibes are off.
Right. So I'm looking at this, and I hope I'm seeing it correctly before I give out some bad information. But the Celtics have been in the conference finals 5 of the last 7 years. That's some really good basketball. Now, there's 2 ways the front office can look at that. Hey, we've been to the finals one time. We got a good team. We just got to get over that hump a little more consistently. Or you can look at it and go, well, this is our apex, the conference finals. This is as good as we are, and if you want to be better than that, then maybe you need to start all over. I'm not big into starting all over, right? I got a feeling we're kind of the same type of dude, right? Like, all right, let's not make any drastic changes, like right away. Let's get a little more data, right? Because this isn't bad. I know I know a lot of Celtics fans are like, Emmett, shut up. We just lost in Game 7. You talking about it ain't that bad. But if anybody knows, it's me. I'm from Cleveland. Trust me, it's not that bad going to the conference finals every year.
Yeah, like that's a goal for a lot of teams. The Orlando Magic would kill at this point to get to 1 conference finals, let alone 5 in the last 7 years, and 4 of the last 6, which is when Jason Tatum got to the team, and that's when the partnership between him and Jaylen Brown started. To go to 4 conference finals in 6 seasons, again, only one time going to the finals, but again, how many teams have just not gone to the finals, not in just the last 5 years, the last 10, the last 15, the last 20. That's an accomplishment in and of itself. But like you said, if the brass for the Celtics believe, all right, we've reached our peak, and our peak is the Eastern Conference Finals with these 2, and we're never going to go past that, but we have aspirations for title number 18, then I could see you getting kind of the cold feet and wanting to blow it up. But that's an impressive run, and it started with both of these 2 being rookies in their individual seasons. And if we apply this same logic to like the Utah Jazz, 20, 30 years ago, they would have seen that as a failure for Stockton and Malone. And again, they didn't even get to the finals until those last 2 seasons, right? Or close to those last 2 seasons. And so, if you that's not a failure, right? We get talking about Giannis. That wasn't considered a failure. That was a successful run. And I think just blowing this up after 6 years. It's only been 6 years, people. 6 years. That's just a little immature for me.
Yeah, there is no LeBron right now in the Eastern Conference. I would feel differently if it was, because I think about the Atlanta teams when LeBron was with the Cavs. They were really good. They win 60 games, feel good about themselves. LeBron will sweep their ass right out the gate, right? No problem. All right, in that situation, if I was the Celtics, I'd go, all right, this guy's going to be around here for a while. Maybe we should think about getting our ducks in a row. But the East is wide open. I mean, it is. This is an example right here of how wide open the East is. So if the Celtics get a little too fancy, they could end up back to the bottom. They could switch places with the Heat theoretically. If they get too fancy. So I would just calm down a little bit on that. He's Martenzie Johnson. I'm Emmett Golden. This is Freddie and Fitzsimmons on ESPN Radio. On ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. Progressive Commercial Insurance flexes to fit your business's needs, from quick repairs to adjustable coverages and even payment options. Progressive Commercial makes it easy to get what you need. Get a quote today in as little as 6 minutes at progressivecommercial.com. Now, we got to give a little love to the true Eastern Conference Finals MVP. That is Caleb Martin. Let's hear from Eric Spoelstra, Heat head coach. He spoke after the game.
It's been amazing. If you're a real competitor and it's in your soul, and that's what Caleb is. He's a competitor. Every bit the competitor that, you talked about with Jimmy or Bam or, whatever. Caleb is a competitor. You get to the higher stakes, the further you get along, the more competitors are going to reveal themselves. Game sevens or get to the conference finals, it's not for everybody in this association. Otherwise, more players, more teams would do it. You have to be wired a little bit differently. And Caleb he's pure. He competes on both ends, lays it all out there for everybody to see. He's accepted different roles.
Hey, big-time players step up in big-time situations is something that I've been hearing my whole life, and Caleb definitely stepped up and was robbed, in my opinion. He should have been the Eastern Conference Finals MVP, because without him, this doesn't even go 7 games. Honestly, I don't think the Heat get a few of those early games.
Yeah, like we have been saying, Cody's been the most consistent player for them throughout his entire playoff. I just called him Cody because I was trying to make the point about his brother Cody.
Okay.
This is Caleb Martin I'm talking about. But his story is just great. He and his twin brother from Nevada. Cody is the one who actually gets drafted. Caleb goes undrafted, but they both end up on Charlotte. 2021, he gets cut by Charlotte, signs a 2-way contract, which means he got to split some time in the G League. And to go from that within 2 years to us arguing right now that he should be the Eastern Conference kind of player of the year, that's unprecedented. And again, it goes to show what the Heat are doing different from other teams, because Caleb's one of 7 or 9, whatever it may be, undrafted players on that roster, which normally when you hear that, you think, oh, they're trying to get the number 1 pick for
Houston. Houston, that's where he at. No,
that sounds like those types of teams, but this is a team that's going to the NBA Finals. So no, he deserves everything. He's been excellent, and he does show what I think the Heat look for in players is people who kind of just don't give up and work hard, and he's being rewarded for it now.
Yeah, it definitely, you heard Spo talking about the type of competitor he is. It speaks volumes to him. It also speaks volumes on the player development staff with the Miami Heat, because we don't think about that a lot. That's one of the things that drive me crazy in sports, especially in football, right? So if a cornerback gets beat for the touchdown, everybody's like, man, the defensive coordinator stinks. It's like, hey, the DB coach is the one that's coaching them every day. We forget about the position coach and the people that are in charge of developing the players. The head coaches don't get out there. I mean, they get, but they don't necessarily sit with a player through an individual drill over and over and over again. Those are the assistant coaches. Those are the guys who a lot of us don't even know the names of. And when you see a guy like Caleb Martin doing what he's doing, it speaks volumes about him as well as the player development staff. I'm Emmett Golden alongside Martenzie Johnson, and coming up next, we'll talk a little Denver Nuggets as they are ready to face off with the Miami Heat in the NBA Finals. This is Freddie and Fitzsimmons on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Keaton, J. Will, and Matt. If Jokic wins Finals MVP,
you're going to say he's one of the best 12 or 15 players to ever live?
Dude, he's going to be absolutely in that conversation. The guys will be back Tuesday morning at 6 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN2.
Four-time MVP,
Super Bowl champion and future Hall of Famer Aaron Rodgers is a New York Jet.
I'm an old guy, so I want to be a part of a team that can win it all. And I believe that this is the place we can get that done.
He's Aaron Rodgers. Okay, he's a bad man.
Is a big moment going to bother Aaron Rodgers? No. Is anything going to be too big for him? No.
Throw Rodgers. Looks up the middle. Lines one way. Covering the guard. Turns. Takes the catch. Touchdown.
This is a bona fide Super Bowl contender in the AFC and probably as big a threat to the Kansas City Chiefs as the Bengals are.
I grew up watching old VHS tapes of the Super Bowls. It's been a while since then. I noticed walking in this morning it said Super Bowl III trophy is looking a little lonely.
Aaron Rodgers' next chapter in his storied career happens right here on your exclusive home for New York Jets football. 98.7 ESPN.
You can shed that fat and be slimmer for this summer. Don't be that guy with a T-shirt on in the pool. NJ Diet will help you the natural way. There are no shots, no hormones, and no surgery. You will lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40-plus pounds in only 40 days with NJ Diet. They use your hair, saliva, and blood work, along with bioenergetic scans, to personalize natural solutions and supplements that get your body into the fat-burning zone so you could finally lose that weight. Then, NJ Diet uses DNA info to help you keep it off. Best of all, it's contractually guaranteed. You are fully supervised the entire time to make sure you're burning fat, not just losing water. And you even get the doctor's personal email and phone number. Locations throughout New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, or available from home with live online video consultations. 855-5NJ-DIET or schedule your consult today at njdiet.com. That's njdiet.com.
Hey, Yankees fans, come out to Yankee Stadium on Friday, June 23rd, when the Yankees host the Texas Rangers for one of the hottest promotional giveaways of the 2023 season. It's Yankees Marvel Superhero Night, and the first 18,000 guests will receive a special Derek Jeter Captain America bobblehead. For tickets, log on to Yankees.com/tickets. Again, don't miss the Yankees and Rangers for Yankees Marvel Superhero Night on Friday, June 23rd. Visit Yankees.com/tickets.
When you support City Harvest, you do more than just provide hundreds of millions of pounds of food to millions of hungry New Yorkers. You feed hope for a kid up in Parkchester. You feed confidence for a first-in-her-family Queens College freshman. You feed community for folks in Canarsie Park. You feed compassion for retired Staten Island nurses who continue to serve. You feed strength for office workers in Manhattan. When you support City Harvest, you feed good. Support us at cityharvest.org.
Don LaGreca here to tell you about my friends at Bath Fitter. They remodeled my mom's bath and did an awesome job. The process was easy, one installer, even with the customization she needed for a cast iron tub. It's done in as little as 1 day with no demolition or cost that comes with it. It's a beautiful and permanent solution. No cover up or Band-Aid. Bath Fitter provides a lifetime guarantee for as long as you own your home. 38 years in the business and 2 million happy customers like my mom. For a limited time, get no interest, no payments for 12 months. So start designing your bath today at bathfitterdesign.com. There is only one Bath Fitter.
Hey, New York baseball fans, we're giving you the chance to win big with both local teams. It's the New York no-hitter, and here's how to play. Before the first pitch in every New York baseball game, either with DiPietro and Rothenberg and the Michael K. Show, or weekends with Dan Graca and Anita Marks, we'll announce the lucky fan who has the chance to win $25,000 if the New York team selected for that day throws a no-hitter. Enter now on the contest page at ESPNNewYork.com or the ESPN New York app. For full contest rules, go to ESPNNewYork.com. Brought to you by MoheganSunCasino.com and 98.7 ESPN.
In the NBA Finals, we'll remember for the rest of our lives.
And the NBA Finals are set. This is Freddie and Fitzsimmons on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, and Sirius XM Channel 80. I'm Emmett Golden alongside Martenzie Johnson, and we now know that the Miami Heat will face the Denver Nuggets in the NBA Finals. And Martenzie, I guess I'm going to continue the trend because I have been underestimating and counting the Heat out every round, and I'm going to do it again because this is going to be the most consistent team that the Heat have faced all playoff long. Listen, they being the Denver Nuggets, has a guy that can get 14 rebounds in a quarter like it's nothing. And he probably will at some point. Joker is so good, you can't get good odds on him to get a triple-double. Like, for people that bet, right, you never see a minus number in front of a guy's name when you're betting on them to get a triple-double. You do a joker. You know why? Because he's probably going to get one every game, and the Heat have not seen a player like that this playoff season.
They haven't, and like you, I like to not learn from my mistakes, and so, I'm going to go out and just say, I don't have a number. I can't tell you it's going to be in 4, 5, 6, 7 games, but I just feel like the Nuggets, like you said, have been far and away more consistent. Nikola Jokic like we said, we've run out of words to describe him. He's just fantastic. He's cleaned up his play over the last couple of postseasons as far as not kind of losing his mind at the end of the game and keeping his composure. Again, the team's fourth best player is Aaron Gordon. In these playoffs, they have a top 5 offense and defense. Like, it's a lot to ask for the Heat. Counterpoint, Jimmy Butler, but at the same time,
right?
As we saw through most of the series, Jimmy can't do it by himself. But we did talk about Caleb Martin as well, and so it'll be, the Heat will put up a fight as always. Like, I don't think this is going to be a sweep by any means, but the Nuggets are just a different beast, and just looking at it, I just can't see it.
Yeah, I'm with you. I would say at best in 6 games I'd take the Nuggets, because the Nuggets have been chilling. Now, there's a rest versus rest conversation that we can have here in a second, but I'd rather have a ton of rest in playing at home, and the altitude and all that, than coming off a crazy 7-game series and then got to go play in a place where the air is extremely thin. I think that's going to play a huge role early on for against the Heat.
Yeah, the players seem to be indifferent when I've seen them asked about this as far as the rest part of it. But there's something, too, like you said, going through 7 games compared to 4, and after that 7th game, having to fly directly to Denver, of all places, to start playing in 2 days.
Right, halfway across the country tonight after playing in a game. That's a quick turnaround, even though you get 2 days.
Yeah, when I fly to the West Coast, I need a nap.
Right.
For me to perform adequately, going out at the end of the night. And the Heat, again, have to fly from Boston all the way to Denver and rest up in less than 48 hours to play again. Again, I can't tell you how the rest of the series is going to go, but I think game 1, let's get my take out there, because what's the point of tempering my takes? I think the Nuggets are going to stump them out in the first game just because of those factors alone. It has nothing to do with the Heat. You're just asking a lot out of these 15 players, and I'd be hard pressed to see them actually pull it off in game 1.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm right there with you, because I see a situation where the Nuggets, they can start fast. They're not going to let off the gas, right? They're not. If in the first quarter they go up 10-15, they're not going to let you back in it. Matter of fact, I was looking for this right now. Nuggets 8.5-point favorites in game 1. 8.5-point favorites. I usually don't like big numbers when they got a minus in front of them, but I think the Nuggets can cover that.
Counterpoint.
Okay.
We said the same thing today, and so
Hey, I took the Heat plus 7.5. So I won, right? I didn't say I was going to bet it. I said I might bet it.
Yeah. So, I just, again, I realize a lot of the country has not seen the Nuggets play, and for the first time, you're about to see what most of us have seen in Jokic over the last couple years. Just think, really, legitimately, I'm not over-exaggerating here, people. Just think Magic Johnson, but a little slower. Like, that is legitimately what we're witnessing here. Right. And, again, he's their best player. Then you have Jamal Murray. who has just been fantastic these playoffs. Michael Porter, it's just unless all of them decide that they no longer know how to shoot the ball
right
in this next series, the Heat have been great. But I just and you see how we're both reluctant to be 100% sure on this thing, but it's just I just can't see it, y'all. I just can't see it.
Yeah, I'm with the thing that makes the Nuggets so crazy, to your point, their fourth best player is Aaron Gordon, he might not be a superstar, all right? He's not LeBron or Giannis, but he'd be the best player on a whole lot of NBA teams.
Yeah.
And he's the fourth option for them. And then you have Joker, who his best attribute might be his vision and his facilitating. So when you have a guy that can rebound and score the ball like he does, how do you defend the others? Because if you leave somebody open, he's going to find them. The cutters, he's going to find them. He sets pin-down screens, which is insane. And all of that makes him impossible to defend and them nearly impossible to beat.
Yeah, two other players that you just got to keep an eye on. Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, who at least twice this season has just not missed in these games. I've counted at least 2 games where he shot 100%. So there's one thing. And then Michael Porter Jr., which, again, unbeknownst to probably a lot of the country, you're going to notice that this man looks and plays a lot like Kevin Durant, and he's their third best player. Look, people, I don't know what else to tell you. The Heat have been great, but the Nuggets are they're just different, man. They're very different.
And I think the Porter Jr. thing is he started his career off with an injury and he didn't really start off fast, so I think a lot of people didn't really get hip to how good he is, but he is great, and this should be a great NBA Finals. He's Martenzie Johnson. I'm Emmett Golden, and coming up next, Sports Center All Night with Jay Reynolds. This is ESPN Radio.
G-Tom, Jay, Will, and Matt.
Still, defensively, he's 1-0. I would take calls for Anthony Davis, but the probability of me trading Anthony Davis are very, 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 very slim.
The guys will be back Tuesday morning at 6 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN. 3, 2, 1,
Introducing Dogfish Head's new canned cocktails. Culinary crafted and distilled over real fruit for real flavor with 2 foolproof shots in every can. Keep it real with Dogfish Canned Cocktail. Find your new favorite Dogfish Canned Cocktail at dogfish.com. Dogfish Head Distilling Company, Milton, Delaware. Please drink responsibly.
Serving contractors, builders, and homeowners in the tri-state area since 1987, Brooklyn Window & Door is New York City's largest stocking dealer of quality Andersen window and doors. The professionals at Brooklyn Window & Door will help solve any of your window replacement needs or applications. Visit Brooklyn Window & Door's award-winning showroom to see the complete Andersen product line, including the 400, 100, A&E series. Andersen, built, backed, and serviced like no other window. Visit Brooklyn Window & Door at 1889 McDonald Avenue or call 718-WINDOWS.
Hey golfers, Father's Day comes one day early at Crystal Springs Resort. Don't miss the Brews and Birdies Golf Tournament and the New Jersey Beer and Food Festival sponsored by Paul Miller Auto Group on Saturday, June 17th. Experience amazing golf at New York City's closest resort, plus 200 beer varieties, and all-you-can-eat barbecue feast, live music, goat races, balloon rides, and more. Get your tickets at thecrystalspringsresort.com. That's thecrystalspringsresort.com. To be successful on the field or in business requires 2 things, a talented team and a sound strategy. Eisner-Amper helps clients with both. Their team, a leading business advisory firm, helps create a winning game plan with audit, accounting, tax, outsourcing, and advisory services designed for their goals. Check out winning strategies in Eisner-Amper Solutions Insight Library, a collection of action-oriented, industry-specific video sessions and resources. Transform knowledge into action for your business. Visit EisnerAmper.com/solutions.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate
at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Donate at carsforkids.org, and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Inflation is nothing more than a legal form of theft, because with every new round of money printing, the value of your 401k or IRA is decreased through the dilution of the money supply. Hi, I'm Dr. Ron Paul, and while you can, I highly recommend you consider physical gold for your retirement account. Why? Because gold provides real wealth preservation that can withstand anything. Even better, with a gold IRA from Birch Gold Group, you pay no penalties or taxes when you transfer your current retirement funds. To learn more, get a free info kit on gold from my friends at Birch Gold. There is no cost or obligation, so request this information right now.
Call Birch Gold Group today at 800-533-1344 to get your free info kit on gold. Call 800-533-1344. That's 800-533-1344.
For general 98.7 ESPN contest rules, visit ESPNNewYork.com/contests. WEPN FM, New York, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Center all night. The two greatest words in sports. Game 7.
Brown on the right wing. Lost the ball. Poked from behind by Butler. Butler gets it back and slams it. And the lead is 17. Timeout Boston.
The road to the Stanley Cup continues.
Kolasar finds the puck in the left corner. Joined by Nick Law. Sidesteps the sandwich. Carrier gets it in front. He shoots. He scores.
The 76ers replace the doc with a nurse.
Well, usually I thought it's supposed to go, you see the nurse first when you go to the hospital, then the doctor. Well, Philly decided to go the opposite way, but I have zero complaints.
Plus, a packed holiday slate from the Diamond.
Pitch. Swing in a line. Drive slicing deep toward the right field corner. It is off the pole. And a home run for Royce Lewis.
This is Sports Center all night.
Do not call it a barbecue if you go outside and turn on your gas grill and put some burgers and hot dogs.
Thank you.
If you're cooking in a smoker of any sorts or with live fire, even if you're grilling over live fire, I will give you the barbecue pass.
Here's Jay Reynolds.
Oh, then you get into the whole thing. Is barbecue beef redundant or an oxymoron? Carolina versus Texas. There we go. Sports Center all night, ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, Sirius XM, Channel 80. We are all well aware of the historical stats. No team in NBA history ever dropping the first 3 games of a series and coming back to win that series. 150 previous instances. This year, instance number 151 of a team dropping the first 3. Boston Celtics, though, becoming the first team in history to rally out of an 0-3 hole to host the decisive Game 7. And things were happening before any points were even scored.
And Tatum is down. Tatum, I don't know if he got hit where the sun doesn't shine, but just...
No, he steps at the last second on Gabe Vincent's foot, and his left ankle, which he is favoring right now, twisted over. And so I think he's just trying to walk off. I mean, it turned, and it turned hard when he stepped on Gabe Vincent's foot.
Jason Tatum would stay in. He played 42 minutes, but wasn't really himself. As for the game, the Celtics jump out early, but the Heat were ready.
40 seconds to go, first quarter. Right side, Jaylen Brown, guarded by Martin with a timer at 13. Brown going to put it up from 3. Right side, missed again. They're 0 for 10 from 3. Miami ball. Lowry in the front court, left side. He'll drive into the lane. Beats the cutting Spurs. Layup is good, and the lead is 7 for Miami late in the first quarter.
7-point lead there. By halftime, Miami had it up
to 11. Second half. One particular name kept coming up.
Shot clock at 10, game clock at 38. Butler driving right side, inside the arc. Trying to go baseline on Tatum. Fires to the left side. Martin with 3 to shoot. Martin dribbles left, fires, hits, swishes home. Another 3. Miami leading, 9.1 remaining. Inbound to Martin on the far side of the court, now in the front court. Drives left side at Tatum. Goes underneath the rim. Shoots from the right baseline. And it swishes through again with a second to go in the third. Williams fires to Tatum, middle of the lane. And he missed the layup right at the rim. Rebound Miami. In the front court, Martin on the right side. Nobody picks him up. Shoots a 3 straight away. Drills it. He is stealing the Celtics' souls here tonight in Game 7.
Caleb Martin hitting 11 of his 16 shots from the floor. 26 points. Miami would have an answer for every push by the Celtics. And then the Heat pull away.
Bam Adebayo, high post left, face-up jump around the way. And it goes down for Bam. And the lead is 19. That's the largest of the night for the Heat with 7.5 to go. Boston getting blown out on its home floor in Game 7.
Miami would lead by as much as 23 in that fourth quarter, and in the end,
Miami's got the ball with 10 seconds left. The clock is winding down. The Miami Heat's improbable postseason run continues. After blowing a 3-0 series lead, the Heat stop the Celtics in Boston and make history themselves. They become just the second 8th seed ever to make the NBA Finals.
And also the first team to win the first 3 games of a series and then advance by winning Game 7 on the road. 103-84 the final, and it wasn't really that close. The Heat, with their 7th finals appearance in franchise history, most of any team since 2006. The second 8th seed to reach the NBA Finals since seeding began in 1984. 1999, Knicks were the other ones. They lost in 5 to the Spurs. Jimmy Butler, 28 points. Butler and Caleb Martin, the second duo in Miami franchise history to each score 25 points in a series-clinching win. Jimmy Butler had 28 of them.
Jimmy, it was all Celtics the last 3 games. What did it take to regroup and pull this off in such dominant fashion on the road?
Sticking together, steady believing, keeping that faith. My brother, appreciate you, baby. Come on. Keeping that faith, knowing that we're a really good team. We've been in this situation so many times. We got a dub on the road.
And now you're an 8th seed. You went from the play-in, you're heading to the finals. What's been most rewarding about this postseason journey so far?
That we're not an 8th seed. We're a really good basketball team. We're really good players. And we just play together, and we play hard, which is a good time for us.
What has Caleb Martin's emergence meant for you?
Everything. He's so comfortable. He's so confident. And he's been huge in these wins.
And lastly, you got the Nuggets next. They've been resting. After a 7-game series, how do you measure your momentum versus your fatigue right now?
We're going to be all right. This is what we have to do. We like it the hard way. We never want it easy. We got to go get some in Denver.
Good luck. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Nuggets have been resting for a week. They're making their first NBA Finals appearance. They're installed as a -360 favorite over Miami in the NBA Finals. But Jimmy Butler with our Ross Gold on Woody, the NBA on ESPN Radio. He had 28 points in the Game 7 win. Caleb Martin, 26 points, most ever in a playoff game in his career. ESPN analyst Kendrick Perkins.
You know, he was the second best player in this series on the Miami Heat. Bam struggled offensively, but every time they needed a big bucket, he was there to deliver. And it wasn't just off of catch and shoot. It was him creating his own shot, getting downhill, getting buckets when need be, taking some of that slack off of Jimmy Butler. But can we give a ton of credit to Eric Spoelstra? Because out of all his coaching years, since he's been a head coach, he has never won Coach of the Year, and that is disturbing to me. This guy has put all these guys, including Caleb Martin, in position to be successful. You look at Duncan Robinson, you look at Gabe Vincent and Max Strus. That is coaching, Scott. When you look at the zone that he put out there tonight, that is coaching, man, and it's a beautiful thing to see.
The Heat becoming the first team to play in the play-in tournament and reach the NBA Finals. You heard the game here on ESPN Radio, Game 7. Dave Pasch, Doris Burke had the call for us. Dave?
Thanks, Jay. This is a series that was so unpredictable. Just when you think you got it figured out, we're surprised. Not necessarily by Miami winning, but Miami absolutely dominating Game 7, 103-84. The defense, Doris, on the perimeter, the way they kept Jason Tatum in check. They forced Jaylen Brown into 8 turnovers.
Yeah.
Incredible performance by Miami in Game 7 on the road.
Yeah, let's just consider that the Boston Celtics were number 2 in offensive efficiency. There were times all season where the threes would rain down. They would be coming from 5 different positions. And you have got to give the Miami Heat credit. They beat Boston at their own game. 14 of 28 from 3. They shoot 50%. But to me, this game was about toughness, about walking into somebody's home arena after you've dropped 3 straight. You are pushing up against the wrong side of history. Eric Spoelstra was absolutely brilliant as a coach. The constantly switching defenses between zone and man, disrupting the Boston Celtics. And I think, obviously, the Tatum turning the ankle early made him not only a non-factor offensively, but in the fourth quarter you started to see the Miami Heat target him. You also lost Derek White late in the ballgame. I don't think it would have made much of a difference, but incredible, absolutely incredible performance by Eric Spoelstra and his entire crew.
And Miami becomes just the second 8 seed ever to make the NBA Finals, the lowest seed to win a championship, the 6th seed Houston Rockets back in the mid-90s. Don't count this Heat team out. That's one thing we've learned for sure in the postseason, even though Denver, we imagine, will be a heavy favorite. The way they looked in the conference finals against the Lakers and the way they played throughout the year, we'll find out starting on Thursday night in Game 1 from Denver. For Doris Burke, I'm Dave Pasch, right here in your home for the NBA Finals, ESPN Radio, and the ESPN app. Now let's go back to Jay Reynolds in the studio.
Miami's going to have 7 fewer days of rest than the Nuggets, Dave, as they enter the NBA Finals on Thursday. And as Dave mentioned, you'll hear it here on ESPN Radio every game until there's a champion. Right now, Sports Center all night, ESPN Radio. Miami advances, beating the Celtics in Boston. Celtics losing by 19, tied for their second largest loss in a Game 7 in franchise history. Boston's Derek White and Marcus Smart.
I mean, it's disappointing, obviously. It's disappointing. We have to go out there and compete, and I mean, honestly, losing 4 games in the series means a lot more than that.
Yeah, to repeat what D. White said, words can't really explain it. You know what I'm saying? It's tough, but it's the playoffs. It happens, and they did a good job. You got to tip your hat off to Miami. They did a good job, so it is tough, though.
Celtics held to 84 points, their fewest in any game this season. They had been 5-0 when facing elimination, the most elimination wins in a single postseason in franchise history, but they are eliminated in Game 7 of the Eastern Conference Finals. Sports Center all night, ESPN Radio. The Heat representing South Florida in the NBA Finals. NHL Stanley Cup Final has the Florida Panthers already waiting in the wings. They were waiting for the winner of the Western Conference Final. Vegas taking the first 3 games of that series. Dallas then winning the next 2, staving off elimination. Stars hosting Game 6 Monday, and Vegas was kind of done with the series by this point.
Knights take the puck from behind their goal. Martinez springs Colasar, joined by Carrier. Bank pass to him, left circle, back in front. Colasar scores! What a setup! The Golden Knights have taken a 3-0 lead. 6 minutes to go, first period.
3-0 Vegas after the first period on the road. They'd add a 4th goal in the second period and then close it out with 2 more in the third.
This was a wire-to-wire showing in the biggest game the Knights have played in 5 years. They knocked out the Winnipeg Jets in a close game back in 2018. They have been in this position, the third round of the Stanley Cup playoffs, twice since. Knocked out by these Dallas Stars in 2020. Knocked out by the Montreal Canadiens in 2021. And now, in 2023, a season following a missed postseason, the Golden Knights are headed back to the Stanley Cup Final under their new head coach, Bruce Cassidy.
Fox Sports 98.9, a 6-0 rout in Dallas to win the series in 6. Golden Knights 6-2 on the road this postseason. Jack Eichel with our Emily Kaplan.
Jack, after you guys had 2 opportunities to move on to the next round, you come here on the road and win in this fashion. What does that say about your group?
It says a lot about the group. I mean, we have a character group in that locker room, and you know what? I don't think we loved our game the 2 prior, and we needed to come out here and play like we have. And I thought we did that. We had a good start, and we continued it through the 60 minutes. But it says a lot about the guys in the room.
For you, this is the first time you're playing in the playoffs, and now you're going to the Stanley Cup final. What does that all mean to you?
It means a lot. I mean, it means a lot to do with these guys. It's been an awesome year. You know, I've said it a lot, but it's a lot of fun coming to the rink and being with them every day. We keep it light. You know, we know when to buckle down and play hockey, and you know, I'm just really proud to be a part of this organization. It's been a great journey so far, and obviously we have we have four more wins here, but you know, it's good. It's good of what we've done so far.
What have you learned about playoff hockey?
It's enjoyable. I mean, these crowds, the atmosphere is going on the road, being around the guys, being at home. Everything's heightened, obviously, and the intensity's, you know, the intensity. It's the playoffs. Everyone's more desperate. You know, but at the end of the day, it's hockey, and you got to play. And I thought we came out tonight and did a good job of that. We stuck with our game for 60 minutes. You know, credit to all the guys. It was a good effort.
And you now play the Florida Panthers. What do you think that series is going to be like?
Oh, it's going to be a tough one. Obviously, they've been on a great run here since the start of the playoffs, and probably even going back further. We played them twice this year, both tight games. So there's a lot of good. There's a lot of good hockey players over there, and it's a really good team. So we know we're going to need to be ready to go. But I'm excited for it. It's going to be a great experience for our group, and you know, we just got to make sure we enjoy the moment and we're ready to play.
This will be the first final between 2 teams without a previous Stanley Cup championship. Golden Knights, Florida Panthers in the Stanley Cup final. The streak is over. That's next. SportsCenter All Night continues at ESPN Radio.
Keyshawn, J. Will, and Matt. If Jokic wins Finals MVP,
you're going to say he's one of the best 12 or 15 players to ever live?
He's going to be absolutely in that conversation. The guys will be back Tuesday morning at 6 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN2. This is SportsCenter All Night on ESPN Radio.
Security Dodge's Memorial Day sales event is on. It's the season, and the deals are hot. The home of Long Island's absolute best zero-down lease deals brings you deals on buy-in, too. New 2023 Jeep Cherokee L Overland 4x4. Buy for 20% off MSRP. Or the new 2023 Ram 1500 Laramie Crew Cab 4x4. Buy for 10% off MSRP. Don't go someplace else to save hundreds. Come to Security Dodge in Amityville and save thousands. Spring price break. Let's go, Long Island. For complete program details, shop 24/7 at securitydodge.com.
Hey guys, Dave Rothenberg here to tell you about my friends at Bathfitter. Now, they converted my kid's bathtub to a shower, customized just as I wanted with only one installer in the home. Process was so easy, and there's no demolition, which keeps the cost way, way down. Bathfitter is a permanent solution, no cover-up, plus a lifetime guarantee for as long as you own your home. Over 2 million happy customers like me and my wife, and for a limited time, get no interest and no payments for 12 months. So start designing your bath today like I did at BathfitterDesign.com. There's only one Bathfitter.
Enjoy the best fresh-baked Italian and French bread today from Calandra's Bakery. Handmade daily, no machines, from 4 all-natural ingredients, no preservatives. Calandra's is vegan, too. Family-owned and operated since 1962. Made with love at Calandra's Bakery and delivered straight to local supermarkets, ShopRite, King's, Acme, Morton Williams, D'Agostino's, Key Foods, Gristides, and more. Calandra's, from our family to yours for 60 years. The best baked Italian and French bread. Calandra's Bakery. Can't you smell and taste the freshness? Calandra's. Bon appetito.
As the official cerveza of Major League Baseball, Corona allows fans to enjoy the finer life of sports. Throughout the 2023 season, Corona will be giving fans an opportunity to win tickets to the World Series. Don't miss your chance to cheer on your favorite team on the biggest stage. For complete details, including how to enter, see official rules at ConstellationBrandSweepstakes.com/thebiggame. Relax responsibly. Corona Extra Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois. The sweepstakes is in no way sponsored, administered, executed, or produced by any MLB entity. Major League Baseball trademarks and copyrights are used with the permission of Major League Baseball.
Hi, I'm attorney John D'Agostino. If you've been injured, you need a lawyer who knows what you're going through. I understand how one accident can turn your whole world upside down. I've been there. I'm a local guy. I grew up on these streets and worked all through law school. After school, I built my practice one client at a time. It didn't matter where they lived. It didn't matter how big or small the case was. I was there to make sure someone paid. Why? Because I've been there. I now run D'Agostino & Associates, a personal injury law firm I built right here in New York and New Jersey. For over 30 years, D'Agostino & Associates has been helping accident victims get every dollar they deserve. We've recovered millions of dollars for people just like you. Call now, 888-24-LAW-24. D'Agostino & Associates, a personal injury law firm that offers free consultation. And if you can't make it to us, we're going to come to you. I've been there. Call now, 888-24-LAW-24. 888-24-LAW-24. D'Agostino Law, fight back.
What's it like to be one of the most sought-after basketball players in the nation?
Top 20 recruit. Say hello to Billy Preston.
You turn into a star, damn near.
Preston.
We want Billy.
Until
somebody had called the NCAA anonymously.
The federal probe has turned up widespread fraud and corruption in college basketball.
Listen to The Bag Game from 30 for 30 podcast.
We all got mud on us, man. All of us.
Imagine you're looking at a balancing scale with everything you do for other people on one side and everything you do for yourself on the other side. If it isn't balanced, maybe it's time to spend a little more time on you. And therapy is a great place to start. BetterHelp connects you with a licensed therapist online who can help you find that balance and stick to it. Visit BetterHelp.com/score to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp.com/score.
SportsCenter All Night continues with Jay Reynolds.
SportsCenter All Night presented by Progressive Insurance. Wake Forest leads the nation in wins and hasn't lost consecutive games this season. Wake installed as the top overall seed for the NCAA baseball tournament. The SEC, though, matches the record that it set back in 2014 with 10 teams making the tournament. And of those 10, a record 8 of them will be hosting regionals this coming weekend. 10 teams for the SEC. The ACC has 8, 6 for the Big 12. Pac-12 has 5. Texas is in the tournament for a record 62nd time overall. Florida State, which lost 31 games this season, has its record-tying streak of regional appearances and at 44. Tulane, however, is in. They lost 40 of their 59 games this season, but they won the American as the 7th seed in the conference. They have the most losses of any team to ever make the national tournament. The 64-team tournament gets underway Friday. Winners of the regional action over the weekend advance to the super regionals, and then the super regional winners advance to the College World Series in Omaha. Major League Baseball on Memorial Day. Yankees playing in Seattle, and yes, they remembered to pack the bats.
Drilled deep to left field. That ball is off the pole. A home run. A laser to left field. A 2-run shot by Judge. And the Yankees lead 3-1. High drive. Left field. Going back. Kelnick on the track at the wall. Leaps. That ball is gone. Another home run for Judge. A solo shot. Yankees lead 9-4.
Michael Kay on the Yes Network. Yankees a 10-4 win over Seattle. Aaron Judge with his 31st career multi-homer game. Most in Major League Baseball since his debut in 2016. It's been a rough spring for Oakland, and Monday against the Braves.
And now the 2-1 pitch, and that's swung on a high pop on the infield. Noda, it's spitting. He's waiting for it. Is there. He makes the catch. His homer was huge tonight, and the Oakland A's finally have a chance to celebrate a well-earned win. And what a story. Lucas Ersteg, a local kid, gets his first Major League win with 3 spotless innings out of the bullpen. Now, finally, A's 7, the Braves 2.
A's cast with the call. A's snapping that 11-game losing streak. First win since May 16th. Ryan Jeffers, 2-run homer in the 10th. Twins beat the Astros 7-5. It's a game you heard here on ESPN Radio. Roxy Bernstein.
All right, Jay, we had a great Memorial Day ball game in Houston. Some drama, late-inning dramatics. And the Twins, who blew a 4-0 lead, come back and beat the Houston Astros in 10 by a score of 7-5. And this had all the things. You're a baseball fan, Tim. Doesn't get any better than the ball game we had today.
That was beautifully played with great drama, and the Twins, they needed to win this game. And this is the day Max Kepler returned, and Royce Lewis returned to this team for this season, and he had a great game, a 3-run homer, and then saved the game in the 9th inning with a 2-out knock to tie the score. They win in the 10th inning, a huge win for the Twins.
Ryan Jeffers hitting a 2-run homer against Brian Abreu, as it was 4-0 Minnesota heading to the bottom of the 4th. And then Jose Altuve's grand slam at the bottom of the 7th put the Astros up 5-4, and they had the lead. Ryan Presley couldn't hold it with 2 outs in the 9th.
Right, and this is so unusual for Ryan Presley to blow a save, and Brian Abreu, whose stuff is ridiculously good, to give it up in the 10th inning. But some positive things today, again, for the Astros. They've had trouble scoring runs. They scored a bunch today, and any time that Jose Altuve shows I'm completely back is a good thing for the Astros.
So the Astros fall below the 10 games over 500. There are 9 games over, but with the Twins on top of the Central, and they're starting to get healthy, and this is a team to keep an eye on in the American League.
It really is, because their starting pitching is so good, and Sonny Gray was good today. They need to score more runs, and today they got 14 hits, and we saw that absurd bullpen at the end with Duran throwing 103 miles an hour. This is a dangerous team because they can pitch. They just need to score more runs, as we said, and today they did.
And they scored 2 in the top of the 10th in the 2-run blast. From Ryan Jeffers, 2 games over, but on top of the AL Central, the Twins in 10, 7-5 over the Astros. For Tim Kirkjian, I'm Roxy Bernstein right here in your home for Major League Baseball, ESPN Radio, and the ESPN app. Now back to Jay Reynolds in the studio.
All right, Roxy, thanks. Great Memorial Day baseball. What's the copay going to be now in Philly? That's next at ESPN Radio.
Greeny. LeBron is definitely not retiring. Definitely not. Never listen to what a player says about his future in the frustrated moments after a defeat that ends his season.
Weekday mornings at 10 Eastern on ESPN Radio.
3, 2, 1, go! Introducing Dogfish Head's new canned cocktails. Culinary crafted and distilled over real fruit for real flavor with 2 foolproof shots in every can. Keep it real with Dogfish Canned Cocktail. Find your new favorite Dogfish Canned Cocktail at dogfish.com. Dogfish Head Distilling Company, Milton, Delaware. Please drink responsibly.
Serving contractors, builders, and homeowners in the tri-state area since 1987, Brooklyn Window & Door is New York City's largest stocking dealer of quality Andersen window and doors. The professionals at Brooklyn Window & Door will help solve any of your window replacement needs or applications. Visit Brooklyn Window & Door's award-winning showroom to see the complete Andersen product line, including the 400, 100, A&E series. Andersen, built, backed, and serviced like no other window. Visit Brooklyn Window & Door at 1889 McDonald Avenue or call 718-WINDOWS.
When you support City Harvest, you do more than just provide hundreds of millions of pounds of food to millions of hungry New Yorkers. You feed hope for a kid up in Parkchester. You feed confidence for a first-in-her-family Queens College freshman. You feed community for folks in Canarsie Park. You feed compassion for retired Staten Island nurses who continue to serve. You feed strength for office workers in Manhattan. When you support City Harvest, you feed good. Support us at cityharvest.org.
Any business that wants to get to the top and stay there requires a dedicated team to implement a winning game plan. EisnerAmper's seasoned professionals provide business advisory and consulting services such as audit, accounting, tax, HR, outsourcing, and more. EisnerAmper Business Advisors help clients transform their companies, build capital, innovate processes, and mitigate risk. Whether you're in the first quarter or the fourth quarter, for industry-specific strategies that meet your needs, make EisnerAmper part of the solution. Visit EisnerAmper.com/solution.
Where can you walk magnificent greens with the Manhattan skyline as a backdrop while you're lining up your next shot? Only at Skyway Golf Course at Lincoln Park West in nearby Jersey City. It's the finest public golf experience in Hudson County, an amazing 9-hole layout lined with flowering grasses, magnificent dunes, rolling fairways, offering fun and challenge at every hole. Visit their pages at SkywayGolfCourse.com and see all that this wonderful course has to offer. Instruction, events, tournaments, outings, juniors welcome, senior discount. Skyway Golf Course is sure to make your must-play list of the Metro New York golf courses. Go to their website, SkywayGolfCourse.com. Reserve a tee time. SkywayGolfCourse.com. Skyway features maximum variety with an equal mix of par 3, par 4, and par 5 holes. Landing areas are generous and visible in most greens, have collection and chipping areas to receive slightly offline approach shots. SkywayGolfCourse.com. That's SkywayGolfCourse.com. Or
success is picking up extra shifts for your family. Now you want to be the boss. Success is getting your foot in the door. Now you want to take the next step. Success looks different to everyone, and University of Maryland Global Campus can help you reach your goals. For more than 75 years, we've been transforming lives by helping working adults like you expand their skills, move up, or start a new career. And there's never been a better time to get started on your future. Apply to UMGC by May 31st. We'll waive your application fee. An accredited state university, UMGC offers online and hybrid courses for more than 125 undergraduate and graduate degrees and certificates. Take advantage of faster onboarding, success coaches, lifetime career services, and more. Achieving your dreams is more possible than ever before. Choose the program that's right for your career goals and get moving forward. No application fee through May 31st. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate by Chev.
Center All Night continues with Jay Reynolds.
Sports Center All Night presented by Progressive Insurance. Progressive can protect your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, ATV, RV, and more. In short, a lot of things. Bundled today at Progressive.com.
Half-hour headlines on Sports Center All Night.
Aaron Judge, 2 more home runs. Yankees beat Seattle. Ryan Blaney wins the Coca-Cola 600. Vegas closes out the Dallas Stars in Game 6 while the Heat move into the NBA Finals with their win in Boston.
Lost the ball, poked from behind by Butler. Butler gets it back and slams it. And the lead is 17. After blowing a 3-0 series lead, the Heat stop the Celtics in Boston and make history themselves. They become just the second 8th seed ever to make the NBA Finals.
I'm just confident. I know the work that we all put into it, so I know what we're capable of. But nobody's satisfied. We haven't done anything. We don't play just to win the Eastern Conference. We play to win the whole thing.
The Denver Nuggets are making their first appearance in the NBA Finals. They have been installed as a minus 360 favorite over the Miami Heat at Caesars Sportsbook. Denver an 8-point favorite at home for Game 1 on Thursday. The numbers set at 219. Miami Heat on Monday advancing to the NBA Finals, only the second 8 seed to ever capture a conference championship, just the third team to win its first 3 series as an underdog. The Heat, 200-1 championship long shots before they beat the Bulls in the elimination play-in game prior to their playoff opener. Miami was 150-1. Now they're in the NBA Finals after a 103-84 win over the Celtics in Boston in Game 7. Their coach Eric Spoelstra and Bam Adebayo.
That's a proud moment for our franchise. It gives me great pleasure to present the 2023 Eastern Conference Championship Trophy to your Miami Heat.
It's the Bob Cousy Trophy to the Heat. Bam, you've got this in your hands. I'm going to ask you the questions. Everybody was wondering, when you take a gut punch like you took in Game 6, how you would come back, how you would respond, and what was the thought process going into Game 7 here? Man, just a win. Everybody rallied around each other. You know, Spo got us in and made us watch an inspirational video for 15 minutes, and I guess it fooled us. What was the inspirational video? Man, just stand together. You know, the ship get rocky, just stay together and keep believing in one another. Spo, you're right here. You have to answer that question. What's the inspirational video you showed your team?
No, it wasn't about the video. It's just about an incredible group of men right here. We are the men in the arena with our dust, sweat, and blood on our faces. And I think a lot of people can relate to this team because, sometimes you have to suffer, for the things that you really want. And this group has shown fortitude when there are inevitable letdowns and failures, but to have that perseverance to pick yourself up, to have that collective spirit, to keep on forging ahead until you get to accomplish what you want to. We still have more to do, but we do want to tip our hats to the Boston Celtics and their organization. They are first class, and they made us get better. Last year was extremely painful. We thought about it all season long. And if you don't have an opponent like that to bring you to a different level, sometimes you don't get there.
Spo, congratulations. Going to the finals. Nice going.
Miami, the fifth team to defeat the top two teams in winning percentage prior to the NBA Finals. Miami making its seventh finals appearance in franchise history, most of any team since 2006. How much credit does their coach, Eric Spoelstra, deserve? ESPN insider Brian Windhorst.
Yeah, I thought a key thing was the mood that he struck after Game 6. He was extremely confident with his group, extremely confident that they would be okay. That carried over into their preparation yesterday. From what I understand, they had a very spirited but good film session. From what I understand, they had an excellent, crisp shoot around this morning that he successfully got his players past that. And I'm going to tell you, 10 years ago, I was in Miami. Eric Spoelstra was in Miami when Ray Allen hit that shot in the finals. And one of the biggest challenges of Greg Popovich's career was to pick his team up from that terrible Game 6 loss. And they did. They almost won Game 7. It was incredibly competitive. To also have to do that and to travel was an extraordinary ask for Eric Spoelstra and the Heat. And the groundwork that he has laid with this team, the way that the Heat operate, which is ABC, always be competing. I know it sounds corny, but that is the way the Heat operate. The Heat operated like that when they were tanking, not even tanking, when they were, rebuilding and preparing for cap space for LeBron. They made the playoffs that year before. They were like that in this postseason. They always compete. That is just who they are. And so when they had to summon it in Game 7, they just fell on the fundamentals that they operate with every day. There's probably nobody more disciplined I've ever covered in the NBA than Eric Spoelstra. I mean, the man weighs about the same as he did when he was a college point guard. I think you just look at the way he carries his lifestyle, and that's the way he coaches, and that consistency helped the Heat have consistent emotions all the time, but especially in a Game 7. And as for that Heat culture? The thing about the Heat is they have an expectation, and that expectation is every day. I mean, these guys, let's put it this way. When Jimmy Butler came in for his free agent meeting, you know what one of the first things that they did? At the free agent meeting, Scott, not, his first day on the job, they asked him to weigh himself. He got weighed because every day the Heat, pretty much every week they weigh their players. That's the way it goes. They set the standard from day one. And as Eric Spoelstra says, and I can attribute this having lived in Miami and covered this team every day, they're not for everybody. Again, I know that's a corny thing, but that is how they operate. There are certain people that are not going to thrive in the Heat system. There are players we've seen not do that. The guys that they have thrive in the system. And Caleb Martin is one of those guys. And I'm going to stop referring to him as undrafted and I'm going to stop referring to this team as an 8 seed because that's not who they are. That's not who he is. If you watched Caleb Martin play in these last few games, that's not an undrafted player. That guy was one of the best players in the series, if not the best player. Jimmy Butler won the MVP mostly out of respect because of what he's just done to carry this team throughout the postseason. Caleb Martin was the best player, especially for the last few games. So that is emblematic of the way the Heat handle their business. And by the way, some years it's not enough. Caleb Martin had 26 points in the Game 7 win. Miami as a team had 7 undrafted players play, most in a postseason for a team to appear in the finals in the modern draft era since the mid-'60s. Miami, the first team to play in the play-in tournament and reach
the NBA Finals. Sports Center all night, ESPN Radio. So they go into Boston and beat the Celtics. Celtics losing by 19, tied for their second largest loss in a Game 7 in franchise history. Coach Joe Mazzulla with reporters.
Sure, what was the difference between tonight and the last three games where you seem to be playing with confidence? The defense was good. There was energy there. Tonight, it just seemed like after the first 6 minutes, something changed.
We shot 21% from three. Defense was still there.
Celtics managing all of 84 points, their lowest point total in a game this postseason. And, of course, they lost the first three of the series. Just about everyone had them written off. They rallied back to force the Game 7, but were flat at home in Game 7. So in whose direction will the blame go? Earlier on ESPN Radio, Emmett Golden, Martenzi Johnson.
We know how it goes. Tomorrow there'll be assigning blame, right? The blame pie chart. How much blame, if any, does Joe Mazzulla take for losing this game and really the series?
It's difficult to say that because on the one end, when he's saying, and he's been saying this throughout this entire series, particularly when they lose, they weren't prepared. They weren't ready. I didn't put him in the best position.
Right.
I like that part of him, that he is introspective in that regard, but at the same time, brother, it's your job to have them ready and be prepared.
But when he says that, I don't believe him. I believe that's him taking the heat off of his players, right? Because if you go, hey, it's on me, I didn't have him ready, and like you said, everybody's gonna be like, yo, that's your job, and now we're focused on him, where they have a guy that had 7 points and a bunch of turnovers. Now you're not really focused on him. So I hear him saying that, but I don't believe him. I just think he's falling on the sword for his guys when he says that.
We'll see what the fallout is in Boston. The Celtics season is over. The NBA Finals get underway on Thursday in Denver with the Nuggets hosting the Miami Heat. Sports Center all night, ESPN Radio.
Breaking news. The Philadelphia